racing in the opening race of today's big 161-day program, the first heat, in fact, the first repechage, should say, the Open Division 1 Cox Quad Scull are on their way from the 1,500 metre start. Are also live streaming today, so welcome to those joining us on the stream, available live and free over the next 2 days of this regatta. And you can see some pictures already coming up of these boats moving from the start line as the daylight continues to grow here on the Barwon River, and we have 3 crews underway in the first repechage of the Open Division 1 Cox Quad Scull, racing for just one spot in this race through the A final of the event. The Cox Quad Scull final will be one of the last races of the day tomorrow afternoon. The second last race, in fact, of the regatta. 2 heat winners from yesterday already qualifying for that A final, and 2 more A finals to join them in these next 2 races. So one of the big events early in the day here, Corowa in lane 1, Melbourne Girls College are racing in lane 2, and Fintona in lane 3. Seeing Virginia and Wright crews go through from the heat yesterday, the 2 heat winners. They'll secure the centre lanes in the final account. So coming in a clear view, that crew in the centre lane, of course, Melbourne Girls College, Zoe Core, Imogen Otter, Mia Harrison, Gemma Watson and Grace Illingworth in the boat there for Melbourne Girls College in the centre lane, and looking to be sitting at this stage in the qualifying spot. Good race between the 2 crews either side of them, as they've come through the halfway mark already of this 1,500 metre race and on into the final 500 metres next to Melbourne Girls College on the northern side. The right screen is the Corowa Anglican Girls School crew, Mia Smith, Annabelle Fitt-Parsons, Maddie Pavlovich, Abby Sharrett and Molly Lassen, coached by Ailish McGrath. They do look to be the closest competition. 2 other race leaders from Melbourne Girls College, and then Fintona over in lane 3. The combination of Mia McGavigan, Maggie Little, Jessica Lennon, Francesca Spano and Elena Karamitos. Cox of that crew from Fintona. They just sit a couple of lengths away from our leading 2 crews, but it is a good race at the front here between Corowa and Melbourne Girls College, with around about 350 or so minutes to go in this first repechage of the Open Division 1 female school Cox Quad Scull, racing for just 1 qualifying spot to move through to the A finalist event, which will be the second last race of the day on tomorrow's program. And it's still Melbourne Girls College with their boat narrowing their head as they head towards the Harrison Bridge in the last 200 metres of this race. Melbourne Girls College out in front, but by under a length it would be from the crew from Corowa Anglican Girls School, chasing hard on the northern side of the Barwon River course here, and then a couple of lengths back across to the crew from Fintona on the far side of the course. But there's just 1 spot here to go through the final of the Open Division 1 Cox Quad Scull. At this stage, Virginia Kemp is the crew from Melbourne Girls College in the centre of the course. They're inside the final 50 metres now of their 1,500 metre journey, and they have full water on Corowa and Fintona. So Melbourne Girls College will qualify for the final of the Open Division 1 Cox Quad Scull as they come across the finish line now and take out the opening race of the day. They will lead and 2/3 over Corowa in second place, who will progress through to the B final of the Open Quad Scull. Corowa second and Fintona in 3rd place. It's Melbourne Girls College who move through to join our heat winners from yesterday, being White and Virginia in the A final of the Open Division 1 Cox Quad Scull, and the second heat already well on its way down the course as well. There's a two-way race here in the second repechage of the Open Division 1 female school cox quarter scull for that final qualifying spot through to the final. It is a race in two between Strathcona in lane 2, the defending champions in this event, but they've got some work to do here because Gibson Grammar over in lane 3 are our lead through with about 500 metres still to race. And looking well placed now, that combination of Zahara beating Ella Duran, Zoe Horline, Hannah Roberts and Taylor Young, coached by Nick Bartlett. Ella Duran, of course, the winner of the Schoolgirls single scull title at the Victorian Championships at the Gambia a couple of weeks ago, and a very, very close photo finish over Zara Kafuru, but racing this event in the quad scull. Of course, through the Schoolgirls rules dictate each girl can only row in one event, so it's the quad for Ella Duran, and it may well prove to be a very good choice here as they sit in a tight battle, but still with Strathcona looking for this qualifying position. So Strathcona in 2 and certainly come back strongly on Gibson Grammar in the last few hundred metres of this race as they head towards the final bridge. The Strathcona combination, Charlotte Harris, Leah Leaton, Sophie McIntosh, Lily Douglas and Millie Pitkin, and they are coached by Patrick Daly, and they have certainly made up some ground in that crew, but Gibson Grammar still in front with about 180 metres to go. So one spot remains on offer here in the final of the Open Division 1 at Cox Quad Scull. And the crew from Gibson Grammar holding sway by just under a length, it seems, over the defending champions from Strathcona racing up in lane 2. But the Gibson Grammar crew looks to have just about enough of the lead now with only a few strokes to go. It is clear water, and they do seem now to be pulling away late from the Strathcona crew in the closing couple of strokes of the race. And the win will go the way of Gibson Grammar on lane 3. So they're through to the final of the Open Cox Quad Scull Quarterfinal race. In the second last race of the Regatta, Gibson Grammar first by about a length and a half from Strathcona in second place. So Strathcona will go to the B final along with Corowa and Fitzner. And our top 4 will fight out for the medals tomorrow afternoon in the Open Division 1 at Cox Quad Scull. An early reminder too, for those who are not yet aware, that there is a new schedule for today's racing that was published on the website late yesterday afternoon, of course, with some interesting weather forecast for later in the day. The officials have taken the judicious step of trying to consolidate all the days racing into as little time as possible. So the correct schedule is as currently shown on the Regatta website. Still 181 or so races in the day, but they've been compressed a little in time, not so much in the early parts of the day, but certainly later on with the removal of the scheduled lunch break and a couple of other breaks in the program. So please consult the Regatta website for the latest draw at all times, and be alerted, of course, for any announcements over the course of the day. We are expecting around about 37 degrees towards the mid-afternoon, but at this stage the aim is still, of course, to fit in all the racing over the course of the day. So please consult that revised schedule to ensure that your crews are ready to race at the correct time. We have now the repechage of the female school Open 8 Division 1, again one of the blue ribbon events of the Regatta here, with the third last final of the day tomorrow afternoon, and we're looking to work out our semi-finalists now. So the top 2 in these next couple of repechages will move through to the semi-finals along with our head winners from yesterday. Rep 1 sees Kerry Grammar racing in lane 1, MLCQ in 2, Geelong Grammar in 3, and Geelong College over in lane 4, but certainly feeling back that crew from Geelong College on the far side of the course. So racing 3, although really it does look to be the 2 centre lanes and the 2 qualifying spots here. MLCQ racing in lane 2, that's Georgie Thomas, Amy Crow, Bella Oliver, Annabelle Robert Bean, Holly Wild, Madeline Croker, Dominic Lovett, Meg Dumbrell and Ella Burnett. And beside them, very close in fact too between these top 2, but Geelong Grammar are there. Kitty Kisvada, Sienna Huon, Eve Brulievich, Aisha Yates, Claire Hamilton, Matilda Hunt, Quimby Yates, Emily Pincott and Olivia Mann. Very hard to split out top 2, but both look almost certain to qualify for the semi-finals of the female school Open 8 Division 1. Those semi-finals are scheduled for this afternoon. Both crews look like they'll be a part of that. It'll be Geelong Grammar narrowly in front as they head towards the line. Both crews to go through in any event, and about 2/3 of the length will be the margin on the line. As Geelong Grammar is in first place and MLCQ in second. Those 2 continuing their quest for the A final. They'll race a semi later on today, third place will go to the crew from Kerry Drummer on lane 1. And fourth then to the Geelong College crew. And third and fourth will go straight to the C final to be raced as part of Sunday's program. And our top two stay alive in the race for the A final. They'll race the semi towards the end of today's program. Of course, again, you can stop that revised race schedule for the exact times of those semi-finals. That will be held at this stage towards the end of today's program. One more repechage remains in the female school Open 8 Division 1. Again, it's the field of 4 from lane 1, Geelong, lane 2, Wesley College, lane 3, Caulfield Grammar, and lane 4, Lauriston Girls. The 4 crews looking for just 2 more spots to move through to the semi-finals. Now, heat winners away from yesterday. Loretta Turak and St Catherine's had strong hit wins yesterday, also Thurmont Grammar and Melbourne Girls Grammar School, the 4 crews already through to the semi-finals by virtue of the hit wins in the early part of yesterday's program. So we've got most of today off those hit winners. We prepare for their semi-finals still to come, and 2 more semi-finals to be decided over the next couple of minutes. Our 4 crews race along the 1,500 metre course, and still very, very rich from the water here for racing in the early part of the day. We'll see how that continues as the day progresses, but for now these days certainly enjoying great racing conditions. And the 2 crews in the centre lanes are the second and third place winners from second place winners. In fact, that's 3 boat X being held yesterday. So you would look to the centre lanes for the favourite crews at this stage. Possibly Wesley in lane 2, just shading Caulfield Grammar in lane 3. And then you can again see a little bit of a gap back to the other 2 crews on the outside lanes, Geelong and Lauriston Girls on opposite sides of the course. So, as expected, it is the centre lanes. Wesley College, the lane 2 combination there of Jasmine Woolhouse, Emily Sparrow, Lauren Keneally, Ella Davey, Madeline Marquette Walker, Caitlin Woods, Aurora Slavinsky, Saskia Blackburn, Indigo Walker, and coach David Webster. The crew there from Wesley and Caulfield alongside them in lane 3. Emily Conrad, Ava Pigeon, Ella Maskill, Stephanie Longley, Annabelle Barnett, Olive Pascoe, Grace Kennedy, Amelia Pinder, Ivy Jones, and their coach is Hannah Every Hall. But Wesley still facing a strong challenge from Geelong on the northern side of the course as well. That's the crew of Mackenzie Crawford, Zoe Caldwell, Anna Stone, Matilda Fulton, Samantha Bianco, Shannon McLeish, Alice Egan, Isabella Morrison, and Lexi Tricarico is boxing that crew from Geelong. So it looks to be the Wesley combination by maybe half a length or so from the 2 crews either side. They will fight out the all-important second spot. And with that passage through to the semi-finals of the Open Division 1 Female School 8. Wesley holding on, Caulfield and Geelong, a couple of legs across from each other, are fighting certainly for that second spot for 200 metres now still the race. The Wesley College crew certainly in the ascendancy at the head of the field, but you can see the ratings lift up now. The bikes of both Caulfield Grammar and Geelong going for just 1 qualifying spot. It looks like Wesley still clear by about 2/3 of a length. The Caulfield Grammar crew responding well, might just take themselves back ahead of the Geelong combination. So top 2 only to go through. It'll come down to the closing strokes. Caulfield really coming home stronger there. Down lane 3, look what they've done up. They're closing on Wesley all the way. In fact, Wesley will get the win, but only by half a length on the line. Wesley first, and Caulfield Grammar, a strong boys do indeed take out second place. They'll go to the semis. Geelong finish 3rd, and will race in the C final, as will the Lauriston Girls combination over in lane 4 on the far side of the course. A couple of lengths further back, Wesley College and Caulfield Grammar through to the semi-final of the Female School Open 8 Division 1. They'll join Geelong Grammar and MLCQ, who took out the previous repechage. So our field of 8 is set for the semi-finals of the Open Division 1-8, which we will see later on today, as the crew from St Catherine's looks to defend their title. They've won this race for the last 2 years. And they will be a part of a pretty good field for the semi-finals to come at the end of today's program. On now to the first of 4 repechages in the Female School Open double scull Division 1. 4 repechages means just one crew from each will qualify through to the semi-finals. And the semi-finals will be held late on today's program. And finals will be raced tomorrow. So lane 1 from the Loretta Ballarat is Remy Callender and Regan Shear. Lane 2 from Xavier High School, Evangeline Broad and Bella Haney. And lane 3, Shelford Girls Grammar, Joanna Perkins and Gemma Beer. Three double sculls. Fairly well spread out here. It is opening repechage of 4 in the Open Division 1 double scull. The race lead certainly there with the Xavier High School combination. Part of that strong program at the Corridor Rowing Club. Evangeline Broad and Bella Haney, coached by Wes Canning and Emily Kidd there in the red colours there in the centre of the course. Running, of course, here for their school, the Xavier High School. And they would have some 3 or 4 legs on the remaining 2 double sculls in this race. Probably Shelford second, Joanna Perkins and Gemma Beer over on the southern side of the course. Not too much between them. And Remy Callender and Regan Shear of Loretta Ballarat will racing in lane 1. So looking like Xavier High School will be the next of our qualifiers for the double scull semi-finals. You can see those semi-finals towards the end of today's program. The open semis will precede the Year 10 and Year 9 semi-finals, so that's quite at the end of the day. But there is a revised schedule for today, so instead to consult that for the precise timing of those races. But there's certainly no doubt about Evangeline Broad and Bella Haney will participate in those semis in the female school open at double scull Division 1 as they cruise up towards the line now and go across with a comfortable lead. So Xavier High School it is who will finish in first place on lane 2. Second will go the way of Shelford in a few strokes time. The lane 3 combination there, Joanna Perkins and Gemma Beer. Steering a few places in the race. That's a combination of lane 1. The closing strokes of the race. Remy Callender and Regan Shear will finish in third position in race 166 for Loretta Ballarat to conclude the first of 4 repechages on the Open Division 1 female school double scull. Across the line in repechage 1, repechage 2 is not far away, and it's a much closer contest at the head of the field 2 in the second repechage. Turak College in lane 1, a few lengths back, but the other 2 crews quite close together. Shelford in lane 2, and Gibson Grammar lane 3. Who made the narrow race leaders, the Gibson Grammar crew. They are wandering a little off their course as well, and they're pretty much in lane 4. Now having commenced racing in lane 3, so certainly travelling a bit of extra distance over Gibson Grammar crew and the stage debut here. And Ruby Lindray, coached by Nick Bartlett. Pretty much a vacant lane between our 2 leads, which will make it a little bit tricky if you know where each other is. But Shelford, the other crew in contention here, is Hannah Coughlin and Isabel Higgins. And they will come through in the last 200 metres pretty close together indeed. It might be a narrow advantage to the crew on the far side from Gibson Grammar, despite the steering issues. So if they can straighten up and hold their line over the concluding strokes, they have a chance to go through here as the sole qualifier from the second repechage of the Open Division 1 double scull. And indeed it does appear to be the Gibson Grammar crew with the lead, but again coming unstuck by a boy there. Late in the course, they will wind up and go again, and this will be very close on the line. I suspect Gibson Grammar have got their both feet back up quickly and might have just done enough as Shelford try and close late. They'll get to the battle length, but Gibson Grammar, despite some difficulty, will get across and win their repechage. So they are through the semis of the Open Division 1 double scull, just over a boat length the margin back to Shelford Girls Grammar in second place, and then third will be the crew from Turak College. Approaching the concluding strokes of the race now. Jenna Campbell and Nadia Wallen there for Turak College will finish in third place. semi-final this afternoon for a spot in the A final on the top 4 at the head of the Schoolgirls for 2023.
So 2 repechages complete and 2 still to come. And that third repechage well down the course as well, just a 2-boat race this time. Belmont High School, Charlize Stanley and Nina Oberly, coached by Adrian Keats, so a local Geelong combination here from the Belmont High School, who would be our race leaders. Racing again, as they were yesterday, in the colours of the Barwon Rowing Club, so certainly very familiar with this particular stretch of water. Right, Charlize Stanley and Nina Oberly.
And they lead comfortably here with about 350 metres still to race. Over Lowther Hall in second place, Emily Wilson and Emily Ray in the combination there for Lowther Hall. There is a pretty substantial margin between these two, so looking very likely that Belmont High School will join our previous 2 repechage winners, Gibson Grammar and Xavier High from Corrock, into the semis of this event. And 4 heat winners from yesterday, of course, Cardinia International College, 2 combinations from Allen Park College who won this race last year and will be certainly favoured, I think, to do so again this year. And Shelford Girls Grammar also already qualified 1 crew through to the semi-finals of the Open Division 1 double scull. The Barwon combination, or the Belmont High School combination here, only a few more strokes to go. And they stay clear of those boys, getting a bit close on the stroke side, but they will, unlike Gibson Grammar in the previous race, have a clean run towards the finish, and they'll go across with a little bit of reserve too for the scene. So it is Belmont High School who take the win in race 168. Their journey will continue to into the semi-finals now of the Open Division 1 double scull. Belmont High in first place, and then Lowther Hall will finish in second in a few strokes time. So it'll be Emily Wilson and Emily Ray through to the C final. Charlize Stanley and Nina Oberly will go through the semis of the Open Division 1 female school double scull. You can see Lowther Hall come across now to conclude race 168. 168 over the course of the whole regatta, although this race 7 on today's program. Big schedule of over 180 races listed for today. We go through to race 344. And a reminder again to check that revised draw through the regatta website to get the latest schedule times for some of those events later in the day that have been moved around a little, with the intent of ensuring we can get through as much racing as possible today, and of course noting that the lunch break and other gaps in racing have been removed from the draft schedule, so racing will continue without a pause, in fact, for the next many hours, it would seem. So it should be a great day of racing here. The temperature certainly heating up late in the day, but at this stage very good conditions for racing on the Barwon. So the 4th and final repechage
now, the Open Division 1 female school double scull has Hamilton and Alexandra College in lane 1, Wrighton Girls out in front there on lane 2, and PLC Melbourne over on the far side of the southern side of the course on lane 3.
Very easy to spot the winner from here, the leader at least from here, with about 250 metres to go. Is the Wrighton Girls combination of Alexia Doofus and Abigail Phillips, coached by Alana Grove and Rachel Hadley, who lead and lead comfortably. It was a big day for Wrighton in the quad scull races yesterday. There's also a pretty strong combination here in this Open Division 1 double scull. And they've got a lead of substantial nature over both Hamilton and Alexandra, and PLC Melbourne in second and third. Annabelle Walker and Isabel Mitchell for Hamilton and Alexandra College from Western Victoria. And the lane 3 crew, PLC Melbourne, Grace Chen and Jessica, who actually just come across a little into the lane of Wrighton Girls, but really causing no impediment to our lead crew, who are comfortably clear in the closing strokes of the race. And again, Wrighton to really in control there in the closing strokes of the race, with plenty left, you would think, for the semi-final to come this afternoon as Wrighton Girls come across and take out race 169, the 4th and final repechage of the Open Division 1 double scull. Right in first place. Second will go the way of Hamilton and Alexandra College, with about 150 or so metres between our first and second place crews. Still a few strokes left for Hamilton and Alexandra, who will qualify for the C final of the Open Division 1 double scull, and then behind them PLC Melbourne,
who will go through to the D final. So there's C and D finals, and in fact all the minor finals to take place on tomorrow's program before we get to the A finals at the end of the day. So all these crews still will have at least one more chance to race, and they'll race on finals day at the head of the schoolgirls. So Hamilton and Alexandra will race in the C final of the double scull event, and PLC Melbourne will race in the D final. Just needing again to correct their steering a little, that PLC crew, with a few strokes to go.
And they have to straighten up, end up in about lane 1 as they come across the finish line. So they've seen plenty of the Barwon River course here, but they're across the line now in third place, and they'll go through to the D final of the Open Division 1 double scull. Reminder again that this regatta is being live streamed all of today and all of tomorrow, and it is available for free from the official regatta website, hosg.com.au. We were made aware of a scam of sorts yesterday afternoon, where it appears there was a suggestion of a login fee and some personal details to be provided to access the regatta live stream, but we are assured that is not the case. The stream is live and free, and if you go to hosg.com.au, you can access that extremely easily. So please do not pass on any personal details or any credit card details to access the live stream. That is not the correct link, if that's where it's led you to. But we hope you enjoy the coverage over the next couple of days. Of course, the big screen in action here too at the regatta venue, providing a great view down the course, especially of the earlier stages of the race, at plenty of good viewing spots along both sides of the Barwon here today too, at this magnificent course here, where it really is possible to walk up both sides, the north and south bank, and view the race from wherever seems most suitable. And a great view too currently from the McIntyre pedestrian bridge of these three double sculls, or single sculls in fact, as they now are coming down the 1500 metre course and about to pass under that bridge. This is the first of the repechages, 8 repechages in total of the female school open single scull Division 1. Again, one of the top events of this regatta, and there are 3 sculls in this first repechage, with the winner only to move through to the quarterfinals. So a huge field in this female opens single scull Division 1, the biggest, I think, field of the entire regatta. In fact, I think we noted yesterday there were 28 U9 Division 3 quad sculls, with about 35 entries, in fact, in this Division 1 open single scull. So certainly the biggest event of the regatta, and up to 5 rounds of racing required to make it through to win the gold medal tomorrow afternoon. In this repechage, we have Madison Pascalotto of Marion College in lane 1, Annabelle Morrison from Lauriston Girls in 2, and Montana Hulland from Geelong Grammar in lane 3. And it's a good race this time between the sculls on either side of the course. So our centre lane, notionally the top-seeded sculler, Annabelle Morrison, is back a length or 2 behind the other scullers, but the race being led by Montana Hulland of Geelong Grammar over on the southern side of the course. Ahead then of Madison Pascalotto, another of the Corowa Rowing Club scullers in the red colours, but racing here, of course, for her school, Marion College. I assume is a school in or near Corowa, at least, in New South Wales, and she's in a tight battle with Annabelle Morrison of Lauriston for second place. But the qualifier for the quarterfinals from this first of 8 repechages looks pretty likely to be Montana Hulland of Geelong Grammar, who has gone a couple of lengths clear now in the closing strokes of the race, and she's heading up towards the finish with about 60 metres still to go. So Geelong Grammar, Montana Hulland, it is very tight for second place, getting a bit close together. In fact, our 2 scullers from Marion College and Lauriston Girls, you will need to keep an eye on their steering over the closing stroke. But here comes Geelong Grammar, Montana Hulland across the lane 3 and moves through to the quarterfinals of the Open Division 1 single scull. Marion College and Lauriston Girls, the last couple of scullers approaching the line, and they'll come across pretty close together, in fact, and almost slightly off the course. In fact, it might just be the lane 2 sculler from Lauriston unofficially, who I think has got second, and Madison Pascalotto from Marion College likely to finish in third.
which will be important as far as their progress through to the minor semi-finals is concerned. But our race winner certainly was Montana Hulland of Geelong Grammar, and she will race in the quarterfinals later in today's program in the Open Division 1 single scull. Repechage 2 has 3 boats as well. Nestles Emma Van Duynhoven in lane 1, Sophia Miller from Toorak College in lane 2, and Octavia Thompson from Shelford Girls Grammar racing in lane 3. Sophia Miller's been racing this season in the strong Yarra Yarra program, along with Zara Kafuri, who's already qualified for the quarterfinals through yesterday's heat. Here for Toorak College and sitting pretty comfortably in front in this second of 8 repechages. This is her first head of the Schoolgirls Regatta, having raced in New South Wales until the end of last season at least. But now rowing here for Yarra Yarra and also the Toorak College in the head of the Schoolgirls, and she will very comfortably qualify here from this second repechage of the Open Division 1 single scull. So Sophia Miller will go through with a couple of strokes to go. Certainly a fairly sedate pace in the closing strokes, and quite wisely saving plenty up for the quarterfinals and potentially semi-finals and finals still to come for Sophia Miller of Toorak College. A big win there in race 171, the second repechage of the Open Division 1 single scull. Second place will go the way of Octavia Thompson, the sculler from Shelford Girls Grammar. She will go through to the known as the 3-4 semi-finals, so the semi-finals effectively to decide our C and D finalists. So another couple of races still guaranteed for Octavia Thompson, and then Emma Van Duynhoven from the Nestles Rowing Club of Warrnambool. She's still got a few strokes to go, but she will shortly finish in 3rd place, and she'll again go through to a minor semi-final to fight for positions in the E and F finals, as will be the case for Emma Van Duynhoven. So Sophia Miller, the comfortable winner there. And you can see behind our Nestle sculler, who just wobbles a little bit, recovers well. The next repechage quickly chasing her down the course as well. It's a good race between Elaine Lee of PLC Melbourne and Holly Kearton of Melbourne Girls College. Those 2 scullers leading through at about 300 metres to go. As our sculler from Nestles comes across too to conclude the second repechage. So good work there by Emma Van Duynhoven. She's across the line now, and a good race but back down the course with a couple of 100 metres to go. It is Elaine Lee from PLC Melbourne and Holly Kearton of the Melbourne Girls College are clear top 2. The 3rd sculler in this race is Nicole Westwell from the Gordon TAFE here in Geelong. She's coached by Adrian Keats, but it is the top 2. We'll keep a close watch on here with about 150 metres to go. Again, the lane 1 sculler, Elaine Lee, getting very close to the line of boys on her strokes. So they both are, in fact. So they've both been pushed a little bit across the course here, and hopefully continue unimpeded into the closing strokes of the race. The lead is narrowly with the sculler from Melbourne Girls College, Holly Kearton there, who has a lead probably about half a length off. So now it's just grown a little over the last few strokes, as Elaine Lee had to correct her steering, but they'll both get safely across the line, it would seem, but the win will go the way of the sculler from Melbourne Girls College, and with a strong finish, Holly Kearton will win this race by over a length. So it's Melbourne Girls College in 1st place. She's through to the quarterfinals, and Elaine Lee for PLC Melbourne will finish in 2nd place and qualify for the 3-4 semi-finals later on in today's program. The sculler in the Barwon Rowing Club colours, rowing here for the Gordon TAFE, Nicole Westwell over in lane 3, will shortly finish in 3rd place, and she'll again progress through to a minor semi-final. So 3 repechages complete. Holly Kearton, our winner there for Melbourne Girls College, and she will go through to the quarterfinals, which again will form a part of this afternoon's program. Repechage 4 on the way. Field of 3 once again, as is the case for pretty much all of these repechages, it seems. Flora Gillies from Geelong Grammar lane 1, Chloe Cook from Loretto Ballarat out in front on lane 2, and Amy Innes from Hamilton and Alexandra College racing in lane 3. But it is the centre lane relatively comfortably at this stage. Chloe Cook, the sculler from Loretto in Ballarat, leading by a couple of lengths ahead of Geelong Grammar's Flora Gillies. And across to the far side, still Amy Innes from the Hamilton and Alexandra College. So 3 or so lengths between each of our scullers. Race leader well positioned too in the centre of her lane, so unlikely to encounter any issues in the closing strokes. Potentially able to just turn off a little here in the closing strokes and conserve some energy for the quarters to come, although it does seem she's pushing right to the line here to scull it from Loretto Ballarat. So Chloe Cook will record a comfortable win here by some 4 or 5 boat lengths in fact in the end, as she goes across in first place on lane 2. Chloe Cook takes out race 173 for Loretto College Ballarat. Second will be the Geelong Grammar sculler, Flora Gillies. And then third place will be Amy Innes from Hamilton and Alexandra, who comes across to complete the field of 3 in the 4th repechage of the Open Division 1 single scull. So our next 4 quarter-finalists have been determined. 4 quarters that still remain to complete the field. Quarterfinals held this afternoon in the Open single scull. And the semi-finals will take place on Sunday morning. Will be the last of the semi-finals currently on Sunday's program between 8:42 and 8:57 a.m. before we begin with our finals from 9 o'clock tomorrow. And a reminder, of course, that our A finals all take place between 1:30 and 3:30 tomorrow afternoon. The 5th repechage now of the Open Division 1 single scull is on the course and past halfway, in fact about 2/3 of the way through the 1500 metre race, and it looks to be the Caulfield Grammar sculler Amber Barter who is in front here, ahead of, looks like 2 scullers from Geelong Grammar either side of the course. Lane 3 sculler there on screen is Eddie Braid of Geelong Grammar, and we go back to Zara Johnson of Geelong Grammar, but it is second and third for the 2 scullers from Geelong Grammar. The race lead certainly in the centre lane is with the sculler from Caulfield Grammar, Amber Barter, coached by the ever busy Hannah Every Hall and also Jasmine Bell Lowe, and it's Caulfield Grammar very comfortably in front here, as she's got about 300 metres to go. And the 2 scullers from Geelong Grammar spread back along the course here. A very strong performance here by Amber Barter from Caulfield Grammar, with a very, very comfortable lead over the 2 scullers from Geelong Grammar. Controlled pace here in the closing strokes too for Amber Barter, so she's got to turn her mind now to a quarterfinal to come later on in today's program, and hopefully semis and finals still to follow after that. But the job just about complete as far as the repechage is concerned. A strong win coming up to Amber Barter from Caulfield Grammar, and a good controlled finish here to the race as she heads up towards the finish line, and Caulfield Grammar take the win. It's Amber Barter first in the 5th repechage of the Open Division 1 single scull, and that is a big win indeed to Caulfield Grammar over the 2 scullers from Geelong Grammar. Over on lane 3, Eddie Braid will finish second. We'll move through to the 3 and 4 semi-finals. Little race then for spots in the C and D final, and Zara Johnson from Geelong Grammar will be the next sculler home in 3rd place. She'll race in the 5-6 semi-finals, which qualify the rowers through to the E and F finals of the Open Division 1 single scull. And Zara Johnson of Geelong Grammar comes across too in 3rd place, so completes the field there in repechage 5. Repechage 6 is coming under the pedestrian bridge. And again, the field is fairly spread out in this particular race. It is a field of 3. Elizabeth Herbert from Corowa Anglican Girls School, who is right in front of the camera there for those watching on the live stream. And also we can see the sculler from Toorak College, Sophie Teleskevi, but our race leader is in the centre lane, and that is Alyssa Mirabelli from the Mercy College, coached by Barry Gardner, and she is very comfortably clear to the Mercy College sculler. Maybe not quite as substantial a lead as we saw Amber Barter in the previous repechage, but have pretty much the same effect. A strong win, you would think, coming up here to the sculler in lane 2, but still about 250 metres to go, so plenty of distance still to travel. The sculler from the Mercy College certainly extremely well placed here ahead of Corowa and also Toorak College, the field of 3 in this 6th of 8 repechages in the Open Division 1 single scull. Alyssa Mirabelli from Mercy College also rose for the Essendon Rowing Club, where she is coached by Barry Gardner. She was 6th at the Schoolgirls Regatta a few weeks ago, and looking set to move through very comfortably to the next round of racing here in the Open Division 1 single scull. So the sculler from Mercy College, it is comfortably out in front. Alyssa Mirabelli sitting several lengths ahead of a good race for second. Elizabeth Herbert and Sophie Teleskevi there will race out for 2nd and 3rd place, but the win will go the line at the sculler in lane 2, and it's Alyssa Mirabelli of Mercy College across in race 175. Well clear of the remaining 2 scullers. It is still tight for second, but on this side, Corowa's Elizabeth Herbert has her boat still narrowly in front. Sophie Teleskevi for Toorak College finishing pretty quickly over there in lane 2. There won't be too much between these two as the Corowa sculler has a big look to her left and knows she can get across with about a half-length lead. So it is Elizabeth Herbert in 2nd place, and Sophie Teleskevi will finish in 3rd in race 175. So 6 repechages complete in the Open Division 1 single scull. Just 2 to go, and on the course at the moment is repechage 7. There is a scratching in this race. The Loretto Toorak sculler on lane 1 is not competing. So a field of just 2. Beatrix Hearn from Sacred Heart and Elizabeth Brehout from Christian College Geelong, coached by Adrian Keats. So 2 local scullers here. So Beatrix Hearn leading here pretty comfortably in the battle of the two Geelong scullers, rowing for Sacred Heart in lane 2. And the Christian College Geelong sculler over in lane 3. Beatrix Hearn finished in 7th place at the state championships a couple of weeks ago, so she was an A finalist there, and of course an 8-boat A final. Work to do here still to make the final 4 at the head of the schoolgirls, but giving herself every chance here with what will be another strong win here in this 7th repechage of the Open Division 1 female school single scull. Beatrix Hearn from Sacred Heart. Again, well in control here in the closing strokes, and she'll come across and take out the win in race 176. So lane 2 gets the win, and second place will go to Elizabeth Brout of Christian College Geelong. He's also coached by Adrian Keats, as are a number of the Geelong scullers in this big event, the Open Division 1 female school single scull, and she'll be across in second place shortly and move through to the minor semi-finals, where she'll continue to race towards the C and D finals in the Open Division 1 single scull, as we start to narrow the field down to the 4 scullers who will eventually race for the medals tomorrow afternoon. Race 177 now, the 8th and final repechage in the Open Division 1 female school single scull. It is a field of 3. Although from this vantage point, the inside lane is usually obscured in the centre parts of the race, but there is a hint of a blade there from Emma Chambers-Smith of Albert Park College. In lane 1, Adelaide Robb from Victory Lutheran College in lane 2 would be the comfortable race leader, and then Madeline Spano of Fintona in lane 3. And Adelaide Robb, certainly another of these scullers who are looking to progress well through this event. She is comfortably clear here in the centre of the course, part of the very strong Corowa Rowing Club contingent who are here at this regatta, rowing here for the Victory Lutheran College. And she's coached at Corowa by Wes Canny and Emily Tidd. She has a comfortable lead over the remaining 2 scullers. Albert Park College lane 1, and also Fintona in lane 3. So Emma Chambers-Smith and Madeline Spano seemingly racing for 2nd and 3rd. And Adelaide Robb from the aptly named Victory Lutheran College looks set to take out the victory here in race 177, the 8th and final repechage in the Open Division 1 female school single scull, the biggest event at the regatta in terms of number of entries, with 35 in total at the beginning of racing. They've been through heats yesterday, of course these repechages now this morning, quarterfinals to follow later today, semis tomorrow morning, and then the finals later on Sunday's program. So a huge program for these scullers as they work through a top quality field here in the Open Division 1 female school single scull. But Adelaide Robb remains a contender here, as she will go through to the quarterfinals and race again later on this afternoon. So Adelaide Robb takes the victory for Victory Lutheran College on lane 2, and a comfortable win here once again, as we've seen in a number of these repechages of the Open Division 1 single scull. Adelaide Robb comfortably across in 1st place. The battle for 2nd will go the way, it seems, of the Fintona sculler Madeline Spano over in lane 3, and that will put her into the semi-finals that lead to the C and D finals. So the 3-4 semis, which qualify through to the C and D finals tomorrow. Madeline Spano of Fintona in 2nd place, and then 3rd will be Emma Chambers-Smith, coached by Virginia Lee at the Albert Park College. And she will race in the 5-6 semi-finals, which works out the participants in the E and F finals tomorrow. So plenty of racing still remains for all of these scullers, as we see Emma Chambers-Smith from Albert Park College come across and take out 3rd place. And it's Adelaide Robb from Victory Lutheran College, the big winner there in race 177, the final repechage of the Open Single Scull Division 1. Don't forget the official printed Head of the Schoolgirls program is now available, and you can get those from the Vintage coffee van. At least that was the case yesterday, so hopefully it's still the case. You can go to the vintage coffee van, and for $10 you can purchase your own version of the official Head of the Schoolgirls program for 2023. A great deal of interesting historical information in that document, as well, of course, of all the crew names who are racing at this regatta and a full race schedule, although noting that today's schedule has already been altered, so use a degree of discretion in that, but it's a great document to keep track of the racing over the course of this regatta. So just $10 from the vintage coffee van is the official program of the 2023 Head of the Schoolgirls Regatta. This is the only repechage of the Open Division 2 Cox 4. Haileybury, Toorak College and Loretto Ballarat are the three crews in the race, but just two will go through from this event and join our two heat winners from yesterday. So one crew to be eliminated here, and it looks at this stage to be really Haileybury in front, maybe Loretto Ballarat ahead then of Toorak College, the centre of the lane there in third place. So some work to do for Toorak College. It's Haileybury Lane 1, the crew of Ellen Reddle, Chelsea Jarrett, Estelle Werner, Vivian Robinson and Tessa Searle. And then the yellow colours there of Loretto Ballarat on the far side, Bridget Bales, Jessica Stute, Amelia Ridley, Rosie Hunt and Tia Kinnersley. They are coached by Craig Smith and certainly are there in the top two. And in third place, the crew from Toorak College, Mia Venturini, Jemima Mantello, Laura Byrne, Lola Coles and Saskia Schwartz, the combination there. But it's still a length or so to make up for Toorak College. Haileybury out in front, Loretto Ballarat trying to close late on them, and Toorak College are really going for it in the closing strokes, but have probably a bit too much ground to make up, you would have to suggest, with just two to go through to the A final here of the Open Division 2 Cox 4. It is getting close between Loretto Ballarat and the Haileybury crew on the inside lane. Still Haileybury just in front by a canvas or so as they push towards the line, and Haileybury will take the win. Haileybury first, Loretto Ballarat second, but both will qualify for the A final. And just missing out then about a length and a half further back is the crew from Toorak College. So the field complete now in the Open Division 2 Cox 4 final. Our heat winners from yesterday, of course, Ballarat Clarendon and Ballarat Grammar, now being joined by Haileybury and also Loretto Ballarat in the four-boat final there in the Open Division 2 Cox 4. And here come the eights in the Open Division 2 Female School 8. There are there are four repechages of this Division 2 8, in fact. So much bigger field in this event. And just one from each repechage will go through to the semi-finals. Ballarat Grammar racing in lane 1, MLCQ in lane 2, and Wesley College in lane 3. And the race lead with about 400 metres to go is certainly with the MLCQ combination in the centre of the course. That's Sophie Lynn, Sarah Palavestra, Anna Jackson, Zara Kraus, Claire Wong, Laura Taubman, Sophia Kapoulis, Emily Davies and Kate Roscombe, the cox of that crew from MLC, who would have clear water on the remaining two crews. Pretty tight certainly for second place. Second will go to the C final and third to the D final, so still plenty to race for here as far as final rankings are concerned. Ballarat Grammar lane 1, I think it'd be just in second place. Elise Malote, Jade Klein, Bella Wolfe, Tilly Davidson, Emma Ferguson, Eleanor Grieve, Daisy Walsh, Poppy Jenkins and Demi Opticool. And on the far side, Wesley College, Bonnie Maguire, Choden Mason Marks, Lola Gorton, Tegan Young, Kiara Backen, Bella Mazinski, Bella Maru, Meredith Holden and Holly Carter, the combination there for Wesley. And they're every chance too of taking second late in this race, you would think, with a strong finish. But it's MLC from Q who are out in front by over 2 lengths in this first repechage of the Open Division 2 Female School 8. And they will comfortably qualify through to the semi-finals now with a couple of strokes to go. It is MLC in front, and they come across and win race 179. MLCQ in first place will indeed be tight for second, but Wesley just looked to be getting the best of that battle in the closing strokes of the race, and they'll eventually go through around about probably close to half a length in front, in fact, in second place. So Wesley second will race in the C final, and Ballarat Grammar third will race in the D final of the Open 8 Division 2. So the 4 repechage winners will join our 4 heat winners from yesterday in those semi-finals. Going through yesterday, we had Loretto Toorak from Heat 1, probably the favourite for the event, you would have to think. Melbourne Girls Grammar School winning Heat 2, Geelong Grammar Heat 3 and St Catherine's Heat 4. So those 4 crews already in the semi-final field and awaiting their race later on this afternoon. MLCQ now become the fifth of the semi-finalists. And the next one will be decided here in just a two-boat race in repechage 2 between Carey Grammar and the Geelong College. And about halfway through, the lead does seem to be pretty comfortably with the crew from Carey Grammar on lane 2. As they've raced through from the 1500 metre start in these races today. The held start pontoons, which have been remodelled for this year's regatta and use, I think, for the first time. In fact, this weekend, the new start pontoons at the 1500 metre start, where these crews continue to line up for the opening races of the day. All 1500 metre racing, of course, in the open events. And then we revert to the 1000 metre start for the year 10 and year 9 races to come, which will form the large part of today's program. But it's Carey Grammar in front here. You've already travelled more than 1,000 metres away from that start area. And they have a lead of some 2 lengths at least over the crew from the Geelong College. So Carey out in front here on lane 2. Kate Hoskins, Ariel de Hayden, Kiara Catapan, Taya Wagner, Pippa Martin, Maya Seabury, Usha Genie, Gabby Price and Zara Woodrup. The combination there for Carey. And just passing under the very well decorated McIntyre pedestrian bridge is the other crew there from the Geelong College. Well, no, they have plenty of support here on their home course. That's the crew of Charlotte McGuinness, Amy Lawson, Brooke Ellis, Phoebe Knights, Annabelle Hutchings, Sophie Verath, Lucy Watts, Olivia Hanbury and Pippi Norris. They sit about 2 lengths behind our race leaders from Carey Grammar, who look set to claim a semi-final spot. That's still with about 200 metres to go in this second of 4 repechages, the Open Division 2 Female School 8. And Carey Grammar continue to close in on the finish line here. Working together fairly well in the closing strokes of the race, but maintaining a pretty good pace too, all the way down to the finish line, despite having a lead of about 2.5 lengths it would be now over the Geelong College in second place. So it'll be Carey Grammar who go through and take the win in race 180 as they come up to the finish line now, and it's Carey Grammar in first place. They move through to the semi-finals, and the Geelong College in second place will race in the C final of the Open Division 2 Female School 8. Geelong College across now in second. The win going to the crew from Carey Grammar. So 2 repechages complete in the Division 2-8. And 2 still to come. Crews approaching the final third of the race now in repechage 3 of the Open Division 2 Female School 8. It is the Genazzano crew there in the centre of the course who do lead this race. They head past our camera at the what is the 1,000-metre mark in these 1,500-metre races. So a great view there of the Genazzano crew leading towards the pedestrian bridge, about a length clear of Shelford Girls Grammar in second place. And the third place crew from Lauriston Girls. Very thankful for the camera work up there, because from this position at the finish line, the inside lane is obscured to the middle parts of the race, but we can see there that Lauriston is certainly there. But sitting back in third position at this point as our three crews do pass underneath the McIntyre Bridge now and on into the final section of this race. And it certainly is Genazzano well placed here out in front on lane 2. Erin Gaffney, Siobhan Peterson, Lucy Smith, Eliza Burns, Phoebe Berry, Asher Kennedy, Kiara Corelli, Sophia Moran and Chloe Amalfi, the crew there from Genazzano. Shelford on the far side look to be in second place. Alana Louie, Erica Smythe, Georgia Kent, Alice Jenkinson, Zoe Kakilis, Jackie Novak, Alana Cyrilin, Amelia Corman and Edie Halliday Morris. And that crew that's coached by Jules Whitehead. They sit just over a length behind our race leaders from Genazzano, and in turn a length or so ahead of the Shelford combination. In fact, that was the Shelford combination I read up before, who are sitting in third place. Lauriston in second, Madeline Wilson, Lucy Clay Claret, Holly Alder, Remy Fox, Isabel Shady, Mia McKenzie, Sammy Robertson, Chloe Ting, and Genevieve Byrne, coached by Michael Smith. So that's the Shelford crew in second. In third place, the Lauriston crew is sitting in second, but Genazzano certainly our race leaders. No confusion there. They're clear by just over a length from Lauriston, who look to be trying to make up some ground late in this race, but will run out of race course as they've only got a couple of strokes to go, and the Genazzano crew will go across with pretty much an exact boat length lead, and they'll take the win on lane 2. So Genazzano take out race 181 and move through to the semi-finals of the Open Division 2-8. Lauriston in second place will race in the C final, and then in third place it'll be lane 1, the Shelford Girls Grammar combination, who will race in the D final. But it's Genazzano there who take the win and move through to the semis, along with Carey Grammar and MLCQ from the previous couple of repechages. So 7 of the 8 semi-finalists now locked in for that race later on today. Just one more remains to be determined, and it will come out of repechage for 2 crews from Ballarat in this race. Ballarat High in lane 1, Damascus College in lane 2, and Furbank Grammar in lane 3. The other crew. Middle stages of that race now. It does appear certainly at least to be a tight battle between the 2 crews in clear view from Furbank and Damascus. Around about 700 or so metres out now from the finish line. Furbank in lane 3, Damascus College from Ballarat lane 2. And Ballarat High, the crew racing in lane 1, so on the northern side of the Barwon River course. I'm not sure that Ballarat High crew is quite in contention. Certainly very tight between Damascus and Furbank. The 2 crews in lanes 2 and 3, and a narrow edge, in fact, it would be to the Furbank combination as they come through the 2/3 mark of the race with a narrow lead. Certainly well under a length, their lead there over Damascus College, and then it would be a length or so further back to Ballarat High, sitting in 3rd position. And crowds of spectators certainly growing on the pedestrian bridge. Certainly a great way to view the races from up above as the 3/8 pass underneath. And Furbank Grammar, the yellow colours there on the southern side of the course, are our race leaders with about 400 metres now to go. That's the crew of Lucy Featherston, Tiger Daltrey, Maya Page, Sienna Morgan, Holly McNamara, Matilda Charge, Steffi Jackson, Cassandra Zissis, Isabella Watts, and Rebecca Craggs, the coach of that Furbank crew. Very strong Division 1-8-2 at Furbank this year as well, and a good Division 2 crew as well, it seems, looking set to move through to the semis, but certainly Damascus College from Ballarat giving them a great race here in the closing section now of this course, probably sitting about 3/4 of a length behind the crew from Damascus. Isabella Pearce, Laura Bilsma, Nia Madigan, Lillian Leonard, Tara Orchard, Samantha Crilly, Daisy Simpson-Kerr, Charlie Gartland and Paris Govan, the cocks there of that Damascus crew, and they in turn have a length or so on Ballarat High in third place. Eliza Strawhorn, Audrey English, Chloe Kinane, Hayley Carnes, Emily Coots, Stella Edmondson, Eliza Ray, Claudia Ellis and Zoe Edwards. So it's great to see two of the Ballarat schools here in eights challenging the might of Furbank Grammar in this Division 2 crew, but it looks like Furbank will in the end be a bit too good and will move through to the semi-finals of the Open Division 2-8, where a pretty strong field awaits in what should be two great semi-finals, but it's Furbank Grammar clear by just over a length, racing away towards the line, and they'll go through to take out race 182. Furbank Grammar in first place, and they are very happy with their result too. Furbank getting up by just over a length on Damascus College in second place. He'll move through to the C final of the Open Division 2-8, and then Ballarat High in lane 1, who will finish third, and they will race in the D final. Two repechages now in the Open Division 2 Coxed Quad Scull. Fintona, Lowther Hall and Strathcona, the three crews contesting a repechage 1. And it is the Strathcona crew in the ascendancy out there on lane 3. The southern side of the course, or the left of screen for those watching on the live stream, or the two big screens I've now seen here at the regatta venue, one on the northern bank and one on the southern bank. So plenty of opportunities to watch these great shots of the crews coming down from the middle of the course. So we can certainly see Strathcona narrowly clear here in this first repechage. First only through to the A final, so Lowther Hall will certainly ask some questions of Strathcona late in this race, you would think, but the Strathcona crew at this stage having the answers. Belle Gemmell, Nicole Tesh Ornelas, Matilda Stoltz, Ellie Turnham and Leah Kerno is the crew from Strathcona. Lowther Hall in second place in the centre lane. Milu O'Brien, Ruby Ivers, Lauren Vukasic, Sophie Crine and Eloise Horsley. They're coached by Tessa Brady Welsh. And then in third place, the crew from Fintona on lane 1, Saskia Pezin, Alexandra Lewis, Samantha Antonius, Charlotte Gilligan and Emma Bolton, the crew there from Fintona. So it's first to the A final, second and third to the B final of the Open Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. So we'll go straight through to the final races tomorrow, and Strathcona, the leaders here by over a length now. They're certainly stretching out their margin on Lowther Hall, who in turn have been challenged a bit by Fintona in the closing strokes of the race. B and C final spots on offer for those two crews. But to the A final will go the crew from Strathcona, clear by over 2 lengths now, in fact. So a strong finish to the race from Strathcona, who go across comfortably clear to take the win in race 183. So Strathcona first. Lowther Hall will hold on to second place, and Fintona just under a length back in third. In fact, both those crews will go to the B final. Lowther Hall and Fintona, and Strathcona will go through to the A final from that first of 2 repechages in the Open Division 2 Coxed Quad Scull. Our last A finalist soon to be determined will come from race 184, which is well and truly down the course. Corowa and Albert Park College, the two crews. Yesterday's heat to this event won by Melbourne Girls College and also Wrighton Girls, so they're already through to the A final, joined now by Strathcona. And you'd think from this race about to be joined also by the Corowa Anglican Girls School combination, who have a lead of well over a length now. It would be on Albert Park College in race 184. The second repechage of the Open Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. So the red colours there of Corowa showing out clearly in front, although as they pass under the shadows of the James Harrison Bridge, rapidly appearing briefly appearing in darkness, and coming out the other side, and that does show a pretty clear lead to the crew from Corowa in lane 2. Hannah Curtin, Zoe Tao, Stephanie Petropoulos, Sienna Valanis, and Julia Rogers, the crew coached by Catherine McCarthy. And their competition over in lane 3, Albert Park College, Hannah Speed, Mia Kachab, Isabella Flood, Eve Muthan, and Lulu Gleeson Payne. They are coached, of course, by Virginia Lee. But it is Corowa in front here and clear by a couple of lengths. Plenty of support, it seems, for Corowa here down on the northern bank, enjoying the concluding strikes of this race as they look set to book themselves an A final spot in the Open Division 2 at Cox Quad Scull. It is Corowa clear by almost 2 lengths from Albert Park College. Only a couple of strokes to go, and Corowa will be across to take the win on lane 2. It's Corowa first in the second repechage of the Open Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. Second place will go to Albert Park College. So Albert Park will race in the B final, and Corowa will qualify for the A final. They will race for the medals tomorrow afternoon, along with Strathcona, Wrighton, and the crew from Melbourne Girls College, who qualified yesterday. So a strong win there to Corowa, and it sets up a great A final in the Open Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. From the quads, we go back to the Coxed 4s, and this is the Open Division 3 Coxed 4 with just the one repechage. And the top 2 in this case will go through to the A final. So 5 entrants overall in the Division 3 Open Coxed 4. Predictably, Ballarat Grammar and Loretto Ballarat both won their respective heats yesterday. So 1 crew to be eliminated here and 2 others to move through to the A final. In the centre of the course, it does look like Caulfield Grammar well placed out in front. Ballarat Clarendon there as well. No clear view yet of the third crew in the race, which should be the combination from Haileybury. It does appear they are still making their way down the course, but pretty likely at this stage to be the third place crew. You would think the combination from Haileybury. So our top 2 are comfortably clear, and the race being led by Caulfield Grammar in the centre of the course. Sarah Rudden, Stella Mayer, Emily Thompson, Sophie Osmond, and Amber Barter, the cox of that crew. Coached by Jasmine Bell Lowe, the Caulfield Grammar combination. And they'd sit about probably 2 lengths clear of Ballarat Clarendon College in second place over in lane 3. Emily Davies, Annabelle Maloney, Maya Salmi, Kate McClure, and Polly Stepnell, coached by Claire Boatman. And Haileybury then in third place. Just heading under the McIntyre Bridge now, so they are certainly a couple of 100 metres further back down the course. And they do look likely to be the 1 crew that will be eliminated at this stage of racing. The Haileybury crew is Kira Melnikov, Nija Ahilan, Shradra Nayar, Chloe Liu, and they are coxed by Narissa Liu. In third place there, the Haileybury crew, but it's Caulfield Grammar still out in front, clear by a couple of lengths from Ballarat Clarendon. No urgency really from either crew here. Both will comfortably go through to the A final of the Open Division 3 Cox 4. They will join Ballarat Grammar and Loretto Ballarat, so there'll be 3 Ballarat crews in the Division 3 Cox 4 final, as is so often the case. And also there'll be Caulfield Grammar in that race as they go across and take the win on lane 2. So Caulfield Grammar in first place into the final. Ballarat Clarendon will join them there as they come across in second place. And then just the Haileybury crew in third place down the inside lane. The Haileybury crew continue on towards the finish. They've got a good look at the 8s, chasing them down the course behind, particularly Furbank Grammar there, resplendent in that bright yellow colouring, who are looming large in the vision of the Haileybury Cox 4 as they head towards the finish line to complete race 185. At race 186 is well advanced, about 300 metres to go, and it is the Furbank Grammar crew who leads pretty comfortably in the Open Division 3 School 8 first of 2 repechages, so that looks set to be the crew that'll move through to directly to the A final in Division 3, no semi-finals required. So Furbank Grammar in front there on lane 2, Miller Herndon, Matilda Nichols, Molly Harridge, Elena Evans, Emily Mitchell, Sophie Peltoglu, Indy Dark, Jacqueline Nolan, and Samantha Wilcock, the crew coached by Emerson Street. And they've got about 3 lengths on Carey Grammar, who'd be in second place. Eloise Sheridan, Imogen Stubbings, Emma Coleman, Aisha Whiteley, Amelia Layton, Zoe Kendall, Madeline Wen, Jessica Newnham, and May Baxter, coached by Emily Cronshaw. And a couple of lengths further back to the Geelong College, Olivia Winehoven, Phoebe Rayburn, Abigail Ramsey, Lulu Josky, Jemima Harris, Tashi Walters, Tessa Bain, Ruby Sinfield, and Claire Chisholm, the crew there in third place. But Furbank go across and take the win on lane 2. That is a comfortable win to them by around about 3.5 lengths it would be. Furbank Grammar over the crew from Carey Grammar, who'll finish in second place. So Carey will go to the B final along with the crew from the Geelong College. Still a few strokes to go for the second and third placed crews as we see Carey cross the line now, and Geelong College will shortly follow them over. But Furbank Grammar, the comfortable race winners there in the Open Division 3-8, and they qualify for the A final. Already through to the final from yesterday's heats, the Loretto Turak and Melbourne Girls Grammar School crews. So they qualified directly by winning their heats yesterday, and can put their feet up until late on tomorrow afternoon when that A final will be raced. So it'll be Loretto Turak, Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Furbank there from repechage 1, and the winner of repechage 2 about to be determined over the next couple of minutes. But at this stage, you'd certainly put the house on MLCQ in the centre lane with a lead of a couple of lengths on the crews on either side of them. So MLC lane 2, Lauriston lane 1, and Melbourne Girls College lane 3, the remaining 2 crews. But it certainly is quite a substantial margin. MLC over Lauriston in second place, and Melbourne Girls College in third. So it's playing out a pretty similar script to the previous repechage, where we saw a strong win to Furbank Grammar and MLCQ in the same lane in the centre of the course. Of course, these repechages are all seeded by heat result, so the higher ranked crews are always in the centre lanes. And it certainly is MLC justifying that seeding at this stage with a substantial lead here. The crew of Alexandra McAvoy, Olivia Peck, Hannah Foovey, Isabel Laurie, Pearl Zima, Paige Rodbard Bean, Rihanna O'Neans, Jenna Cross, and Jessica Duke for MLC. Melbourne Girls College and Lauriston battling out for second place. They'll get the chance to race again in a B final as well, it would seem, tomorrow. But the Lauriston crew lane 1, Lily Creswell, Bella Nolan, Isabella Cornish, Alexandra Anderson, Bridget Plowman, Arabella McLeish, Holly Cornwall, Mia McConnell, and Jojo Blamey. And across then on the southern side, will be in second spot, would be the crew from Melbourne Girls College, Freya Rudaski Young, Nicola Jarvis, Emily Eastwood, Eva Donnelly, Ella McPhee, Lucy Mansfield, Anna Byrne, Sophia Blake, and Aileen Gula. So the race for the minor places continues, but they'll both go through to the B final. And to the A final will go the crew from MLCQ as they come across now and take the win on lane 2. MLC in first place. They win race 187. Still tight for second and third, but Melbourne Girls College look to be in the ascendancy there. And it will be the lane 3 combination finishing in second place. Just a couple of strokes to go for them. And they'll get home by almost a length, in fact, in the end ahead of Lauriston Girls, who will finish third. So Melbourne Girls College and Lauriston will race in the B final tomorrow. It is race 444 on tomorrow's program. Or race 444 on the overall regatta program, in fact. And the A final race 491 will take place towards the end of tomorrow's proceedings. So 187 races now complete. And then we have 2 repechages of the Open Division 3 Coxed Quad Scull. Cardinia International College in lane 1, Melbourne Girls College lane 2, and Albert Park College lane 3, the 3 crews in this race. If you're the owner of a grey ute, looks to be a grey Great Wall ute, we think registration Hype DM. You need to move your vehicle urgently. It is parked directly next to a very large no standing sign. So if that is your vehicle, or if you know who owns that vehicle, it is blocking access to part of the regatta venue and needs to be moved urgently, please. A grey Great Wall ute, registration HYPEDM or possibly Hype DM. If that's your vehicle, please remove it immediately. Repechage 1 of the Open Division 3, Cox Quad Scull is nearing its conclusion, and Melbourne Girls College are comfortably out in front here in this first of two repechages. The lane 2 combination leading from Albert Park College and also Cardinia International College. So our race leaders from Melbourne Girls, Lucinda Optug, Kimmy Newentoy, Claudia Bell-Smith, Olivia Kavka and Lila Artavilla. And a lead of several lengths back to Albert Park College in second place. Poppy Wilson, Scarlett Lang, Elizabeth Arnott, Mia Dooley and Isabel Dethridge. Coached by Virginia Lee. And the Cardinia crew on third place in lane 1, Coco Warita, Fionn Zealy, Daisy Drips, Violet McGregor and Lily Jamison, coached by Anita Whitehouse and Wayne Nitschke. But first only, we'll go through to the A final here in this Open Division 3 at Cox Quad Scull. And a very clean finish here from Melbourne Girls College coming up, and they will be the next crew through to the A final of the Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. So Melbourne Girls College comfortably in first. About 4 lengths clear of Albert Park College. They'll finish in second place and go through to the B final, as will the crew from Cardinia International College. So it's Melbourne Girls College who qualify through repechage 1. After Strathcona and Wrighton Girls were our 2 heat winners yesterday. So they're through to the final. Melbourne Girls College as well, and it'll either be Corowa or PLC Melbourne from repechage 4, but looking very likely back down the course to be the Corowa crew, who are several lengths clear of PLC Melbourne in the second repechage of the Open Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. So it is the Corowa crew well in command here, just under now the James Harrison Bridge with a couple of 100 metres still to race, but they are well clear of PLC Melbourne. So our lead crew from Corowa, Tessa Plant, Mia Tan, Nellie Whithouse, Elizabeth Robson and Emily Newen, coached by Annika Spears. And they lead PLC Melbourne, Felicity Way, Jingju Lu, Mia Carrick, Alina Quian and Elaine Lee, the Cox of that crew from PLC. But about 4 lengths between these two, so Corowa looks set to comfortably qualify here and be the last crew through to the A final of the Open Division 3 at Cox Quad Scull. A couple of strokes to go as they accelerate towards the line, and Corowa will go across and take the win. So Corowa first on lane 2. They are through to the A final. They'll race in race 490 on tomorrow's program, and through to the B final will go the crew from PLC Melbourne. It'll be race 443, so an earlier race on Sunday's program, the B final of the Open Division 3 Cox Quad Scull, where PLC will take on Albert Park College and also the Cardinia International College for places 5 through to 7 in the Open Division 3 at Cox Quad Scull. Further urgent call for the owner of that grey Great Wall ute, please, that is blocking spectator access or pedestrian access at least to the regatta venue, so it does need to be moved urgently. A grey Great Wall ute, registration HYPEDM, hyped M if you like, but in any case it needs to be moved. Grey Great Wall ute on the northern side is blocking pedestrian access to the regatta venue and must be moved urgently, please. to the eights racing now with the Open Division 4 eights. Just the one repechage required in this particular event. Two heats yesterday this race, so 5 entrants in total. We've already seen Melbourne Girls Grammar School qualify 2 crews through to the A final, in fact. And crew on camera there on the close lane was the Geelong College, who picked the most unfortunate time, I think, to catch a crab there, but very much caught on camera for the third place crew there from the Geelong College, but they do trail our race leaders on the other side of the course. It is MLCQ and also Loretto Turak, the pretty clear top 2. That was the case before mishap for the Geelong College, but certainly substantially more so now, the gap between second and third. So MLCQ over in lane 3 would be our race leaders: Jessica Anderson, Stephanie Tasevsky, Maddie Smith, Georgia Duke, Alexandra Sterrett, Alexandra Tracita, Lily Zima, Ella Hosking and Hannah Kilpatrick. And about 2 lengths they would have on Loretto Turak in second place: Alana Vivian, Zara Perry, Ella Birch, Maggie Ralph, Ruby Simpfendorfer, Lucy McCann, Holly Thompson, Alice Dunn and Charlotte Ty, the crew there for Loretto. And then the Geelong College combination in third place: Charlotte Henry, Mamona Bryars, Zoe Shaw, Matilda Hayes, Eden Nadorp Goddard, Tilly Taylor, Laura Connolly, Maddie Calvert and Arabella McColl. But the top 2 only will go through to the A final and join the 2 crews who've already qualified from Melbourne Girls Grammar School. And it will be MLCQ and Loretto Turak to take those final 2 spots as MLC come across and take the win pretty comfortably on lane 3. Around about a 3-length margin of victory from MLC back to Loretto Turak in the blue boat there in second position. And then third, a few strokes further back, will be the crew from the Geelong College. So no B final required here with just a 5-boat field. So Geelong College will finish in 5th place. Zigzagging a little in the late stage of the race too. It's been a pretty tough journey down the Barwon here for this crew from the Geelong College, but they've got the full crew back together here in the closing strokes of the race, and they will confirm their 5th finish overall in the Division 4 Open 8. The great depth from all these schools with 4 and 5/8 in their open program. So the Geelong College come across and finish 3rd in their heats, or in their repechage at least, and therefore 5th overall in the Open Division 4/8. MLCQ and Loretto Turak will race against the 2 crews from Melbourne Girls Grammar School in tomorrow's A final. That is race 488. Towards the end of our 1,500 metre races, at least for this morning's program. Just 3 more to go, in fact. The repechage, first of all, in the Open Division 5, Cox 4. And then 2 repechages to follow in the Open Division 5, Quad Scull. Division 5 Open 4. Again, it was a 5-boat event, so a field of 5 to be whittled down to just the 4 A finalists. We saw Ballarat, Clarendon and Loretto Ballarat qualify directly yesterday. Loretto Ballarat with 2 crews in this event overall, including the crew here in the centre lane of this race, but racing here with Genazzano in 3, probably narrowly in front, and also Turak College lane 1. The 3 crews in the race, so certainly Genazzano looking set to take out one of the qualifying spots here through to the A final. It's the crew of Claudia Lucci, Alice Birrell, Eliza Hines, Hannah Courtney and Zara Lanane, coached by Daniel Parrish and Peter Campbell, and they've got over a length on, it would be Loretto Ballarat there in second position still. Zarly Klein, Alexandra Grieve, Poppy Charleston, Taylor Keane and Sienna Hoyles, coached by Sharon Waters, as Loretto look to get 2 crews through to the A final of the Division 5 Cox 4, and the other crew about a length or so further back is Turak College, Alicia Young, Annabelle House, Pia Gibson, Kayla Bode and Emily English, the Cox of that crew. But it's Genazzano out in front who will record a strong win here by a little bit over 2 lengths now as they approach the finish line. So Genazzano in first place will move through to the A final, and they'll be joined there by Loretto Ballarat, who will indeed get 2 crews through to the final of the Division 5 Open Cox 4. A great effort from that school with tremendous depth too in the Cox 4s. And then third place will be the crew from Toorak College, who again, by virtue of that third place finish, will not require a B final. They will finish in 5th overall, the Toorak College combination. And the other 4 crews will race for the medals tomorrow. 2 crews from Loretto Ballarat. Genazzano, the winners there, and also Ballarat Clarendon, the winner of one of yesterday's heats. So that sets up the A final in the Open Division 5 Cox 4. The last of our open events for at least the first part of today's program is the, or other 2 repechages of the Open Division 5 Cox Quad Scull. And both those races well and truly underway. So we've had our last 2 health start races sent on their way for now. Officials rapidly moving down to the 1,000 metre start, where racing will continue shortly. And just a 2-boat race here in this first of 2 repechages. Looks to be Lauriston girls out in front here on the southern side of the course. Lauriston lane 3, Corowa lane 2, the field in this race. And they've come through into the final third already, with Lauriston certainly comfortably in front. Chloe Zaslavsky, Fleur Whiteman, Elizabeth Darby, Saskia Clifford, and Anna Eggleston. The combination from Lauriston, they are coached by Lucy Green. And beside them, the crew from Corowa, but about 2 lengths further back on lane 2. Raya Bremenand, Louise Zhao, Eloise Darville, Jada Lee Conway, and Mimi Matthews is coxing that crew from Corowa. So the winner will go through to the A final from this and the race to follow. Yesterday's heats were won by Strathcona and Strathcona, so 2 Strathcona crews have already qualified for the A final here. Looking set to be joined certainly by the Lauriston girls combination shortly, and then either Genazzano or Melbourne Girls College from the last of the repechages, coming down from the 1,500 metre start, and that race already about 500 metres advanced. I'd suggest in the early stages of that race, Genazzano have taken the lead from Melbourne Girls College, but about 1,000 metres of racing remains there. But only a couple 100 metres remains for this crew from Lauriston, who are very comfortably clear here on lane 3, several lengths ahead of Corowa in second place. So it looks likely that Corowa will go to the B final. And Lauriston through to the A final. 6 boats in total in this event, the Open Division 5 Cox Quad Scull. So there will be a B final to sort out 5th and 6th place. And that will be Corowa's next race. But Lauriston out in front. Just a couple of strokes to go. And they will be across to take a comfortable win on lane 3 in race 192. It is Lauriston girls first. And Corowa will shortly finish in second place. So Lauriston through to the A final. They'll join the 2 crews from Strathcona, who both qualified with strong heat wins yesterday. Lauriston through, and Corowa just a couple of strokes to go still to conclude the 1,500 metre course, and they'll be across now to finish in second place and can prepare for the B final to come tomorrow. That's race 442 on Sunday's program, whereas Lauriston will go through to race 485, the A final of the Open Division 5 Cox Quad Scull. 3 of our A finalists are sorted, and almost 3.5 in fact if we look down the course and see that Genazzano have a very comfortable lead here on Melbourne Girls College. Those spectators on the McIntyre Bridge having a great look at these 2 crews who'll soon be passing underneath them. It is a great place to watch the racing from and get a good perspective from above the course as the crews pass underneath the bridge. And already Genazzano have done that in this second repechage of the Open Division 5 Cox Quad Scull. And the second place crew there from Melbourne Girls College also now passing under the pedestrian bridge, but they are certainly back in second place. That crew from MGC, our race leaders, Genazzano on lane 2, Florence Christens, Kira Wheeler, Eliza Rooney, Sophia Mercatante, and Jacqueline Power, coached by Isabel Passaris and Peter Campbell. And they have a lead of really many boat lengths. More like 100 or so metres, in fact, the difference between these top couple of crews. So a strong lead to Genazzano here. It did appear they got in front in the early stages of the race, the Genazzano combination, and they've extended that all the way down the course over the crew from Melbourne Girls College. Behind them we do have our 1,000-metre races lining up as well. The first of those, the Division 1 Year 10 single scull, is just about underway. You can see 3 or 4 races lined up behind them too, so there'll be a few sculling races coming down pretty fast together in the next few minutes. But first of all, it is Genazzano out in front and well clear here in the second repechage of the Open Division 5 at Cox Quad Scull. So they're well inside the final 100 metres of the race. Only 3 or 4 strokes to go, in fact, for Genazzano, who will book their spot in the final of the Division 5 Open Quad Scull as they come across the line now. So Genazzano go through into that A final, along with Lauriston Girls from the previous race, and also the 2 Strathcona crews that qualified with heat wins yesterday. And second place will go to the crew from Melbourne Girls College. Ava Terrell, Megana Sadula, Chelsea Bushney, Eliza Johns and Anna Graham Perez, the MGC combination, with just a few strokes to go now to complete the 1,500-metre course and confirm their second spot in race 193. And they'll finish in second place, and they will move through to the B final of the Open Division 5 at Cox Quad Scull. So just 2 repechages required here in the Year 10 Division 1 single scull, the first of our 1,000-metre races. This race was timed for 9:06 and was underway right on that time, already about halfway through the 1,000-metre course, in fact, in this first of 2 repechages. So the progression here is first and second. We'll move through to the semi-finals to join the scullers who already qualified yesterday. 4 heat winners yesterday through to the semis, and 4 more to join from these 2 repechages to come. So this first rep sees Lily Dingle of Iona College in lane 1, Ariel Vanderpoel from Cardinia International College in lane 2, Kiara Munro from Corowa lane 3, and Lucy Hodges of Gibson Grammar in lane 4. And a pretty substantial lead there with the local sculler from Cardinia International College, Ariel Vanderpoel, coached by Ian Bridgeland. Also rose at the Corio Bay Rowing Club. And she is certainly very comfortably out in front, is Ariel Vanderpoel, the sculler from Geelong, clear by several lengths over. Second place looks to be Gibson Grammar's Lucy Hodges over in lane 4 on the far side of the course. And you'd think they look likely to be our 2 qualifiers. Lily Dingle from Iona College, another Geelong-based sculler here, coached by Jan Keats and Roman Tomchak, is in lane 1. And also Corowa's Kiara Munro in lane 3, the remainder of the field. But Ariel Vanderpoel, who was third in this event at the state championships a couple of weeks ago, certainly one of the favoured scullers for this event. And she's showing why here out in front is the sculler from the Cardinia International College. Lucy Hodges from Gibson Grammar was 6th in that same state championship race. So 2 of the top 6 from the state's final here in this same repechage, and they are likely to be the 2 who will go through. Certainly you can pencil in the sculler from the Cardinia International College. Ariel Vanderpoel is very comfortably clear, has a quick check over his shoulder with a couple of strokes to go, and she will be across the finish line on the next stroke to take the win in the first repechage of the Year 10 Division 1 female school single scull, going the way of Ariel Vanderpoel from Cardinia International College, and Gibson Grammar will claim second place through Lucy Hodges on lane 4. She's still got a couple of strokes to go to complete the 1,000-metre course, but she will also qualify for the semi-finals in the Year 10 Division 1 female school single scull. So they'll race again this afternoon in those semis, and then through to the C final will go our remaining two scullers from Corowa. It is Kiara Munro on lane 3, and then Iona College from Geelong, Lily Dingle on the inside lane of the course. Another of the many Barwon Rowing Club scullers competing at this regatta. And racing here for Iona College is Lily Dingle, as she comes across too and will complete the race in 4th place. She'll race in the C final of the Year 10 Division 1 single scull. Now the second repechage is rapidly catching the first, and those 4 scullers, or in fact our leaders at least, already approaching the Harrison Bridge. The race being led by Lolita Watson of the Geelong Lutheran College, just ahead of Joe Somerville from Galen College in 2nd place. So the Catella from Geelong out in front here. This is Lolita Watson leading Joe Somerville. And those two pretty comfortably clear will be the two qualifiers through to the semis in the Year 10 Division 1 female school single scull. Behind them we have Billy Ballard of Christian College Geelong in lane 4 and Phoebe Houlihan from Genazzano in lane 1. Those two look set to go to the C final, but it will certainly be another of the Geelong scullers here who takes the win. Lolita Watson for the Geelong Lutheran College will finish in 1st place, about 4 lengths ahead of Joe Somerville from Galen College in 2nd place. So those two are through to this afternoon's semi-finals, and 3rd and 4th will be fought out between the remaining two scullers. Looks to be Billy Ballard, who will finish in 3rd place, and 4th will be Phoebe Houlihan. So on now to the repechage of the Year 10 Division 1 double scull, the first of 2 repechages required here again for spots in the A final, in fact, this time around. So the winner only through to the A final, and the Gibson Grammar combination well clear here. April Harrison and Tilly Fox, our race leaders for Gibson Grammar. Tight race for 2nd, Melbourne Girls College and Corowa, but they will both, it appears, go through to the B final. But the Gibson Grammar crew out in front, their supporters suddenly appear from everywhere to watch them home over the closing strokes of the race. And a strong win coming up to April Harrison and Tilly Fox of Gibson Grammar on lane 2, as they do come across the finish line now, win the first repechage of the Year 10 Division 1 female school double scull. Gibson Grammar in 1st place, tight for 2nd, but Corowa, it looks like, will get there. Alexandra Schumack and Katie Herbert, coached by Hilary Zhu, just holding off in a fairly tight finish. Grace McLaughlin and Olivia Johns from Melbourne Girls College, who will finish in 3rd. So Gibson Grammar are through to the A final of the Year 10 Division 1 female school double scull. Joining our heat winners from yesterday, the Scott School from Corowa winning heat 1 and Albert Park College winning heat 2. So that's 2 of our A finalists. Gibson Grammar become the 3rd. And the 4th about to be sorted out here, and it is the centre lane once again with Melbourne Girls College out in front. Hannah Dowling and Hazel Muxlow, the combination there for Melbourne Girls. Damascus and Furbank Grammar, the other 2 crews. Furbank not too far off the pace, probably a length or so behind our race leaders, so still a chance there for Melody Bowen and Chloe Gall if they can move quickly over the concluding strokes of this race, but certainly a little bit over a boat length to make up there for the Furbank crew. And you'd think that Melbourne Girls College in the centre lane have enough of a look back on Furbank to be able to hold on from here, but we'll wait and see as they row over the final 100 or so metres of the course. Certainly Furbank throwing everything at Melbourne Girls College, who will have to be careful of their steering in the late strokes of this race and might indeed make things interesting as they get very close to the line of boys heading right underneath their boat. In fact, it is Furbank making up ground on Melbourne Girls College. Still Melbourne Girls College just in front. They might just hang on from there, and they will indeed. Melbourne Girls College survive a bit of late drama and get home by 2/3 of a length over Furbank Grammar. A strong finish from Furbank, but not quite enough. Hannah Dowling and Hazel Muxlow take the win for Melbourne Girls College. They'll race in the A final. Second place, Furbank Grammar. Melody Bowen and Chloe Gall will progress to the B final of the Year 10 Division 1 double scull. And the Damascus College crew just a little bit off the course on lane 1. Need to just maintain their straight line here down towards the finish. Amelia Polkinghorn and Daphne Collins, who are coached by Georgia O'Leary, will be across soon in third position. The combination there from Damascus College. So they'll also race in the B final, along with the crew from Furbank Grammar and the second and third place getters in the previous repechage. But Melbourne Girls College and Gippsland Grammar, the two qualifiers from this morning's racing into the A final of the Year 10 Division 1 double scull. The Year 10 8s are on the course now in race 198, the first of two repechages in this event, a field of 3, and the race being led by about a length from the Geelong College crew in the centre of the course there in lane 2. Leading a good race between Carey and Lauriston for second and third, but one spot only through to the A final on offer here in this Year 10 Division 1-8. They raced 2 heats yesterday in this event. And those heats were won by Wesley College and Caulfield Grammar. So those two crews await in the A final. And the Geelong College looks set to join them at this stage. The crew of Emma Martin, M. Smith, Eliza Clancy, Ruby Jane Roberts, Stella Benson, Hannah Dunton, Mackenzie Pugh, Eva Chalmers and Audrey Jantz, coached by Pam Westendorf. They would have still that bit over a length lead. Carey Grammar looked to be doing the better of the two chasing crews on the inside or the northern side of the course. In the yellow colours there, Carey, Isabella Jago, Mateo Riley, Lily Moore, Francesca Anderson, Charlotte Gentillon, Emma Folletta, Ava Bohun, Julia Bowser and Jessica Diamond in that crew for Carey. Lauriston the far side, Annabelle Muller, Charlie Ward, Penelope Hurley, Bridget Dixon, Felicity Dixon, Chloe McNamara, Chloe Finster, Mim Bosky and Grace Wilkinson, coached by Liam Lovell. But the race for second remains pretty tight, but it's certainly the Geelong College who are out by still that same length or so lead they had at about the halfway mark of the race. So the Geelong College looks set to take the third spot in the A final of the Year 10 Division 1 Female School 8 as they come across the finish line now. The win goes to the crew from the Geelong College by about a length and a half in the end, ahead of Carey, who will hold off a strong finish from Lauriston, but Carey takes second and Lauriston third. Those two crews will race again in the B final of the Year 10 Division 1-8. And our remaining A and B finalists soon to be sorted out because they're into the final 500 metres of that race too. And Wrighton lane 2 lead Geelong Grammar lane 3. So the Wrighton crew well placed, although lead probably a bit less than a boat length now. Still some 350 or so metres left to race here, but Wrighton out in front on lane 2. Harriet Spiden, Marie Antonopoulos, Pepper White, Ruby Draper, Kennedy Lord, Millie Spiden, Constantina Kafasis, Ravinda Gunasekara and Olivia Michelini. And they are coached by Matt Wilson, Emily Montague and Leo Price, the Wrighton combination. Geelong Grammar continue to chase hard as they come inside the final 200 metres of the race. Millie Livingston, Lily James, Miranda Vorswick, Manon Perrine, Leonie Kasasi-Papton, Sadie Chun, Phoebe Jean Thompson, Olivia Miglioroni and Jemima Hines. The crew there for Geelong Grammar, but that's still remained about a 1-length deficit. They've got back up to the leading crew from Wrighton. And Wrighton now very much inside the final strokes of the race. So going away to take the win, you'd think, and secure their spot into the A final of the Year 10 Division 1 at Female School 8. The crew from Wrighton Girls, in the end, they'll have this by about a length and a half on the line. So it's Wrighton first and Geelong Grammar in second place in race 199, the second repechage of the Year 10 Division 1-8. Wrighton Girls go through in first spot to the A final. Geelong Grammar will race the B final alongside Carey and Lauriston from the previous repechage. And our A finalists are set. It'll be Wrighton Girls and Geelong College, the repechage winners, along with the two heat winners from yesterday, Wesley College and also Caulfield Grammar in the Year 10-8. Going to reminder our live streaming continuing right throughout Saturday and Sunday's racing here at the head of the Schoolgirls. You can access that through the husg.com.au website, and please be aware of that scam that was uncovered yesterday. There is no charge for access to the live streaming, and there is no need to input any personal details, so please ensure you follow the correct link to that stream. It is certainly live and free, and the easiest place to get that is through hosg.com.au. And getting some vision through now of this next race, which is race 200. So we've reached the double century early on the second morning of the 2023 head of the Schoolgirls Regatta, as we move on now to the Division 1 Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull, with a field of 4 repechages coming up in this particular event. Races 200 to 203, and the winner of each of these next 4 races will progress through to the semi-finals. This afternoon's semi-finals of the Year 10 Division 1 Cox Quad Scull, and certainly it's Furbank Grammar comfortably leading from Strathcona at this stage of proceedings, about 400 metres out from the finish line. So the Furbank crew on lane 2, Zoe Page, Sienna Thomas, Emily Grace, Poppy Dalton Morris and Anastasia Gansos, coached by Sophia Bendel. And Strathcona in lane 3, Sarah Stone, Olivia Tawney, Olivia Giles, Jessica Field and Emma Pitkinen, coached by Izzy Dodonka. In second place at this stage, the Strathcona crew look likely to qualify for the C final, and Furbank Grammar will move through to the semi-finals, which are on this afternoon's program. And I will remind you again to refer to that revised schedule of events for today, which was published on the Regatta website yesterday afternoon, late in the afternoon, just after the conclusion of racing. And that does detail the amended race times as for today's schedule, which has been consolidated into as short a time span as possible in an attempt to try and get through as many races before the heat may arrive later in the day. So please consult that program for the correct race times for the rest of the day, including the semi-finals of the Year 10 Division 1 Cox Quad Scull, which will include the crew from Furbank, who are going to record a comfortable win here in this first of 4 repechages of the event. They are clear by about 3 lengths, in fact, now. The Furbank crew ahead of Strathcona in second place, the 2 crews in this first repechage. So Furbank go through and take the win on lane 2 in race 200, and they will continue towards the semi-finals now of this Year 10 Division 1 event. Furbank Grammar in first place, Strathcona will finish in second, and they will therefore race in the C final of the Year 10 Division 1 Quad Scull. Here comes the second repechage now of the Year 10 Division 1 quad scull, MLCQ in lane 2 and Sacred Heart in lane 3, and a pretty similar picture to the previous race with the lane 2 crew leading by a couple of lengths. The MLCQ combination is Lucy Speed, Alessia Calcagno, Olivia White, Evelyn Ford and Maya Fordyce. And they do have probably 3 lengths, it would be now, on Sacred Heart from Geelong in second place. That is a crew of Millicent McCarthy, Poppy Haxby, Sophia Knight, Ricky McMaster and Ivy Renouf in the cock seat of that Sacred Heart crew. But at this stage it's MLCQ looking to claim the qualifying spot from this second of 4 repechages. The third repechage also looks to be underway, the 9:30 race on its way down the course. So this precision timing continues with races at 3-minute intervals right throughout today's program, and in fact right throughout this weekend's regatta. Which means at any stage there's likely to be at least 2 races on the 1,000-metre course. One's just beginning and the other one approaching its conclusion, which is certainly the case with this crew from MLCQ now. Still well clear of Sacred Heart, stretching at their lead to around about 4 lengths now, in fact it would appear. So a pretty strong wind coming up to the MLCQ combination over the crew from Sacred Heart. So the winner will go through to the semi-finals later on today. That'll be the crew from MLCQ, who will join the final 8 crews in those semis, and Sacred Heart will finish second, and for them it will be a trip to tomorrow's C final. So they will race in that event for positions from 9 to 12 in the Year 10 Division 1 Cox Quad Scull. So MLC first and Sacred Heart in second position. Next repechage is approaching, or through the halfway mark in fact now, of course, racing from the 1,000-metre start. So the pedestrian bridge around about halfway through the course, just past halfway in fact, about 450 metres to race from the bridge through to the finish line. And clear top 2 in this particular race being Shelford Girls Grammar lane 1 and Melbourne Girls College in lane 2, ahead of the crew from Toorak College in lane 3. So a good race still for that one qualifying spot here through to the semi-finals. Second will go to the C final, and third place to the D final. That looks to be the crew from Toorak College at this stage. But in front it is narrowly Melbourne Girls College. Gabrielle Simcox, Kate Amidas, Amber Papadopoulos, Lily Bartram and Acre Wright there in the boat in the centre of the course, and they would sit probably some half a length or so at best ahead of Shelford Girls Grammar in second place, Emily Sachinidis, Millie D, Ruby Lockhead, Jemima Pettigrew and Madison Isaacs. The combination there for Shelford, who are certainly giving a strong challenge to Melbourne Girls College over the closing strokes of this race. And then we go back to Toorak College in third place, Olivia Sasitsis, Layla Purcell, Claire Redfern, Jolie Castricum and Sophia Budis in the boat there for Toorak College. But Shelford continue to close here on Melbourne Girls College late in this race, and they've got their boat almost on terms with her now, with about probably 80 metres to go, a bit less than that in fact, as they power towards the line here, and both crews go for a large surge in the closing strokes. We'll see who can hold their form and increase their speed as they push across the line. Melbourne Girls College and Shelford Girls Grammar School almost locked together. Melbourne Girls College still have the boat narrowly in front. They hit the line. That's close. That's a photo as they hit the line in the third repechage of the Year 10 Division 1 Female School Cox Quad Scull. Melbourne Girls College or Shelford Girls Grammar. Third will go the way of Toorak College, who'll race in the D final. That's the closest finish of the day so far, but the technology doesn't lie, and it is lane 2, Melbourne Girls College, who have hung on for the win in the closing strokes of the third repechage of the Year 10 Division 1 Cox Quad Scull. Melbourne Girls College just, I reckon if the race had gone another stroke or two, Shelford may well have had their boat in front. But Melbourne Girls College win, they go through to the semis. And Brave Shelford just miss out, they'll race in the C final. And then Toorak College from lane 3 will race in the D final. That's a great close finish there in the third repechage. Race 203 continues here, very tight again. It looks like between Ballarat Clarendon and also Ballarat Grammar. The two crews from Ballarat Year 10 Division 1 to Cox Quad Scull. We've just seen a very tight photo finish. Still waiting on the official times to come through, but that was a very, very narrow margin of victory. It certainly was Melbourne Girls College, the first crew across the line there. But in this race, it looks to be Ballarat Clarendon just leading Ballarat Grammar. So Isabel McRoberts, Lucy Goodson, Georgia Miller, Charlotte Peel and Rose Burke, the lead crew for Ballarat Clarendon. Ballarat Grammar in second place, Harriet Haney, Addison Maxteed, Maggie Harris, Zoe Wright and Ella Marshall. And they lead that by about 2/3 of a length. So the two Ballarat schools battling out the lead. St Catherine's in third place over in lane 3. Sophie Farrer, Izzy Monaghan, Catherine Ross, Chamonix Stafford and Phoebe Locke, coached by Alexander Clark, but they'll be in third place, St Catherine's. It'll be Ballarat Clarendon who take the win here on lane 2. No need for a photo this time round, about half a length in fact between those two rivals from Lake Wendouree, but Ballarat Clarendon will get the win, and they are also through to the semi-finals. Ballarat Grammar second and St Catherine's in third place, so around about half a length that margin of victory. And just had confirmation of that margin from the previous race. For those keeping notes, it does not get much closer. Melbourne Girls College have beaten Shelford Girls Grammar by 0.01 of a second, 1/100th of a second between a semi-final spot and a C final there. So by far the closest finish of the regatta so far. But I've had the opportunity to view the photo finish from that race, and there is a clear margin between the two, but it does not get much closer than 1/100th of a second. So great finish there by both those schools. Well done to Melbourne Girls College and Shelford Girls Grammar, who just missed out. And Ballarat Clarendon winning repechage 4. Move through to the semis as well. Ballarat Grammar in second place into the C final. And St Catherine's will race in the D final. No rest between races here, as in fact there will not be right throughout today, because we do have a compressed program of 181 races. Timed at this stage to finish around 3:30 this afternoon. But this is race 204 that continues, and it's the first repechage of the Year 10 Division 2 School Coxed 8. So in the Year 10 Division 2 at Coxed 8, it's Wesley College out in front here, leading by well over a couple of lengths, in fact, between ahead of both Haileybury and Damascus, the next two crews. But first only we'll go through to the A final here. That is the crew from Wesley: Alessi Keneally, Zali Wheatley, Carter McGuinness, Holly Thomas, Tora Fagan, Zara Pinnan, Emily Burke, Miller Managazzo, and Zen Zhao. The cocks of that crew from Wesley. A good race for second. Coming up behind them too, Haileybury and Damascus, who will go through to the B final in both cases. But Wesley College will qualify for the A final in the Year 10 Division 2 School Cox 8. Wesley College come across and take out race 204, and they're about 3 lengths ahead of a very tight race here once again for second. Damascus on the far side, Haileybury on the inside. These two, not much between them, but probably Damascus just in front. They're out on lane 3 as they go across the finish line. It will be Damascus by a canvas, so lane 3 second, lane 1 in third place, but they'll both go to the B final. And Wesley College, the winners of the first repechage in the Year 10 Division 2 Cox 8. Had a message passed on about a car that's been parked with its boot open in one of the streets surrounding the regatta venue on the northern side. We think it may be on Yarra Street, but if you believe you've parked your car and left the boot open, I can tell you the registration is CGN 242, Charlie Golf November 242 is the registration. If that is your car, or you know whose car it is, parked on Yarra Street or nearby, you have left your boot open and may want to return to the vehicle and check on that. CGN 242 is the registration of that vehicle. Second repechage now of the Year 10 Division 2 Cox 8 after Wesley took out repechage 1. 2 Geelong schools side by side here in repechage 2. Geelong College lane 2, Geelong Grammar lane 3, and Caulfield Grammar the other crew in the race, lane 1 closest to the camera there, and a pretty good battle between these 3 crews as well. We've had a few close finishes in the last few minutes. We might about see another one again as the 3 crews continue into the final 400 metres of this race. Just one spot on offer into the final of the Year 10 Division 2 8. So second and third place will go to the B final. A race winner only through to the A final, and certainly very difficult to separate any of these 3 crews as they've come under the McIntyre Bridge. Now it might be the Geelong College ever so narrowly in front, but Geelong Grammar look to have the rating a point or 2 higher there on the far side of the course, and Caulfield Grammar on the northern bank as well, very much in this race. So 3 chances here right across the course. The Caulfield Grammar combination on lane 1. Geelong College there in the centre of the course, maybe ever so narrowly edging Geelong Grammar at this stage. And Caulfield Grammar look to be maybe a third or so of a length further back. So it still looks to be the Geelong College crew, but only just a little bit off course looks to go Caulfield Grammar in the late stages of this race. We'll need to correct that quickly to stay in contention here and avoid the line of boys on the side of the course. But it's 3 crews right across the course here. It's Geelong College just from Geelong Grammar and Caulfield Grammar. Less than 100 metres to go on the second repechage of the Year 10 Division 2 Female School Cox 8, and Geelong Grammar really winding up there on the far side of the course. It's a race in 2 now between the 2 Geelong schools, and it's Grammar leading College by the smallest of margins with a couple of strokes to go. But Geelong Grammar just a little bit too good late here, and they'll go across and take the win as they hit the line on the next stroke. Geelong Grammar win it by a third of a length from Geelong College in second place. And then Caulfield Grammar about a length or so further back in third. But a hard-fought win there to the lane 3 combination from Geelong Grammar as they go across and take the win. Willow Hines, Ida Phillip, Sassy Palmer, Sasha Laidlaw, Alice Hamilton, Lulu Poglasi, Imogen Metcalf, Sienna Ballew, and Winifred Heaven, the combination there from Geelong Grammar. They are through to the A final of the Year 10 Division 2 8, along with Wesley College, the winner of the previous repechage. And our 2 heat winners from yesterday, MLCQ and Carey Grammar, await in the A final. So Geelong Grammar had to work hard, but they've got there in the end, just edging out Geelong College and Caulfield Grammar in third place. Race 206, the first repechage of 4 in the Year 10 Division 2 Coxed Quad Scull. This is again one of these events with a big field of entries, so quarterfinals required as well. Each of the 4 repechage winners will go through to the quarterfinals. Shelford Girls Grammar Lane 1, Hamilton and Alexandra in Lane 2, our race leaders, and Melbourne Girls College Lane 3, the remaining crew in the race. But a good lead here to the Hamilton and Alexandra combination. Jemima Ross, Sue Rianne Kim, Sophie Merrin, Ava Mould and Charlotte Butcher. Coached by Paul Mould, the crew from Hamilton and Alexandra College in Western Victoria. Last year they were celebrating their sesquicentenary, so 150 years of education last year, so 151 years now for that school in the Western Districts of Victoria, and they're about to record a pretty strong win here in this first repechage, in fact, of the Year 10 Division 2 Coxed Quad Scull. A good lead to Hamilton and Alexandra over Melbourne Girls College. It would be in second place. That's Katie Brown, Lucinda Hanrahan, India Falcone, Ada Breach and Amelia Judd, the crew from Melbourne Girls. And then Shelford Girls Grammar in third, Freya Arndt, Rosemary Lay, Shani Martin, Charlotte Jones and Zoe Coughlin in that boat. But here comes the crew from Hamilton and Alexandra College, maintaining their timing right to the end of the race, and they'll come across and take the win in the first repechage of the Year 10 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. So they are through to the quarterfinals. We raced later on today, racing later on the program. Second place, Melbourne Girls College, who will go through, I think, to the D final. The progression a little unclear, in fact, in this race. And Shelford Girls Grammar finished third, will race in the E final. But no doubt about our winners in any case. Hamilton and Alexandra College take the win, and they remain in the hunt for an A final spot. They will race in the quarterfinals later on today, and then semi-finals tomorrow morning. So Hamilton and Alexandra College, the qualifier through from the first of 4 repechages in the Year 10 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. Again, a reminder, if you own or know the owner of a vehicle with registration at Charlie Golf November 242 that has been parked with its boot open in the vicinity of the northern bank of the regatta venue, somewhere we think in or near Yarra Street. So if that's your vehicle, CGN 242, you may want to return and check that boot is closed. Charge 2 of the Year 10 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull is again a field of 3 looking for one spot to go through to the quarterfinals of this event. PLC Melbourne Lane 1, Lowther Hall Lane 2, Fintona Lane 3, and this race has shades of that 8th repechage from a few races ago where the 3 crews were very hard to separate until the closing strokes of the race. It may just be Fintona in this one over on the far side of the course. Paranka De Silva, Jessica Leung, Molly McKenzie, Cecilia Hugh, and Shari Pieris there is the Fintona crew. And they certainly look to be the top place crew. Very tight then behind them for second place, PLC Melbourne and Lowther Hall. PLC Melbourne probably just there at this stage at second. Phoebe Geng, Tina Chow, Talia Vesey, Maya Van Bisu, and Claire Aikman. And right beside them is Lowther Hall, Nora Jiang, Dia Siegel, Leontine O'Brien, Lena Dalda and Lida White. The crew there from Lowther Hall, but they're racing PLC Melbourne for second, it would seem, because the Fintona crew is certainly extending their lead in the late strokes now of this race over on lane 3. Around about 40 metres to go. The crew from Fintona clear by over a length, getting increasingly close to second place, certainly behind them, but it is Fintona who'll go through to the quarterfinals of the Year 10 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull by almost 2 lengths, as our next 2 crews will be very close together. We may need the photo finish once again. It looked to be lane 2 narrowly, but we will wait on confirmation there between Lowther Hall and PLC. Looks like Lowther Hall will get the nod for second place in race 207 in a pretty tight finish. But Finton are the clear winners. Lowther Hall at this stage unofficially in second place, but they were certainly clear on the photo finish, and PLC Melbourne in third position it will be. So Lowther Hall and PLC Melbourne through to the minor finals. Finton will race in the quarterfinals of the Year 10 Division 2 Coxed Quad Scull. 3 more boats on their way here. Ballarat Grammar, Ballarat Clarendon and Sacred Heart in the third repechage of the Year 10 Division 2 Coxed Quad Scull, and they are at this stage across the course in that order. So the inside lane in front, the crew from Ballarat Grammar: Sophie Collins, Harriet Hodge, Fleur Follett, Arabella Knight and Hilary Sullivan, who have gone a bit of a margin back onto the crew from Ballarat Clarendon in second place. Ballarat Grammar still there ahead of Ballarat Clarendon. That lane 2 crew is Juliet Grove, Kitty Young, Penelope Lopez O'Donnell, Marley Uanjit and Olivia Gilbert, coached by John Novak. And then it would be Sacred Heart in third. Annika Baranski, Lucy King, Tilly McNamara, Evie Oma and Laura Ahern in third position. About a length between each of these 3 crews. So the order pretty much set now as they come inside the final 100 metres. And it will be Ballarat Grammar, it seems, to take out the win and the qualifying spot through to the quarterfinals of the Year 10 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. So it'll be Ballarat Grammar by just over a length from Ballarat Clarendon, and Sacred Heart from Geelong will finish in third place. But Ballarat Grammar through to the quarters of the Year 10 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. It's a friendly reminder that person on the southern bank standing right on the finish line, that you are obscuring the judge's view of the sign, so can you please move away from that area? Thank you. Possibly a little further than that. Thank you. Reminder also with some wind forecast for certainly today as well, to please ensure that all your tents and flags and any other equipment is appropriately weighted down. I know it looks fairly nice out there at the moment, but those who pay close attention to weather forecast will notice that there are various things suggested that might make conditions a bit complicated later in the day. But in preparation for that, please ensure that your tents and especially all the flags along the spectator banks are held down by weights. You know, they can't be staked into the ground, but they do need to be appropriately weighted. So please ensure that all your equipment is looked after. And of course, the same applies with boats and equipment in the boat park. Please ensure your boats are tied down. It may not be windy, particularly now, but it certainly could come without notice and is expected to a bit later in the day. Here comes the fourth and final repechage of the Year 10 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. Cardinia International College and Albert Park College, the 2 crews in this race. And once again, putting on a pretty good match race here, these 2 boats, as they are into the final quarter or so now of this 1,000-metre race. Cardinia, lane 2, Beth Lysett, Abby Forder, Chloe Dillon, Mia Parker and Alina Shand, coached by Andrew Logan. And Albert Park in lane 3, Rhea Sonigra, Beatrix Bradley, Jessica Marshall, Farrah Hall and Caitlin Truong, the crew there from Albert Park, who might just have the advantage, you'd think, at this point, with about 150 or so metres now to go to the Albert Park crew. Over in lane 3 on the southern side of the course, edging out Cardinia International College. First only will go through to the quarterfinal, and the second place crew will go through to the minor finals tomorrow. But it is certainly Albert Park College that's extending their lead in the closing stages now of this race. They are clear by a length and a half, possibly close to 2 lengths in fact, by the time they get to the finish line. So it will be a strong win to the crew from Albert Park College on lane 3. They are the last crew through to the quarterfinals of the Year 10 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull, and they do go across 2 lengths ahead of Cardinia International College. So it's Albert Park first and Cardinia second to complete the racing in the 4 repechages of the Year 10 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. Move on to the next division in Year 10. It is the Division 3 Year 10 quad scull. Again, 4 repechages required here. There's a big field of entries here, and it is a 3-boat race in repechage 1. Lowther Hall, Strathcona and Genazzano, the 3 crews, and it will be Genazzano who lead the field underneath the McIntyre Bridge. Genazzano from Strathcona alongside them. Certainly the clear top 2. So the Genazzano crew, Rebecca Crow, Madeline Stewart, Grace Kwok, Emma Whelan and Akira Little. They are coached by Jemima Dwyer. They have a lead of close to a length or so. It would be now on Strathcona in second. Maisie Permazel, Grace Beaton, Leah Kitchen, Alice Malloy and Sienna Perry, coached by Jack McGrath. And in third place, it would be Lowther Hall, Alara Kilcalslan, Olivia Stambulik, Grace White, Zoe Peck and Erica Creverton. The cocks of that crew about 2 lengths further back behind Strathcona, who are in second place. But first only we'll go through to the quarterfinals. Second place crew will race in the D final tomorrow, and the third place crew in the E final tomorrow. So at this stage, it's Genazzano who'll continue on with a chance for the medals here. Strathcona certainly not giving up the chase so late in this race, but they still sit the best part of a length behind our race leaders from Genazzano. They're going for a pretty strong push here in the closing strokes is the Strathcona crew. Genazzano, I think, are alert to the danger posed by the crew in the centre lane and have responded similarly to maintain still that even boat length lead on the crew from Strathcona. So it's Genazzano in front, Strathcona following them down the course, and Lowther Hall in third place will be the order as they approach the finish line now. But the crew from Genazzano will come across and take the win now by about a length and a third in the first of 4 repechages in the Year 10 Division 3 quad scull. So Genazzano moved through to the quarterfinals. Strathcona in second will race the D final, and Lowther Hall in third place will race in the E final of the Year 10 Division 3 quad scull. Race 211, the second repechage of the Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull, PLC Melbourne Lane 1, Melbourne Girls College Lane 2 and Wrighton Girls Lane 3. The 3 crews in this race, and it is the centre lane this time, the Melbourne Girls College combination, who are fairly comfortably out in front. Lulu McDonald, Jasmine Lilly, Martina Fan, Alice King and Wendy Haythornthwaite. Leading comfortably through by a couple of lengths are that crew from Melbourne Girls College, being chased by both Wrighton and PLC Melbourne. The Wrighton crew, Millie Robinson, Amy Zheng, Eva Zhao, Mia Sinnott and Lucy Svingler, coached by Zara Mason. And PLC, Christy Zhao, Olivia Zhao, Nili Subramanian, Charlie Lowe and Grace Chen. And those two crews pretty close in the race for second and third, certainly. Second place will qualify for the D final and third place the E final, but certainly well out in front. It is the Melbourne Girls College combination who will continue on their journey towards the quarterfinals to be held later on today, and of course semi-finals and finals to follow tomorrow for these Year 10 Division 3 at Cox Quad Sculls. So a big win coming up here to the crew from Melbourne Girls College on lane 2. They will be across shortly and confirm their place in the quarters along with Genazzano, who won the previous race. So Melbourne Girls College take the win here in the second repechage of the Year 10 Division 3 quad, and Wrighton will win the battle for second place. They'll qualify for the D final, and then PLC Melbourne through to the E final of the Year 10 Division 3 quad scull. 2 repechages remain in the Year 10 Division 3 event. To repeat again, repeat of that reminder to ensure your tents and particularly your flags are appropriately secured in preparation for a bit of wind that we do expect to come through later in the day. So please ensure there are enough substantial weights on those flags to hold them in place in the event of some unexpected gusts of wind. And again, a reminder to consult the amended race schedule for today, available via the regatta website. The compressed regatta schedule with the lunch break and a couple of breaks of racing removed, and there has been some changes to the order of events later on in today's program between the quarter and semi-finals. So those crews involved in those races are advised to check carefully in case the race times today are not as you expected them to be yesterday afternoon. But I believe all competing schools were made aware of those changes late yesterday when that new document was produced. So please continue to check the regatta website and listen carefully for any changes to that advertised schedule. But at this stage, we've had a good opening couple of hours of the program with little wind to speak of and still relatively cool conditions. So it may well be that the forecast extremes are still a fair way away. But we're racing in the third repechage of the Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. Ballarat Clarendon lane 1, Albert Park College lane 2, and Lauriston Girls in lane 3 are the 3 crews. And it does look that the crew in the centre lane there has just dropped back a little. That's the Albert Park combination. So either side of them, the race lead is with Ballarat, Clarendon, and also Lauriston Girls, the 2 crews fighting out for the 1 qualifying spot. Lauriston lane 3, Isabel Coventry, Lucia Turnbull, Charlotte Tadgell, Eleanor Ryan, and Morgan Herbert, coached by Alexander Hutchinson. And then in lane 1, Ballarat Clarendon, Bridget Wise, Rafferty Dennis, Shanae Postlewaite, Hannah McRoberts, and Bella Nolan, coached by Lauren Murphy. And between those two sits the crew from Albert Park College, who would be in third place: Olivia Harvey, Angelica Wolf, Alexandra Caparimo, Ruby Miller, and Georgia Arnott in that boat there for Albert Park. But it's the crews on opposite sides of the course going for the win here. Ballarat, Clarendon, and Lauriston Girls. Those watching on the live stream will see we're also underway in the next race, so some great split screen vision happening here as well. Racing in race 213 as race 212 nears its conclusion, but still a tight finish between these 2 crews out in front. Ballarat Clarendon College on lane 1 and Lauriston Girls across in lane 3, and there's not too much between these 2 crews either now as they come inside the final 100 metres. The lead narrowly is with the crew in red from Ballarat Clarendon on the northern side of the course. Lauriston Girls on the south bank are trying to close late in this race, and they'll get very close, I would think, in the final strokes here. It's still Ballarat Clarendon, but only just as Lauriston continue to push them all the way to the line. Lauriston and Ballarat Clarendon stroke for stroke with a couple to go. Only one can go through to the quarterfinals. Ballarat Clarendon will get there under a canvas, but Ballarat Clarendon just do enough in the closing strokes to go across and claim the quarterfinal spot just ahead of Lauriston Girls, who threw everything at them in the closing strokes of that race, but will just miss out and instead qualify for the D final. Third will go to Albert Park College, who will qualify for the E final, but it was Ballarat Clarendon there, the winners of race 212, the third repechage of 4 in the Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. Race 213 is the fourth and final repechage of the Year 10 Division 3 Quad Scull, and they are through the halfway mark of this race now, and it is the crew out in front in the centre lane. In fact, that's the crew on screen is Schoolgirls Regatta, who are sitting in third place, but the race lead is with Sacred Heart, the local crew from Geelong. Has been a crew change too in this Sacred Heart boat. It's now made up of Lily Corp, Charlotte Shooten, Innes Douglas, Molly Graham and Eve Daly, the Sacred Heart combination on lane 2. Who are very much in contention here, along with Footscray High School in lane 1. Ava Breen, Eva de Villiers, Zoe Brown, Indiana Beatty and Asta White, coached by Jonathan Sargent. A new addition to the Schoolgirls rowing program, Footscray High School. But they're contending well here for a spot through into the quarters of the Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull, alongside the Sacred Heart crew from Geelong. Those two certainly well clear of Schoolgirls Regatta in third place. Jessica Novak, Manal Tariq Abasi, Lauren Fletcher, Savina Comedes and Beatrix Sigley, the crew there for Shelford. But it's a race in two for the quarterfinal spot. Very close in the previous repechage between Ballarat, Clarendon and Lauriston. This time again, it's a crew in red in the form of Footscray High School who are pushing Sacred Heart down towards the finish line here as they are about to come inside the final 100 metres of the race. We might need the photo finish once again here, but Sacred Heart do have just a bit of a lead here still over Footscray High School, who are chasing hard down the inside lane of the course. But the crew from Sacred Heart just looks a little bit too strong here in the closing strokes now of this race. They are clear by almost a length. In fact, just over a length it will be as they push towards the finish line. So we'll go down in the end as a comfortable win to Sacred Heart, pulling away late in the race, and they'll win it by a length and a half. So a strong finish certainly for the crew from Sacred Heart. They're across in first place in the middle lane there in this fourth repechage. Second goes to the crew from Footscray High School, who will qualify for the D final. Third place and to the E final goes the crew from Schoolgirls Grammar School. But it's Sacred Heart who win repechage 4 and are through to this afternoon's quarterfinals of the Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. We are underway in racing in the next event, the first of two repechages in the Year 10 Division 4 Cox Quad Scull. Great vision there coming through from the start line. Our four crews are on their way in wonderful race conditions here at Geelong today. I'm going to step outside and enjoy said wonderful conditions and leave you in the very capable hands of Lynn Charge.
Thank you very much, Richard. It's been an exciting morning. I've seen some really great finishes this morning, and your commentary has certainly added to the excitement. So thank you very much, Richard, for your contribution today. And you'll be back soon and to do some more commenting. Now, what have we got on screen? Race 214, which is the Year 10 Division 4 Cox Quad Scull. So, first of two repechages, as Richard said, and it is the first two to go through to the semi-final, and the other two will go through to the C final. So we've got two of these repechages. This will fill out the crews for the semi-final. We've got lane 1 Ballarat Grammar, lane 2 St Catherine's, lane 3 Ryton, and lane 4 Loretto Toorak. And as I look down the course now and onto the screen, it looks like it might just be Loretto Toorak just ahead now, but the Ryton girls are really catching up, and as you can see on the screen, St Catherine's have made a bit of a push there as well. But it is, at the moment, Loretto Toorak with Chloe Watson, Mia Rick, Sally Bond, Maggie Betts and Amma Coulthard. In the Ryton boat, there's Srathina Navala, Caitlin Furlong, Emma Trace, Isla Cody, Penelope Victor, and the coach is Alicia Mazziero. But it is now the St Catherine's crew which has actually moved up and going forward now with Ella Derbyshire, Sasha Bindley, Zara Hoban, Amelia Arnold, Alison Prendergast, coached by Georgia Deacon. And they've really put on a turn of speed now. In lane 1, Ballarat Grammar, Sky Headlam, Olivia Mess, Chloe Headlam, Heidi Torrance and Charlotte McIlliver. but it is now the St Catherine's crew in lane 2, but they're being edged out now by Loreto Turak in lane 4. Loreto Turak and St Catherine's really making a race of this, and Wrighton Girls in the centre of that sandwich not to be outdone. So there's some really good racing here in this first repechage of the Year 10 Division 4. But Wrighton Girls just moving up now a little bit, and St Catherine's in lane 2 doing a great job there. Sacred Loreto Turak in lane 4 giving them a challenge, but no, St Catherine's there. They're about a boat length ahead now, and the other three, Loreto Turak, Wrighton and Ballarat Grammar, all in a line. It is the first two to go through to the semi-final, so this last 100 metres is really important. It looks like St Catherine's is clearly in, but Wrighton really putting on a turn of speed. Loreto Turak moving up on them now, not to be outdone. Ballarat Grammar are really moving up as well, but it is St Catherine's in the closing stages, about a boat length ahead. I think they'll be going through to the semi-final, but it's anybody now. It could be Wrighton, it could be Loreto Turak going into the semi-final with them, and this is going to be a photo finish. Going to be very close there, but it is St Catherine's through, and then it is Wrighton through. Ballarat Grammar and Loreto Turak will be going into the C final. Great racing there from all those crews. Really good racing there in the first repechage. The second repechage is down the course now. There, and that's Lauriston Girls, Strathcona, Furbank Grammar and Ballarat Clarendon. I've been researching why it's called the Harrison Bridge, and the Harrison Bridge was named after one of the founders of Geelong, who helped the freezing industry in Geelong. So that's where the Harrison Bridge names comes from, a pioneer of Geelong. Down the course, we've got Lauriston, Strathcona, Furbank and Ballarat. And good vision there, and it looks like it is Furbank just in the lead now over Ballarat Clarendon, a little way back Strathcona and Lauriston Girls. Furbank Grammar with Chloe Stokes, Rebecca Moshidis, Charlie Portash, Holly Carney, Georgia Patterson and coached by Sienna Scott. Little way in the lead now over Ballarat Clarendon of Jujing Lee, Charlie Zavaris, Katrina Pryor, Ashley Lewis and Isabel Cannon. In the Strathcona boat, which is making a move now, Harriet Aitchison, Christina Zhang, Millie Beaton, Bella Downer and Gigi Giles. Looking down though, Strathcona now really challenging Furbank. In lane 1, Lauriston Girls with the work to do, Lucy Hunt, Chloe Green, Amelia Rattigan, Rosie Rush and Tilly Skaith, coached by Ruby Lewis. But it is Furbank Grammar. They're coming on well, and Strathcona catching up to them. A little way back is the Lauriston Girls. Ballarat Clarendon have got the work to do. It is the first two into the semi-final. They'll be joining St Catherine's and Wrighton, and the next two into the C final. Now Strathcona making a move on Furbank. Ballarat Clarendon having a few steering issues back there. They're getting back on course now. Furbank doing a terrific job there, really holding their form. Strathcona challenging them now for the lead, not to get complacent. Lauriston making a move now. It is the first two. So Lauriston and Strathcona now really going to be pushing forward. Lauriston to catch up to Strathcona. Ballarat Clarendon will be going into the C final. Furbank definitely, unless who knows what can happen until you cross the finish line and hear the beep. It's never really finished, but Furbank doing a great job there. Strathcona moving up on them. Lauriston with the work to do, as does Ballarat Clarendon. But Strathcona there, Furbank, very nice rowing from these girls in the Year 10 Division 4 Coxed Quad Scull, second repechage. Lauriston now making a move on Strathcona. They're really pushing forward now. The Coxes, I can hear them really revving up their crews. Come on, we can make it. We've got to get into that semi-final to give us a chance at the final. But Furbank coming up to the line now, 10 metres to go. Very neat and controlled rowing. They've been in control the whole way of the race. That Furbank crew going through into the semi-final with Strathcona. They will be in the semi-final. Lauriston didn't quite make it, but they will be in the C final, as will Ballarat Clarendon. So that rounds out the Year 10 Division 4 second repechage. Furbank, Strathcona, Ryton and St Catherine's going through to the semi-final, and Ballarat Clarendon joining Lauriston, Loreto Toorak and Ballarat Grammar in the C final. And race 216 is underway now. Race 216 is there are 3 repechage, I believe, no, 4. 4 repechage in the Year 10 Division 5. So we've got in this crew coming down, Lauriston Girls, Geelong Grammar and Furbank Grammar. So the first into the semi-final, the second into the C final and the third into the D final. So Furbank Grammar in lane 3 now leading the way over Geelong Grammar and Lauriston Girls. We've got there the Ballarat Grammar and the Melbourne Girls, and it looks like Ballarat Clarendon just making a move. So Furbank Grammar in lane 3 with Zoe Connolly, Annabelle Hartenstein, Kara Sharp, Anus Dimitrimelonia, Angela Wang now in the lead over Geelong Grammar, Paige Beckett, Ruby Vidotto, Charlotte Bate, Fiona Gillies and Lily Power. First through to the semi-final, second to the C and third to the D. And Lauriston Girls with Mia Stubb, Pascal Mogford, Florence Wilson, Lucy O'Brien and Julia Conhedy really making a move now on the Furbank crew. So Furbank still in the lead, Lauriston moving up on them, Geelong Grammar just dropping back a little bit. So it's Furbank and Lauriston looking for that place in the semi-final. So 4 repechage, the first of each going through to the semi-final, which will be held, I think, on the Sunday morning. But Furbank really doing well as they come under the James Harrison Bridge now, doing a great job there. These are the Division 5 girls. Some depth of rowing in the Furbank rowing program there. Geelong Grammar, little work to do, and Lauriston really moving up. But Furbank, firm control on this race. Lauriston Girls doing a great job. Now Geelong Grammar really pushing on the speed. They're really moving up to see if they can get into the C final. It'll be the D final, but Furbank just across the line, coming now, 10 metres to go, winning their place into the semi-final, and it's going to be the Lauriston Girls will go into the C final and Geelong Grammar into the D final. Furbank doing a great job there, rowing very neatly, very smoothly, and Lauriston just having a little issues. Very hard sometimes to tell when you hear the beep whether it's for your boat or someone else's boat. So they had to keep rowing there, but they did make it into the C final and Geelong Grammar into the D final. And that was the first repechage. Second repechage now, just coming under the Walker Bridge. So this is the first to the semi-final, second to the C, third to the D. Ballarat Clarendon in the centre, Melbourne Girls Grammar with a lead there over Carey Grammar. So Melbourne Girls Grammar there, Hayley Dunwoody, Cecilia Michael, Celeste Malikamaka, Camilla Wong Hansen and Miranda Page, having a very good fight there with Carey Grammar of Lily Bright, Audrey Lay, Stephanie Lewis, Hayley Clark and Genevieve Walters. But Melbourne Girls Grammar now about a length ahead of Carey, Ballarat Clarendon, just a little way back now, Ballarat Clarendon, Sandra Lau, Jonquil Quirum, Catherine Huang, Annabelle Cheeseman and Sarah Moisey. It is Melbourne Girls Grammar just ahead of Carey. Okay, and now we've got Melbourne Girls Grammar coming into the last 100 metres. It is the first to the semi-final, and it does look like Melbourne Grammar with a 3-boat length lead over Carey. Carey into the C final, Ballarat Clarendon coming up at the end of this crew race, but it is Melbourne Girls going first into the semi-final, Carey into the C final, and Ballarat Clarendon into the D final. And as Ballarat Clarendon round out race 217, we can look down the course and see repechage 3 with Geelong Grammar, Loreto Ballarat and Geelong College. A pink coin purse has been handed into the Regatta Secretary's office. If that's yours, you can identify it and come and collect it. For this afternoon's program, instead of starting at 1:30, it will start at 12. So these following schools: Caulfield Grammar, Ballarat Grammar, Albert Park College, Ballarat High, MLC, Ballarat Clarendon, Corowa, Cardinia, Wesley, Geelong College, Furbank, Hamilton Alexander. The time for your volunteers to come to the judges' box is now 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock for the second session for volunteers from the schools. But race 218 is coming down the course now. Loreto Ballarat. Loreto Ballarat in lane 3 with Chelsea Templar, Abigail Cartledge, Eden Templar, Maddie Keane and Ambrose Korosek clearly in the lead going into the semi-final, and into the C-final would be Geelong Grammar with Maud Blowman, Evie Lane, Abby Rose McKay, Alice Bowler and Leela Temper. But as we look at the finishing 9 now, it is Loreto Ballarat going through into the semi-final. Well done to them. Geelong Grammar about to cross the line, and Geelong College with Natalia Georgia Shizaz, Amy Sadler, Charlotte Hayden, Hannah Brown and Katie Wood will be in the D final. But there goes Geelong Grammar into the C final and Geelong College into the D final. So that's the third repechage of this Year 10 Division 5 Coxed Quad Scull. And the fourth repechage, St Catherine's, Strathcona, Caulfield Grammar. And St Catherine's just on the screen there. It is Caulfield Grammar doing a great job there. That's Livia Salisbury, Lily Stainer, Olivia Connolly, Natalie Byrne and Audrey Elise. They are in lane 3, just a little way beside the Strathcona crew of Labrina Olarius, Hayley Bullen, Chloe Snaden, Zara Ralph and Poppy Aitchison. But the leader is St Catherine's with Sophie Simi, Matilda Talbot Gibson, Stella Kirikadakis, Emily Cameron and Charlotte Leeton Watts. St Catherine's have a very nice lead over Strathcona and Caulfield Grammar in this last repechage, the 4th repechage of the Year 10 Division 5 Coxed Quad Scull.
It wasn't when I was there. It is now. Yeah, it is now.
St Catherine's coming under the James Harrison Bridge now, very much in control of this 4th repechage, race 219. On a very full program today. We have condensed the program, so please look at the updated program on the website, Head of Schoolgirls, and on the Rome Victoria website. But St Catherine's now about to cross the finishing line. Sophie, Matilda, Stella, Emily and Charlotte very nicely into the semi-final, and Strathcona coming up now. Labrina, Hayley, Chloe, Zari and Poppy into the C final, and Caulfield Grammar, Livia, Lily, Olivia, Natalie and Audrey into the D final. And that rounds out the 4 repechage for the Coxed Quad Scull Year 10 Division 5, going into the semi-final. Furbank, Melbourne Girls Grammar, Loreto Ballarat and St Catherine's. And in race 220, this is Division 6 Year 10. Just 2 boats in this race. The first to the semi-final and semi-final 1-2 and the rest to semi-final 3-4. St Catherine's is in lane 2 in the lead now, just over Geelong Grammar. St Catherine's with Jennifer Evans, Samantha Hine, Imogen Norton-Jones, Saskia Coleman and Ella Ingram, coached by Ali Hall. About a boat length and a half over Geelong Grammar, Amini Hope, Emily Whitehead, Lucy De Steger, Charlotte Lampson and Pia Cowan. So St Catherine's going through there, and Geelong Grammar just has a little work to do. They're about 2 boat lengths behind, but St Catherine's has a very tight control on this race. They've led from the start. It is the Division 6 Year 10 race 220. St Catherine's coming through into the semi-final 1-2 and Geelong Grammar into semi-final 3-4. Well done to St Catherine's and to Geelong Grammar. And the second repechage coming down the course now. 4 repechage in Division 6 Year 10. Furbank Grammar in the lead there. Tali Brendendorf, Elise Tiver, Peppy Vaughan, Sophie Negri and Lexi Williams. Furbank Grammar nicely in the lead there in the second repechage. First to semi-final 1-2, the rest to semi-final 3-4. Melbourne Grammar Girls College. Melbourne Girls College on the far side. Lucinda Crabtree, Giselle Bagaji, Amelia Burke, Minty Corrigan and Tabby Blinko. They look to be going through into the second semi-final. And on the near side, Toorak College, Tilly Waters, Belle Schwartz, Emma Saunders, Audrey Weiss and Vivian Liu. But on the screen you can see there the Furbank Grammar crew, very controlled, their cocks there urging them forward. girls doing some very nice blade work, some lovely matching ribbons. Good work there for the Furbank Grammar girls in the last closing stages of this race, holding it together. Even though they have got a great lead, they're just really pushing forward, pushing across that line very strongly. And Melbourne Girls College will be going into the second semi-final. They've done a great job there. Again, their cocks, they're urging them on, and Toorak have made up some pace, and they will be joining Melbourne Girls College in the other semi-final. Some very good racing there from all of these crews in the Year 10 Division 6. That was race 221, and on the screen now you can see race 222. That's the Division 6. This is the third repechage, and on the screen you can see Loretto Toorak and Strathcona.
Switching between camera 1 and 2. Not even me, just camera 1 and 2.
Loretto Toorak, Eleanor Seskus, Peyton Wu, Tia Ball, Zimian Duffy and Claire Hogan in the lead. Over Strathcona, Ava Armstrong, Lauren Osborne, Bree Tan, Zoe Chen and Ivy Voshett. A reminder that if your school is scheduled to provide a volunteer for the afternoon session, the afternoon session is now starting at 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock, the volunteers need to be at the Judges Tower. And I've seen the wind pick up, the flags are really blowing around now. Make sure everything is very secure, and please tie your boats down. So coming across the line now, Strathcona, they will be going into the first semi-final, and, sorry, Loretto Toorak, I beg your pardon, Loretto Toorak, they are going into the first semi-final, and Strathcona into the second.
Pretty good job. $3 an hour.
Why do they need people for tonight? Is it just
And tomorrow.
yeah, but like just this event? Or
Yeah.
They normally do this type of stuff?
I think they get hired by like council or event people. Because I don't know who it is, but you know the Christmas tree and stuff.
Yeah, total event.
Yeah, I think these guys do that.
Hype to me, it's like the screen. Yes, they're ready to make it.
And the fourth repechage coming under the James Harrison Bridge, Carey Grammar and Geelong Grammar. Carey Grammar, Gracie Simpson, Zoe Dermatitis, Maya Tate, Hayley McKee, Summer Needham, coached by Ines McKay, going into the first semi-final, and Geelong Grammar with Fiona Gillies, Daisy Hodgson, Lucy McAllister, Sophie Clark and Ella Corrier into the second semi-final. But Carey Grammar doing a great job there, and they will be joining Loretto Toorak, Furbank Grammar and St Catherine's in semi-final 1-2, and Geelong will be joining Strathcona, Melbourne Girls College, Toorak College, Geelong College in the second semi-final. Well done to those girls. We move on now to 4 repechage for Year 10 Division 7. amazing that these Year 10 girls, and we've got enough for 7 and 8 divisions of these coxed quad sculls. Terrific depth of female rowing. MLCQ in race 224 with Geelong Grammar. You can see there on the screen, MLCQ just now ahead of Geelong Grammar. The crew's having a bit of a look across. Cox is seeing where their position is. First to the semi-final, second to the C final, and if there were 3 in the race, the third would be to the D final. But MLCQ with Elizabeth Toohey, Isabel Hay, Daisy Wheeler, Zoe Howarth and Scarlett Herbert. Now a boat length and a half ahead of Geelong Grammar of Lucilia Atkinson, Clementine Toon, Ayla's Naines, Emily Dack and Maddie Kosh. But MLC firm control on this race in the closing stages. First to the semi-final, second to the C final. The MLC girls should be very happy with that row. They've done a terrific job coming down the course, and it's only about a boat length and a half to the Geelong Grammar crew, but trying hard, and they will go through into the C final. At the head of Schoolgirls Regatta today and tomorrow, we have Rowing Australia's head coach, John Keogh, and Rowing Australia's pathway coordinator, John Bowes. So they are down in the food court area. So go up and say hello to them. Pathways, if you're interested in continuing your rowing career when you finish school, talk to these pathway coordinators, John Keogh and John Bowes. They're down there, and Delwyn from Rowing Victoria is with them. They'll be around to answer any questions you may have about how to extend your rowing career. You've done some terrific rowing to get this far into your school career, and now there's club and pathways careers for you. Melbourne Girls Grammar and Melbourne Girls College fighting it out in the second repechage of Year 10 Division 7. Melbourne Girls Grammar about 3 boat lengths now ahead of Melbourne Girls College. First to the semi-final, second to the C final. Melbourne Girls Grammar, Scarlett Silverwood, Winnie Mastoris, Scarlett Wilson, Millie Symes and Olivia Paprath go across the line first and in second. Now girls, sit up in your boat, sit up in the boat unless you are in distress, sit up. Crossing the line, Melbourne Girls College, Miller O'Callaghan, Lola Dunn, Eloise Boyd, Macy Durham and Willa Bassett. They will be going into the C final. It is very bad form, rowers, to lie down in the boat. It is a sign of distress, and it will set in place a rescue. Unless you are really in desperate need of rescuing, do not lie down in your boat. And in repechage 3 of the Year 10 Division 7, we've got Geelong Grammar, Loretto Turak and Lauriston Girls. And as you look on your screen, you can see there that the Loretto Turak girls of Sophie Thatcher, Mia Fitzgerald, Mabel Fowler, Sophie Hannon and Alessandra O'Dana are in the lead now, but Geelong Grammar on the near side, Annabelle Crump, Charlotte Thompson, Olive Satchel and Daisy Brown and Charlotte Cox are really catching up on them. This could really turn into a battle to see who goes into the first semi-final and who goes into the C final. Lauriston Girls with Chloe Robinson, Annabelle Zeeth, Zoe Knight, Chloe Kemp and Jade Swart just a little way back. But Geelong Grammar now making a move on Loretto Turak, first to go through to the semi-final. This is going to really push them now. The wind has come up. Can the Coxes keep them straight on course as they push towards the line with less than 100 metres to go? Loretto Turak is still in front. Geelong Grammar really making a move on them now. I think they're going to row out, but we're going to run out of river for them. But the Loretto Turak crew just just losing a little bit of their lead there. Geelong Grammar really pushing up. They've made up a lot of space, but they're not going to make it. It is the Loreto Turak crew just ahead of the Geelong Grammar crew, who did a terrific fight back there. Left it just a little late, ran out of water, and the Lauriston girls into the D final. Geelong Grammar into the C final, and Loreto Turak into the semi-final. The next race will be repechage 4. They're still getting themselves organised up there. Head of Schoolgirls, a terrific organisation that gives each of the girls at least 2 rows, so nobody gets eliminated. The first Head of Schoolgirls Regatta was hosted by MLC and held in Ballarat, and there were only 7 events, and it's now grown into the largest single-sex regatta. Definitely Victoria, probably Australia, and I'm going to stand corrected here if it's the world. If somebody has other information, please come and let me know. But a terrific initiative here where all the girls get to row, very inclusive, nobody gets eliminated, and it's a terrific opportunity for the schools and the rowers to get together and mingle, and a terrific 3-day event. Started off as a 1-day event and it just keeps growing. Well done to the Head of Schoolgirls Committee for organising such a great regatta. Alison Crowe is the president, Jane Mitchell the vice president, Bridget Carlisle the secretary, Joe Moran treasurer, and the executive officer Marty Francis. And our committee members, Lucy Lawson, Tim Dolphin, Nick Wells, Jack Steele, Michael Cornwell, Steve Mollard and Rob Manning. The committee do a lot of work during the year in conjunction with the event manager Adam Harrison to put on this terrific event. Every year there's improvements and changes. The viewing platform on the south side, what a terrific initiative that is, and the crowds are really enjoying that. Keeping the pedestrians out of the bike area. I can see 2 pedestrians that have escaped. Lady in white trousers and a man in a grey shirt. You've escaped into the bike area. Thank you for the wave. I'm glad you can hear me over there. So we're trying to keep that area clear of pedestrians. Yesterday, a pedestrian did get hit by a bike and ended up in surgery, which is why we have separated these bikes and pedestrians, putting the viewing platform there to encourage people to really enjoy it. And you can get your commemorative 2023 Head of Schoolgirls program from the Regatta shop or the Vintage van. They are limited editions. We didn't print very many of them. So if you're going to get one, they're $10 from Vintage Coffee Van or from the Regatta shop. In there, you'll see where you can find the results at m.vic.rowingmanager.com. The live updates are there, and that will tell you what time your daughter will be racing. So go and get your program, and it's a lovely thing for you and your family to keep to see exactly what's been going on and how Head of Schoolgirls has grown from a very small regatta to this magnificent event held on the Barwon River. And thank you to Geelong Council and Corangamite for the support that they give to us at this time. In the program as well, on page 11, you will find out the progressions. So if you're wondering how we work out who goes into the repechage, how many repechage, what are the semi-finals, who goes into the finals, it's all on page 11 of your program. And it's worth reading so that you can understand when I say first to the semi-final, second to the C-final, it's all written out there. Remember to hydrate well. It's going to be a hot day. Water may not be enough. You may need some electrolyte replacement. And since I'm not on the ABC, I can say hydrolyte. So you can hydrate well. Remember to protect yourself from the sun, whether it is a hat or sunscreen. And take care with the wind. Coaches, make sure that the boats are tied down. The fastest way to find out if you've given incorrect information is to say it, and someone will always correct you. And I've had a correction from a lady that I can see down there. She tells me that the first head of schoolgirls was at Geelong, but the program tells me that it was at Ballarat. So we've got a bit of a conflict there, so we'll just have to check that out. The last year of schoolgirl participation in APS Head of the River was in 1984. So very interesting to see that there's different recollections, and I will get some correction, I'm sure, from the committee and find out exactly what is correct. And we have had a start in repechage 4 of race 227. This is Year 10 Division 7. Geelong Grammar, Loreto Turak and Genazzano. And Loreto Turak and Genazzano there looking to find their place in the semi-final. Both of those boats going neck and neck, and in the Genazzano boat, Elisa Vignoli, Kayla Collier, Sabina DaCosta, Stacia Horrigan and Isabella Schwartz, now just with their nose in front of Loreto Turak, and I probably should say bow, in front of Loreto Turak, Joanna Bogatare, Alana Hunter, Stella Venus, Lucy Van Gleit and Sasha Cullen. And in the Geelong Grammar boat, with the work to do, Edwina Gorell, Jemima Healy, Jez Johnson, Tara Walsh and Ned Middleton. But now Genazzano has pulled away now from Loreto Turak. Loreto Turak doing a great job, but it is Genazzano now, a length and a half in front of Loreto Turak. Geelong Grammar, few little steering issues there. They're getting back on track now. Genazzano in the Year 10 Division 7 looks like they will go through the first through to the semi-final, the second through to the C-final and the third through to the D-final. But Genazzano holding it together very nicely there. getting their strokes long and strong, clean in the water. Bit of steering issue with one of the boys, but that's not going to stop them going through into the semi-final. Genazzano first into the semi-final. Loretto Turak into the C final, and coming up with it looks like a bit of an equipment problem that the Geelong Grammar boat has had. Sadly, their stroke girl unable to row. They will be going into the D final. She's back there now. Just a little bit of problems there. Great job from all of these girls, and they do get another chance. Can be quite heartbreaking when you catch a crab and you're not rowing at your best. It can be very sad. But there are the 4 repechage of the Year 10 Division 7, and going into the semi-final will be MLCQ, Melbourne Girls Grammar, Loretto Turak and Genazzano. The wind is picking up, and I believe that's having some problems getting the boats in a nice line to start. So good luck, and thank you to all our boat race officials. Dave Grubitz, head of the jury there. Justin Schumack and Renee Klupax on the start team. They will be really fighting this wind to get the fair and even start for the cruise. Brooke Parsons, Glenn Bottrell and Pollyanna Harvey are also in the start team at the 1,000 metres, and they're going to be there. Alistair Shaw, Tony Lawless, Ashley Dillon, Ross Litchfield and Ian Farron is not here today. But all of our boat race officials, they are volunteers, and if you ever think that the racing is not fair or things aren't going well, we're looking for volunteers all the time to find out exactly what goes into putting together an event like this, making sure that there is fair and safe rowing for all competitors. So before you criticise the boat race officials, ask yourself, would you put on the shirt? Would you get out there and do the job? So give them the kudos that they deserve. On the course now, we've got the Year 9 Division 1 single sculls. On my program, we've got Gippsland Grammar, Footscray High, Genazzano and Fintona. It looks like Footscray High may not have started, but on the far side, Fintona, Ivanka Zhao, just in the lead there over the Genazzano rower of Chloe Zacchaeus and coached by Samantha Cady. And Gippsland Grammar on the near side here, Grace Frew. The Fintona girl doing a great job there. Genazzano on this side. I may have called that wrong. It could be that the Fintona girl didn't start. Yeah, Genazzano on the screen now. So that is Chloe Zacchaeus. And I believe it will be Footscray High, Renee Brown and Jonathan Sargent. It may be Ivanka that has not started. This, and I'm told this is race 228. It should be 229, so I'm not too sure.
I'm not sure. I heard here that someone fell off their boat. I'm not sure if it's down there. I think it's that way.
So Genazzano, first across there, that was Chloe Zacchaeus. Renee Brown was second across, and third will be the Gippsland Grammar rower Grace through, and it looks as though the Fintona girl did not start. So that is the first repechage in the single scull. First two through to the semi-final. So that will be Genazzano and Footscray, Chloe and Renee through to the semi-final, and Gippsland Grammar, Grace will go into the C final. So the second repechage of this Year 9 Division 1 single scull, PLC, St Catherine's, Corowa and PLC Melbourne. So we've got on the near side here, who's just heading into the reeds, a bit of a steering problem, is Anjali Green, and St Catherine's Emma Peel in the lead there over Olive Vengazu from Corowa and Mayetta Wilson from PLC Melbourne. So the Anjali has now got back on the course. The St Catherine's girl well in the lead there. That's Emma Peel doing a great job there. It's a long way in a single scull. We've got a bit of an issue. Corowa just heading a little way off course there. Very hard to steer. And remember, these girls still young, still very beginning in their rowing career. So the fact that they may not be as clear and clean and straight as an Olympian, give these girls the credit they deserve. Getting out there on your own, not an easy job to do. And it is the St Catherine's girl, Emma Peel, doing a very good job, a very straight course, which has given her definitely the advantage over PLC Melbourne and Charlie Green, Corowa, Olive Vegazu and PLC Mayetta Wilson. Corowa needs to just adjust her course. It is PLC and Charlie, which has just got right out of her lane. But looking at the finishing line in a very nice style, deserved win there to St Catherine's girl, Emma Peel, going into the semi-final, and it is the second across the line. So PLC, Mayetta and Charlie and Olive really fighting it out there now. Olive and Mayetta, it's going to be very close to see who goes into the second semi-final. Mayetta's gone straight through. I'm not sure. I'm going to wait for the call on that. Olive right out of her lane, not to be discouraged out of that. And the PLC with Anjali will be fourth into the C final. But I am waiting now to see whether it will be Corowa. I believe it was Corowa, but I will wait for the result on that before we go ahead and give you who will be joining St Catherine's and Genazzano and Footscray High in the semi-final of the Year 9 Division 1 single scull. So we're looking down at the start now at the Year 9 Division 1 double sculls. So they're just about to start. We've got a picture there of Albert Park College and Genazzano. They're just moving up to the start line now. Very good vision here with our live streaming. It certainly adds another dimension to our viewing. Toorak College coming into the view there. So from the left of your screen, we've got Albert Park College, Genazzano, Toorak College, getting ready, sitting forward now, about to have a start in race 230, Year 9 Division 1 Repechage 1 of the double scull. And you can see there Toorak not sitting quite as far forward as the Albert Park crew. They're all being asked now just to tap up to the start, doing a great job there. And they've had a start, and Toorak just have really had a bad start there. The other two boats, Genazzano and Albert Park, a great start. They've got off very nicely there, and it is Genazzano in the very early stages going stroke for stroke with Albert Park. What great vision that we can see what the beginning of the race is like. Toorak College now got themselves together, coming back into the race. So really good job there. This is race 230 of the Year 9 Division 1 double, and we've got a bit of a problem with the spelling of double on our live screen. I don't think that's how we spell that, but never mind. We're looking at the rowing, not the spelling. And that was just the last person that was the Fintona rower has come down now. She rowed down on her own. She will go through into the C final. And we now have a result from race 229, which was the Year 9 Division 1 single scull. First across the line, as we saw, was St Catherine's, and a very close finish for second place was Corowa. Olive will go through to the semi-final. PLC, Marietta and Anjali will go into the C final. Very good racing there by all of those crews. But now we've got race 230, the double scull. So, Toorak College, Genazzano and Albert Park College. It is Pippa Illies and Lola Graham in Toorak, just a fair way back from Genazzano, Olivia Mack and Fiona Liu. And in the lead now, Albert Park College with Hajara Fifondi and Jocelyn Doig, coached by Eric Schrader. So it first two to the semi-final and the rest eliminated. So going very nicely now is Genazzano and Albert Park College. The first two will go through. Albert Park College, Genazzano and Toorak on the course now. And it is the Albert Park College crew that you can see on screen now. And we've got a start on our split screen for race 231. But we're looking now at Albert Park College coming into the closing stages. First two will go through, Albert Park College and Genazzano. Albert Park College on the screen. Very nice rowing from these Year 9 girls. Albert Park College, who has led all the way down the course. Genazzano in second place into the final. Well done for those girls. And Toorak, I've said in the past, won't be eliminated, but they will. So Toorak have had their last row. Well done to Pippa and Lola, but Olivia and Fiona and Hridara and Jocelyn into the final. Good work for all of these girls, Year 9 rowers in their double scull. And in race 231, the Year 9 Division 1 of the Coxed Quad Scull, we have 4 boats: Haileybury, MLC, PLC and Melbourne Girls Grammar. I can see 3 boats, and the live screen you can see the 3 boats there. 4th boat just hidden by the a little bit of the reeds and the trees that surround this beautiful course. But looking at the course there, looks to be Melbourne Girls Grammar in the lead there. Pippa Bisley, Imogen Perrette, Gabrielle Sofra, Grace Perrette and Camilla Rowe. In the lead just over MLCQ, Lara Wilson, Bella Bain, Amee Cummins, Emma Ward and Isabel Cronin. In third place could be Halebury, Ailey Craig, Pearl Daniel Reid, Eva Robinson, Meg Nailon and Stella Kruger. And at the end of the four crews, PLC Melbourne, Lola Barboris, Yardi Wang, Minnie Wilson, Juliet Spencer and Yolanda Yee, coached by Angeline Mansfield. Melbourne Girls Grammar neck and neck now with MLCQ. MLCQ may just have their nose in front. It is the first to the quarterfinal and the second to the D final and the rest to semi 3 and 4. So it is Melbourne Girls Grammar about a boat length in front of MLCQ. The wind you can see there rippling up the water, not making easy conditions for these girls. Lucky that they're coxed, you could see with the double sculls. They're without a cox, it's very hard to control where you're going. But these girls, luckily in the Year 9 Division 1, are coxed. In the Cox Quad Scull, Melbourne Girls Grammar have extended their lead over MLCQ. It's now about 4 boat lengths, and we're looking there. The first will go through to the quarterfinal, and that looks to be Melbourne Girls Grammar as they head now into the last little strokes there. MLCQ in second place will go to the D final, and third and fourth, Halebury and PLC will go into semi-final 3 and 4. And it is Halebury that have come through. They will finish in third place and PLC Melbourne in fourth place. So that was the first repechage of 4 for the Year 9 Division 1 Coxed Quad Scull. And on the course now we've got 4 boats. In repechage 2, race 232, Kerry Grammar, Genazzano, Ballarat Clarendon and Melbourne Girls College. And in the lead now is Genazzano, Ruth Clancy, Tess Ellard, Meg McIntosh, Emma McIntosh and Kate Faringo. And they're just now edging ahead of the Genazzano crew of Ruth Clancy, Tess Ellard, Meg McIntosh, beg your pardon, I should be reading Ballarat Clarendon, Chloe Bullen, Tess Geljohn, Olivia Buckland, Alexandra Gilbert, Charlie Ferguson, and the coach is John Novak. And that's the Ballarat Clarendon crew. But on the far side, Melbourne Girls College, Eleanor Scholar, Romy Hallett Trost, Zena Abbas, Nova Carakas, and Lulu Smith. Coaches Glenn Fishman and Sarah Cuddy doing a great job there. They've really made up some speed. Kerry Grammar a little way off the pace. Lorelei Wainworth, Zara Voller, Isabel Zurab, Brooke Cuffer and Elise Voller. But a very close finish here as we look at the finishing line. Genazzano very close there beside Melbourne Girls College, but it will be Genazzano first into the quarterfinal, Melbourne Girls College into the D final, and Ballarat Clarendon along with Kerry Grammar into semi-final 3 and 4. Very good rowing, and that was the second repechage of 4. Repechage 3 female school Cox Quad Scull Year 9 Division 1 Race 233. 4 boats, Corowa, Sacred Heart, Caulfield Grammar and Loretto Toorak. And it is Caulfield Grammar with Chloe Moffat, Nina Pound, Matilda Chesney, Charlotte Neal and Emily Eldridge, coached by Kirsten Meyer, in the lead now. It is the first to the quarterfinal, second to the D final, the rest to the next semi-final. And the next 3 boats, apart from Caulfield Grammar, very close there. Sacred Heart making a move now. Chloe Myers, Roy Smith, Zoe Cardell, Laura Ahern and Eva Renouf really making a push now, but on the far side, Loretto Toorak, Julia Dolan, Lucy Searle, Olivia Fay, Zara Barr and Josie Grave really pushing forward now. It is, though, the Caulfield Grammar crew clearly in the lead going into the quarterfinal, but it will be a real push to see who goes into the D final and the semi-final. So we've got Caulfield Grammar going across the line first, but is Sacred Heart and Loretto Toorak really pushing forward, going stroke for stroke in the closing things, and it is the Loretto Toorak boat. Just got over the Sacred Heart boat, and then the 4th boat across the line, Corowa. Very exciting finish there for Repechage 3, and Repechage 4 of 4 is Toorak College, Damascus, Furbank Grammar and Shelford Grammar. And looking at that race 2, 3, 4 on your screen there, you can see Furbank Grammar with Abigail Bly, Celestine Yang, Sophie Nichols, Piper Hallam and Isabel Tranter in the lead there over Damascus College of Meg Mason, Annabelle Mumford, Olivia Radishish, Annie Glover and Pippa Watt, coached by Paul Blanchfield. On the far side, Shelford Grammar, Millie Mayer, Grace Eastoff, Charlotte Cohen, Winnie Rogers and Beatrix Sigley. They're a little way off the pace and moving up now, making a move on Damascus is Toorak College. Lucy Sartisas, Aspen Kelly, Ruby Bowen, Charlie Bell and Lucy Maggio. So it is the first through to the quarterfinal, second to the D final. Furbank Grammar have a very firm control of this, but Damascus College making a move on them. You can never become complacent when you're rowing here. Anything can happen, so it's, even though you may be in the lead, it's always important to keep pushing through, doing your best, because Damascus College really making a move now on Furbank, and Toorak College making a move on Damascus, and Shelford making a move on Toorak. So there's always races within races. It's not just first across the line. It does depend then on who's going to be in the D final and who's going into the semi-final. It is Furbank coming into the last 50 metres now with about a 2 or 3 boat length lead over Damascus. Furbank Grammar in the 4th repechage of 4, they will be joining Caulfield Grammar, Genazzano and Melbourne Girls Grammar and Damascus doing a great job there. They will be going into the D final. Very close finish here between Toorak, and it is Toorak that have just then mowed down the Shelford Girls Grammar on the far side. They will meet again in semi-final 3 and 4. So in the quarterfinals, we will have Genazzano, Melbourne Girls Grammar, Caulfield Grammar and Furbank Grammar. We move on now to Year 9 Division 2. And in Year 9 Division 2, we have 8 repechage. 8 repechage in this first repechage, Toorak College, Genazzano and Geelong College. And ahead now, Genazzano with Alice McGrath, Sadie James, Mia Bramall, Sierra Lindman and Eliza Dempsey. They are now just ahead of the Geelong College, Tessa McCann, Sophie Sprunt, Genevieve Dennis and Tarly Cummins with Nellie Watts. It is the first to the quarterfinal and second to semi-final 3 and 4, and the third to final G. Genazzano with a firm grasp on this race. Geelong College not far behind, doing a great job, but they're about 2 lengths back. Be very hard for them to catch up now. And Toorak College with the work to be done there on the near side here. But Genazzano just had a little bit of trouble there. It may give Geelong College the opportunity to come through. If Genazzano can't get themselves together, Geelong College rowing through them now. Genazzano still in a bit of trouble there, but it is the Geelong College who have held their form and managed to get right through those. Geelong College now will be going into the quarterfinal with some bad luck there by Genazzano. Unfortunately, caught a crab or caught under the boat, and Toorak College now, Genazzano have crossed the line second, and Toorak College will be going into the G final. Some heartbreak there for these girls. They were doing a great job. This is what rowing is about, holding form, and anything can happen. You can never know, never ever give up. You just never know what can happen in the closing stages of a race. But well done to Toorak College, Genazzano and Geelong College in the first repechage. But halfway down the course now, we've got the second repechage of the Year 9 Division 2 race 236. Haileybury, Ballarat Grammar and Shelford Grammar. Ballarat Grammar in the centre lane there, Lily Geddes, Kate Johnson, Abby Marriott, Georgia Hill and Holly Brodie. Now in a very commanding position, they'll go into the quarterfinal, first into the quarterfinal. Haileybury making a move on them on the near side. Eliza Kelly, Heidi Cracknell, Alice Cockram, Eve Arnold and Holly Bazasechik. And Shelford, Olivia McPherson, Cindy May, Elizabeth Gillard and Kylie Chen with Zoe Coughlin, doing a magnificent job moving up. So we've got these 3 boats coming down. Ballarat Grammar's lead has been reduced by the really good rowing of Haileybury and Shelford Grammar. It's going to be a really close finish here to see who will go into the quarterfinal, who will go into the semi and who will go into the G final. Ballarat Grammar holding their form, their cocks there, encouraging them to stay long and strong. Shelford girls on the far side doing a great job, but Haileybury moving up on them. There is always the chance that something can happen, but Ballarat Grammar looking nicely in control there of this race. Ballarat Grammar going to cross the line first, and they will go into the quarterfinal. Very close here for second and third. Keep your eyes out point there, and I believe it will be Haileybury followed by Shelford girls, but we will wait for the official result. But I think it was on the near side, but very close behind now. While we wait now is repechage 3 with Loreto Ballarat and Melbourne Girls College. First to the quarter, second to the semis. Loreto Ballarat with Anna Jones, Eve Watson, Lily Bennett, Matilda Kavanagh, Lucy Stringer, coached by Amy Foley. Just a half a length now in front of Melbourne Girls College, Audrey Farina, Abigail Grigg, Ava Papatura, Sophie Dupay and Maria Shrub, coached by Grace McGarry. Loreto Ballarat about a boat length ahead of Melbourne Girls College. They've still got 100 metres to go, doing a really good job there. If you look on your split screen, it looks like Ballarat Grammar now just there, pushing away now, really pulling forward a boat length now ahead of Melbourne Girls College. Great job there from Loreto Ballarat going into the quarterfinal. And the fourth repechage coming through. Wesley and Sacred Heart in this fourth repechage. The Wesley crew with a commanding lead over Sacred Heart. Wesley, Scarlett Evans, Neve Horsley, Sienna Matthews, Zara Hirsch, Loyola Balbonti. A commanding lead over Sacred Heart, Ella Robinson, Imogen Hall, Maddie Dover, Emma Sexton and Esther Cameron. So the first Wesley College will go into the quarterfinal, and if Sacred Heart comes second, they will go into the semi-final 3 and 4. And as Wesley crossed the finish line there, very nicely into the quarterfinal, Sacred Heart will be going into semi-final 3 and 4. And we come now to repechage 5 of 8, Carey Grammar and Cardinia International. So looking down now, they look to be very close together. Cardinia and Carey Grammar. Cardinia may just have their bow in front. That's Claire Jamison, Ruby Weatherhead, Molly Callahan, Ava Lyons, Hannah Lane, coached by Sydney Arnold. Carey Grammar making a move now, Jasmine Lawrence, Gemma Gowans, Indy Cowan, Ava Thomas and Goldie McDermott. So these two crews very close rowing there, Carey Grammar and Cardinia. It will be interesting to see how this race pans out. The Coxes there will be having a bit of a look across to each other to see what they can do to encourage their crews to stay long, to stay focused, to not panic. You've done the training, you've done the practice, so it's all about keeping together and rowing along. And it is Carey Grammar have just now got half a boat length ahead of Cardinia International. Cardinia International could make a move on them. Carey Grammar, very strong, controlled rowing. Cardinia now making a bit of a move. There is about half a boat length ahead. Carey Grammar pushing ahead. Cardinia not that far behind, really catching up now, doing a great job moving up, but it looks like it will be Carey Grammar going through into the quarterfinal, and Cardinia with only a boat length between them into the semi-final 3 and 4. So the boats very close together there. Well done to both of those crews. Down the course now, repechage 6, Ballarat Clarendon and Fintona. Ballarat Clarendon, Zara Ambrose, Sinead Houlihan, Ashley Moffat, Sophie Cardoso and Sienna Ward. Ahead now of the Fintona crew, Isabella Gale, Lucy Thomas, Lulu Lee, Georgina Lennon and Catherine Karametos. Ballarat Clarendon in their very distinctive red-orange suits, which make it really easy to distinguish which crew it is. Now about a boat length and a half ahead of Fintona in this repechage 6 of 8, Year 9 Division 6 Coxed Quad Scull. And as we look at the finishing race there, it is Ballarat Clarendon going into the quarterfinal just ahead of Fintona. And repechage 7, this is the second but last. That would be the penultimate. That would be the penultimate. Gippsland Grammar, Bonnie Johnson, Violet Fisher, Evie Humphreys, Hayley Lamb and Mia Del Busso. About 2 boat lengths ahead of Damascus College, Millie Valance, Cora Houston Connellan, Liv Charry, Bonnie Todd and Eva Ryan, coached by Georgina O'Leary and Paul Blanchfield. So Gippsland Grammar now 2 lengths ahead of the Damascus College crew going into the quarterfinal. Gippsland Grammar into the quarterfinal, Damascus a little way off. So 7th of 8, so we've nearly got now all the crews going into the quarterfinal. Geelong College, Ballarat Grammar, Loretto Ballarat, Wesley, Carey Grammar, Ballarat Clarendon. The winner of this crew, which will be Gippsland Grammar, going across in very nice style. Damascus will be going into semi-final 3 and 4. And the last repechage in this Year 9 Division 2 Coxed Quad Scull race 242 is halfway down the course. St Catherine's, Violetta Campani, Sophie Hawker, Eve Plummer, Alex Oman and Mia Upton very clearly in the lead over PLC Melbourne, Sanyaya Dubash, Jinwei Lu, Haliman Chowdhury, Carolyn Way and Sophie Lau. St Catherine's with a very commanding lead now in this 8th repechage of the Year 9 Division 2. So all of the winners of these 8 repechage will go into the quarterfinal. And the quarterfinal will be raced this afternoon. So these girls have got a heavy day's rowing ahead of them with the heat. I hope they coaches are there reminding them to hydrate, keep out of the sun as much as possible. If you can't keep out of the sun, put a hat on, hydrate. But looking at the course now, coming into the view is St Catherine's with Violetta, Sophie, Eva, Alex and Mia. Clearly ahead of PLC, Sanyaya, Jingwei, Halima, Carolyn and Sophie. Good win there to St Catherine's, doing a nice job, and PLC will be second. Yeah, PLC doing a great job there. And now we're going to be handing he's going to be now commentating for the Year 9 Division 3, which also has 8 repechage. Welcome back to the microphone, Richard.
Thank you, Lynn. Great work there on the 8th repechages of the Year 9 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. So 2 of the biggest fields at the entire regatta are on display at the moment. And 28 entries, I think it is, in Division 3, which is the races just commencing now. So the biggest crew event of the regatta. Slightly more entries in the open single scull, about 35 in that event, but 28 quads here looking for 4 spots in the A final. So plenty of tight racing coming up here over the next 8 races or so. The winner of each will progress through to this afternoon's quarterfinals, and the remaining crews will go through to the minor semi and in some cases the G final as well. So in this first repechage we have Cardinia International College in lane 1, but they are well back in the field. The race being led by the lane 2 crew, Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Alexandra Duncan, Ruby Cheatham, Olivia Jane, Caitlin Anthony and Lily Roberts, the crew there from Melbourne Girls, and they are very comfortably in front here by several lengths from the Geelong College crew, who would in fact be in second place across on the far side of the course. But it's Melbourne Girls Grammar School who'll be the crew going through to the quarters from race 243, the first of 8 repechages in the Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. Geelong College will finish in second place. Anna Beach, Alice Steele, Caitlin Russell, Clementine Terrell and Emma Hunter. And Cardinia International College then will be in third place. Charlotte McKinnon, Emma Cartland, May Welsh, Lola Ogilvie and Jessica Bailey, coached by Anita Whitehouse. Second repechage of the Year 9 Division 3 Coxed Quad Scull is on the course and approaching its conclusion. And it's Footscray High School over in lane 3 who are doing the best in this race. Very tight for second and third between Shelford Girls Grammar and Wesley College. But the red colours there of one of the newest girls rowing schools, Footscray High, over in lane 3, certainly showing out predominantly or prominently in front here on lane 3. That is Charlotte Mack, Layla Carradis, Molly Strawn, Estelle Weiss, and Sylvie Ward, the combination from Footscray High. Very close for second and third, although one of those crews is only rowing with 3. It looks like Wesley College have had a mid-race issue and are racing home with just 3, which might explain why they are back in the field under siege from Shelford Girls Grammar in the race for second and third. But Footscray High School will be the beneficiaries here in race 244. They will record a convincing win and move on through to the quarterfinals of the Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. They'll win this by about 5 lengths, the crew from Footscray High School. Lane 3 are across now to take the win in race 244. A good win there to Footscray High School. Second will be tight, but Wesley College doing a great job with just the bow 3 rowing, and they will in fact hold on to second place. So a strong effort there from Wesley in second place. Saskia Romney, Francesca Rose, Poppy Van Hove, Remy Clark and Julia Milson will move through to the minor semi-finals, and Shelford Girls Grammar School finished third. They'll race in the G final, which will be tomorrow's race 395, the G final of the Year 9 Division 3 female school Coxed Quad Scull. So it's Ballarat Grammar now leading race 245, the third repechage of the Year 9 Division 3 Coxed Quad Scull. Charlotte Ravisa, Charlotte Armitage, Bess Morrison, Georgina Draffin and Jessica Hawker, the crew there for Ballarat Grammar, who are clear by a couple of lengths from Caulfield Grammar lane 1 in second place. Grace Moore, Lily Jean Glenn, Ava Lee, Amanda Gobbo and Matilda Randerson is the Caulfield crew, and then back to Damascus College in third place. Ruby Lane, Isabel Forbes, Catherine Code, Claire Douglas and Isabel Thompson in that boat. They are coached by Georgia O'Leary and Paul Blanchfield, but it's Ballarat Grammar out in front in the centre lane. They'll be the crew to go through to the quarterfinals of the Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull with a comfortable 3-length win here on lane 2. Ballarat Grammar first, Caulfield Grammar will finish second, and third will go to Damascus College as the field of 3 come home in the third repechage of the Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. It'll be quarterfinals later on today for Ballarat Grammar, and the winners of each of these 8 repechages, in fact, 4 quarterfinals later on in today's program, and the semi-finals tomorrow morning, and of course finals to follow later on Sunday. Repechage 3 just concludes there as Damascus crossed the line. Repechage 4 already past the halfway mark, and looks as also as if Repechage 5 is on its way down the course. So 3 races happening simultaneously, although one has just concluded, and just a 2-boat race now in race 246 between Ballarat Clarendon and Gippsland Grammar. Ballarat Clarendon leading it by a couple of lengths. Olivia Higginbotham, Mosen Cashel, Zia Smythe, Orvie Shenapetti and Addison Tucker, the leading crew there for Ballarat Clarendon. Ahead of Gippsland Grammar in second place, Emma Kewish, Tessa Jackson, Zara New, Anna Taylor and Taylor Island. the cocks of that crew from Gibson Grammar. But Ballarat Clarendon pretty comfortably placed here at this stage in this Year 9 Division 3 coxed quad scull. So here comes the crew from Ballarat Clarendon to take the winning race, 246. It'll be a comfortable win, about 4 lengths of margin from Ballarat Clarendon back to Gibson Grammar in second place. So Ballarat Clarendon also through to the quarterfinals of the Year 9 Division 3 quad, and it will be Gibson Grammar in second place in this 4th of 8 repechages with this huge field of 28 quads in the Year 9 Division 3 coxed quad scull. We'll be down to 16 by the time the quarterfinals roll around this afternoon. And 8 crews to race semi-finals tomorrow before we get to our final 4, who will race for the medals tomorrow afternoon. And the next repechage well and truly underway as well. In fact, the 11:45 race already on the course and about halfway through. So very efficient work by our officials up at the start line. May have heard about the lunch break being removed later in the day, so they're keen to ensure a brief recovery period for themselves between races. It is fairly hungry work up on the start line on a warm day, as today is definitely becoming. But in any case, the race well and truly on its way. Melbourne Girls College also the comfortable race leaders here. Lydia Forster, Shawsha McPhee, Orla Edwards, Tessa Williamson and Ava Artavilla, the crew there for Melbourne Girls College. PLC Melbourne would be in second place ahead of Haileybury on opposite sides of the course. So PLC Lane 1, Momo Lee, Jani G, Avon Mira, Jennifer Sun and Coco Zhu. And then Haileybury, Aurelia Lee, Sharanya Ahelan, Max Clutterbuck, Bobby Norton and Ashley Hamill. Here comes Melbourne Girls College. They'll take the win in race 247. Melbourne Girls College across comfortably in first place, and then many lengths back to, it'll be PLC Melbourne, I think, taking out second place. They'll go to the 3-4 semi-finals. And then the G final awaits for the crew from Haileybury over in lane 3. So repechage 6 now racing down past the halfway mark. 2 crews in this race. Sacred Heart in lane 2. Allow the Hall in lane 3. Not a great deal between the 2 crews here either as they come inside the final third of the race. Might be Sacred Heart narrowly in front. Sacred Heart in the in lane 2, Sophie Klupax, Scarlett Mapleson, Lola Thomas, Ava Boris and Ivy Renouf.
I'll let you know
Speaking of our boat race officials, so Sophie Klupack's in the bow seat of the Sacred Heart crew, the granddaughter of Renee Klupack's, a very long-serving boat race official as well, including at this regatta today. And Sacred Heart is still narrowly holding off the crew from Lowther Hall: Charlotte Patterson, Amelia Fox, Elizabeth Burke, Poppy Smith and Philippa Small, coached by Cindy Neenan, but they are coming home late. The Lowther Hall crew on the outside lane of the course. It is Sacred Heart narrowly in front. They've got about a canvas with 2 or 3 strokes to go. Sacred Heart holding off Lowther Hall, and they will get there. Lowther Hall just getting slightly messy, in fact, in the closing strokes, so the margin will blow out to about 2/3 of a length, but it's a win in any case to the crew from Sacred Heart. They held together well in the closing strokes and will go through to the quarterfinal of the Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. Sacred Heart first. They look set to take the win anyway by probably about a canvas. In the end, they'll win it by 3/4 of a length, but Sacred Heart first. Lowther Hall in second place. That's 6 of 8 repechages complete in the Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. Race 249 is halfway down the course as well. Fintona in lane 2 and Toorak College in lane 3. Just the 2 crews in this race. And Fintona do look to be well clear at this stage. Claire Lau, Sophie Zheng, Aurelia Trepea, Tina Capnius and Emily Yu. Leading by about 3 lengths it would be from Toorak College lane 3. In second place, Alexandria Hewitt, Daisy Blair, Jade Victory, Asher Scott and Willow Hughes is the Toorak College crew. But our race leaders from Fintona are about 3/4 of the way through this race now and looking set to book themselves a spot into the quarterfinals of the Year 9 Division 3 at Cox Quad Scull. Those quarterfinals coming up later on today. So a busy day for these Year 9 quads, required to row a repechage and a quarterfinal over the course of the same day, and depending how things play out, they may yet race a semi-final and then a final tomorrow as well. So a big weekend of racing for these Year 9 quads with such large fields in these events. But certainly at this stage, the Fintona crew set to pretty comfortably cruise through to the final now. They'll be not looking to expend too much additional energy over the closing 100 metres of the race. They're clear by about 4 lengths from Toorak College. Toorak College certainly racing towards the line here. They're a fair way back, but they are reducing the margin in the closing strokes. But it will be second place in any event because Fintona Lane 2 will take the win in race 249. They are through to the quarterfinals of the Year 9 Division 3 Quad Scull. And it will be then Toorak College in second place as they approach the line now. Race 249, the 7th of 8 repechages in the Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. We have 1 more repechage to come. I noted we were a few minutes ahead of schedule. It looks like this race has not yet commenced, but not timed to start, in fact, till 11:54 a.m. The boats do look to be pretty close to lined up at the start, so we should have that race coming through shortly. Reminder that the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta today and tomorrow, we have been joined by Rowing Australia's women's head coach, John Keogh, along with Rowing Australia's pathway coordinator, John Bowes, who I saw at the course a little while ago, also with Annabelle Eaton, the successful member of the Australian coaching team last year. So please make them all welcome when you see them around the regatta venue. And if you do have any inquiries about rowing pathways, you are welcome to see Delwyn Oliver from Rowing Victoria, along with John Bowes, who will be conveniently located around the food precinct to answer your questions over the next couple of days. So if you wish to ask some questions about how you can progress through the sport beyond schoolgirl rowing, then please make yourself known to Delwyn Oliver from Rowing Victoria and also John Bowes from Rowing Australia. And up to the start line, we are away there for those watching on the live stream. Great shots coming through from the 1,000-metre start mark there, which of course is 500 along from the 1,500 start, hence those 500 signs where they've started from. And a pretty quick start out of the blocks there for the crew from Kerry Grammar, closest to the camera on lane 2 in their race with the Corowa Anglican Girls' School on lane 3. The two crews looking for the final spot on offer in the quarterfinals of the Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. So I mentioned a few times we started with 28 quads in the Year 9 Division 3 events. And at the end of this race, we'll be down to 16 now. 16 quarterfinalists, 4 boats of 4 will race off this afternoon. And from those, the top 2 will go through to the semi-finals. And then eventually, we'll be down to a 4-boat A final from that field of 28 in the Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. So a bright start, certainly, by the Kerry Grammar crew, who are racing on lane 2. Ellie Charman, Lara Mercarillo, Millie White, Caitlin McIntyre and Maeve McClelland. And then Corowa in lane 3. Natalie Smith, Charlie McGlade Smith, Olivia De Rosario, Sophie Menting and Chantel Williams. The combination there for Corowa. But certainly, if you look back down the course from here on the finish line, it is the Kerry crew who look to have certainly made the best of the start and already have what seems to be a lead of a bit over a boat length in the first few hundred metres of this race as they head up towards the McIntyre pedestrian bridge. Again, fairly full of spectators. It's a great place to watch the racing from as these boats come towards and go under the bridge. It's also a distinctive marker for those crews on the course who want to focus on being the first crew to get through to the bridge and then try and hold on from there over the second half of these 1,000-metre races. And Kerry Grammar doing exactly that with a strong Clearwater lead. Now a couple of lengths they would have Kerry Grammar over the crew from Corowa in second place. The Kerry Grammar crew continues to extend their lead over Corowa in the closing quarter now of this race, 250. So we are getting close to the halfway mark of this regatta. I think the final count was 506 races over the 3 days. This is number 250 of them as we approach midday here at Saturday's big program, and Kerry Grammar have about a 4-length lead over Corowa now. Corowa just passing under the shadow of the James Harrison Bridge in second position. And it should qualify them for the 3-4 semi-final series, from which they will have the opportunity to make the, I presume it actually be the E and F finals in the case of this event. So Corowa will continue racing there, but as far as the race for the gold is concerned, Kerry Grammar remain in contention. They are the last crew through to the quarterfinals of the Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull, and Kerry will race again this afternoon as our top 16 take to the water once again to work out our semi-finalists. So a strong win there to Kerry. We saw that start live on the live stream, and they really jumped out quickly, got their boat in front in the early strokes of the race and extended their way all down the 1,000-metre course to eventually take it out by about 4 lengths. So Kerry Grammar first and Corowa Anglican Girls' School in second place. Corowa will go to the G final, and Kerry Grammar, in fact, Corowa will go to the 3-4 semi-finals. A chance to row in the E and F finals still to come for them. And for Kerry, the quarterfinals await later on this afternoon. Another race just away at the 1,000-metre start as well. This is race 251, the first repechage of the Division for Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. Again, it is a big set of 4 repechages, in fact, this time around. A slightly smaller field in Division 4. So we have 4 repechages of 3 boats in the first 3 and then 2 in the last of these 4. But again, it's the winner to go to the quarterfinals. And the remaining crews will be between the D and E finals across these 4 repechages. So it's Caulfield Grammar away from lane 1, Wrighton Girls lane 2, and Ballarat Grammar lane 3. The 3 crews in this race. It's race 251, the first repechage of the Year 9 Division 4 Cox Quad Scull. Caulfield Grammar lane 1, Wrighton Girls in 2, but Ballarat Grammar across in lane 3. Our race leaders, Soph Reed, Millicent Usher, Mia Matthews, Alice Booth and Kenzie Deacon, the combination there for Ballarat. Clear by a couple of lengths from Caulfield Grammar lane 1, Kiara Spanos, Grace Wilmot, Lexi Mill, Zoe Whitehead and Evelyn Kennedy. And then Wrighton in the centre lane, April Khan, Grace Dunkley, Ruby Banting, Ruby Jansen and Penelope Reese. But the race winner will be the crew from Ballarat Grammar across in lane 3, and they are through to the quarterfinals of the Year 9 Division 4 Cox Quad Scull. So Ballarat Grammar remain in the hunt for the medals. Second place, Caulfield Grammar will progress through to tomorrow's D final, and third place, Wrighton Girls will go through to the E final. But Ballarat Grammar will reach the last 16 or last 12, in fact, I think it is with this event. So there'll be quarterfinals with just 3 boats in each one, and they'll decide our A, B and C finalists. So Ballarat Grammar remain in the hunt. Caulfield Grammar will race the D final, and Wrighton Girls will race in the E final tomorrow. Race 252 is the second repechage of the Year 9 Division 4 Cox Quad Scull. Again, it is a field of 3 and fairly spread out here. Certainly Carey Grammar showing up clearly in front in the yellow colours there. Carey about to pass under the Harrison Bridge. The lead of several boat lengths from Corowa Lane 3, who just look to be tacking a little off to the far side of the course, but they're certainly in a clear second place. Then Damascus College in third, as a little bit of wind does continue to blow across the course here, just to make conditions a little bit more challenging for the crews on the water. Carey Grammer dealing with it fairly well there in lane 2. Chloe Coleman, Brodie Barker, Hazel Dunshay, Ophelia Sullivan and Trisha Mohapatra, the crew there from Carey. And they'll be through shortly with a several length lead over Corowa and Damascus in second and third place. So Carey Grammer will join the quarterfinalists in the Year 9 Division 4 Cox Quad Scull as they come across the finish line now. So Carey go through. Second will be the crew from Corowa on the far side. Caitlin Walsh, Zoe Norman, Olivia Roberts, Sophie Kubik and Caitlin Newen. And then third, Damascus, Miller Whelan, Stella Mercer, Ivy Story, Ophi Lewis and Charlie Rowe, the cocks of that crew, coached by Georgia O'Leary. And Damascus, it does seem as they come into clearer view, have had an issue there with one of the girls in the boat holding her oars up out of the way. So just rowing with the three athletes in the closing strokes, and I gather from the distance they are behind, that may have happened quite early in the race, that issue for Damascus College. Call for Alison Preston. If Alison Preston is present in the regatta venue, there is some lost property in the judges' box, which I understand is from in fact from a previous regatta. But Alison Preston, if you are here today, can you please make yourself known in the bottom level of the judges' tower, and we'll reunite you with your lost property, please, Alison Preston. Here comes the crew from Damascus. So, yes, unfortunately, the three-seat has had to sit out for, it looks like, a majority of the race, but a good effort from the other three girls in the boat to push across the finish line, and they're safely through now in third place. And Damascus will row in the E final of the Year 9 Division 4 Cox Quad Scull. Corowa into the D final, and Carey Grammer have taken the quarter-final spot on offer in this race. Just a reminder again about as the wind does increase, it is important to ensure your equipment is safely secured, flags weighted down, tents secured, and of course boats tied down as well. Please ensure that all of your equipment is appropriately secured, so there are no damage over the course of the next couple of days, and particularly please ensure your boats are tied down in the boat park. Race 253, the third of four repechages in the Year 9 Division 4 Cox Quad Scull. Geelong College Lane 1, Wesley College Lane 2, Strathcona Lane 3, the comfortable leading crew across on the far side of the Barwon River. That's Maddie Pascoe, Abigail Morris, Isabel Christian, Ella Fotheringham and Olivia Nick Farjam, the cocks of that crew from Strathcona. Good race for second place, Geelong and Wesley College. Very hard to separate those two, maybe Wesley narrowly at this stage, and really going for a big push, Wesley, and almost come unstuck there in the middle of the course, but they won't catch our race leaders in any case from Strathcona, who've maintained a much more sedate pace over the closing strokes, but will go across in any case to record a comfortable three-length win in the third repechage of the Year 9 Division 4 Cox Quad Scull. Strathcona in first place, Wesley College recover, and will go through in second, so they'll race in the D final now of this event, and they're a length clear of the crew from the Geelong College, who'll finish in third and progress to the E final, which is race 391 tomorrow, the D final race 392. And as for Strathcona, they'll race this afternoon in the quarterfinals of the Year 9 Division 4 Cox Quad Scull. So race 254 is the fourth and final repechage of the Year 9 Division 4 Cox Quad Scull. It is just a two-boat match race this time around. Ballarat, Clarendon and Toorak College, the two contenders in this one. Toorak College, in fact, racing cross-end lane 4, it looks like. And Ballarat, Clarendon are in their allocated lane 2. So both crews are quite clearly in view now. But as we can see from our camera at the halfway mark, it certainly is a substantial lead to the Ballarat, Clarendon College combination, who look like they have certainly got by far the best of the first 500 metres. And they do lead Toorak College by a margin of about 2 lengths around the halfway mark of this race. So Ballarat, Clarendon, lane 2, Elizabeth Haynes, Anna Sun, Jordan Martin, Harriet Beardmore and Zoe Dodamani. And the crew from Toorak College is Scarlett Henderson, Kiara Nash, Louise Roach, Talia Rowe and Sophia Iyer. The crew from Ballarat, Clarendon College still comfortably in front here over on lane 2. And Toorak College certainly have seemingly moved across one lane from where they began the race, but comfortably coming down lane 4, a few lengths behind our race leaders. And hopefully just staying out of the transit lane 2 on that side of the course. It does look likely that Toorak College will be the crew to go through to the D final in second place. And Ballarat, Clarendon will join the quarterfinalists in the Year 9 Division 4 Cox Quad Scull. So Ballarat, Clarendon all look to have this race in their keeping, and suddenly almost came to a stop there in the centre of the course and are facing off at about 30 degrees to their lane. They're going again now and have enough of a margin, I think, that it won't be a substantial issue, but certainly a light problem there for Ballarat, Clarendon, who've straightened up fairly well. Just need to avoid this last line of boys as they head home in this fourth repechage of the Year 9 Division 4 Cox Quad Scull, and they will get the win after a late scare, the crew from Ballarat, Clarendon College. So lane 2 it will be, who are first across the line. They go through to the quarterfinals, and Toorak College will finish in second place. They'll race in the D final of the Year 9 Division 4 Cox Quad Scull. The quarterfinals of these events coming up later on today. I've got a full copy here of the revised schedule for the afternoon's racing. So they are scheduled from 2:39, the quarterfinals of this event. So only about 2.5 hours away, these crews will be back on the water and racing in their quarterfinals as well. So certainly a big day of racing for these Year 9 Quad Sculls, but a necessity when there are such big fields in a number of these events. So we're on now to the repechage of the Year 9 Division 5 Cox Quad Scull. That is race 255. Again, the first of 4 repechages here. Gibson Grammar in lane 1, Ballarat Clarendon lane 2, and Loretto Toorak in lane 3 are the field in this event. And the lead looks to be with the Loretto Toorak crew there on the far side of the course. Narrowly, I think, from Gibson Grammar, and certainly a bit of a gap back to Ballarat Clarendon in the centre lane. So Loretto in the blue boat. Over in lane 3, Matilda Clooney's Ross, Tilly Hume, Tiffany Dodwell, Bella Hines and Millie Noonan, the combination there. And they have be about a boat length or so on Gibson Grammar in second place. Alicia Turnbull, Xanthi Wade, Maggie Sheridan, Cecilia Anderson and Charlotte Hawthorne, the combination for Gibson Grammar. And they in turn would have a bit over a length on Ballarat Clarendon in third. Tara Gray, Miller Knoll, Taylor McGill, Isabel Long and Estelle Freeman the cocks of that crew from Ballarat Clarendon. But first place only once again will go through to the quarterfinal, and that does look to be the crew from Loreto Turak here with about a 2-length lead over a zigzagging crew from Gippsland Grammar late in the race. They've still only got a length or so on third. Second place will qualify Gippsland Grammar for the D final here, and third place to the E final. So plenty to race for there as far as those finals are concerned. But it's Loreto Turak who'll be through to the quarterfinals of the Year 9 Division 5 Cox Quad Scull with a commanding win here in the end by several lengths. Loreto first across in lane 3. Second will still go the way of the crew from Gippsland Grammar, who recover from a few wobbles with a couple hundred metres to go. They will shortly be across in second place, and they've got just over a length clear of Ballarat Clarendon lane 2, who will finish in third place in race 255. The first of 4 repechages here in the Year 9 Division 5 Cox Quad Scull. So we've just had a start, it looks like, in repechage 2. Carey Grammar, Strathcona and Loreto Ballarat, the 3 crews in that next race. Three crews approaching halfway in race 256, the second repechage of the Year 9 Division 5 Cox Quad Scull. Carey Grammar in lane 1, Strathcona in lane 2, and Loreto Ballarat in lane 3. Plenty of yellow amongst the 3 crews in this race, but Strathcona in the centre look to have got away to the strongest start over the opening 500 metres, and they will lead the crews underneath the McIntyre Bridge with what looks to be a clear water lead over Loreto Ballarat in second place on the far side, and some misfortune there for the crew from Carey Grammar, closest to the northern side and closest again, unfortunately for them, to the camera there as they were caught on film, but recovering it seems to continue on with the race, the crew from Carey, but they'll be back in a pretty distant third place now at this stage of proceedings. So it's Strathcona out in front on lane 2, Leah Lou, Isla Fithall, Lara Sticker, I should say, Juliet Stamby and Shalina Balashenka, the crew there for Strathcona, with a length or so on Loreto Ballarat in second place. Marley Constable, Summer Martin, Bonnie Burt, Mila Schwartz and Kate Hudson in that boat for Loreto. And then the Carey crew do look to have at least recovered, the full crew moving together again. It's lane 1, Matilda Cronin, Kaya Beelan, Carolyn McMillan, Holly Pringle and Holly Bucknell, the combination there for Carey. But it does look as if the Carey crew will have to be content with third place, and in fact they are still rowing with just 3. So there may have been some damage to one of the oars there, and that will preclude that athlete from participating in the rest of the race and make it a pretty tough journey for the other 3 rowers in that Carey boat. But in any case, if they can get across the finish line in third, they'll still qualify for the E final. But at the head of the field, Loreto Ballarat making a late charge at Strathcona here with about 120 metres to go for our race leaders in the centre of the course. It is still the Strathcona crew who jumped out to an early start and have led by a length most of the way down the course, and it's still about a boat length now, so it should be enough for Strathcona. Just holding off Loreto Ballarat, trying to make up some ground late. They will get within a length or so, but the win will go the way of the crew from Strathcona as they cross the line now and take the win in the second repechage of the Year 9 Division 5 Cox Quad Scull. Strathcona first by a length, Loreto Ballarat second, and Carey Grammar will continue their journey down the course and finish in third place. Still about 100 or so metres to travel for the crew from Carey. Again, a reminder about securing your items from the wind, please. Tie down your boats in the boat park, weight your flags, and tenths as required, and please ensure that nothing is going to be blown away if the winds do increase as expected over the course of the afternoon. In fact, as already would appear to be happening. And here does come the Carey crew now with the stern 3 rowing the boat home, and they'll be across the line shortly to confirm their third spot, and they'll move through to the E-final of the Year 9 Division 5 Cox Quad Scull. So it is Carey in third place, but Strathcona the winners there in repechage 2. And repechage 3 is at about halfway. It does look to be right and clearly out in front here from this field of 3. The Geelong College are in lane 1, Wrighton in lane 2, and Corowa lane 3 are the 3 crews in the race. But certainly there's a pretty substantial margin again here to the lead crew. This time it is Wrighton girls in lane 2. Charlotte Colwell, Kate Holden, Audrey Tran, Annabelle Govan-Lock and Emma Damon in the boat there for Wrighton. And they've got about 2 lengths, it would seem, back to Corowa in second place on lane 3. Violet Whithouse, Abigail Phillips, Tess Lee Conway, Carla Tan and Ilaria Tassoon, the cocks of the Corowa crew. And Geelong College then will be third. Charlie Keenan, Jade Barwick, Madeline Jarman, Isabel Goodkinst and Silky Shakespeare, the crew there from Geelong. But there'd be about 2 to 3 lengths between each of the crews here, so it suggests the position's unlikely to change over the concluding strokes, but we have seen a few races change complexion quite late in proceedings over the last hour or so. So there's still a quarter left in this 1,000-metre race, with Wrighton holding sway over Corowa in the centre lane of the course. So 150 metres to go for our race leaders from Wrighton girls in this third of 4 repechages in the Year 9 Division 5 at Cox Quad Scull. Wrighton by about 2 lengths from the Corowa crew on the far side of the course. And then back to the Geelong College, who remain there in third. So the placings unchanged as they've been for most of this race. And Wrighton continue with a comfortable lead here, and they can start to prepare for their quarterfinal to come up this afternoon. You know, in Division 5 quarterfinals from 2:51 p.m. So again, only about 2.5 hours away for these crews. But Wrighton will be there amongst our quarterfinalists. They win this race from lane 2 by about 2.5 lengths from Corowa, who'll finish second and qualify for the D final. And then the Geelong College in third will make the E final of the Year 9 Division 5 at Cox Quad Scull. But it is the Wrighton crew who were the comfortable winners of that race. Join Strathcona and Loretto Turak, the winners of the previous 2 repechages, in this afternoon's quarterfinals. And then one more quarterfinalist will be determined over the next race, as we still await the beginning of that. The Geelong College have just finished their race in third, and they'll race again tomorrow in the E final of the Year 9 Division 5 Cox Quad Scull. That is race 387 tomorrow. The D final, which will feature Corowa, is race 388. And we now await the beginning of race 258, a 2-boat race between Genazzano and Wesley College, who are racing for the last spot available in the quarterfinals of the Year 9 Division 5 Cox Quad Scull. And we are off in race 258. And those keen observers of time will see it has just ticked over to 12:18. And the 12:18 race is underway. So impeccable work from our officials at the 1,000-metre start. They are doing a great job to deal with over 180 races over the course of today's proceedings. And a pretty even start too between the two crews here in race 258. This is the fourth and final repechage of the Year 9 Division 5 Cox Quad Scull. Genazzano, the crew in lane 2, who are closest to the camera on the northern side of the course. That's Bailey Riddle, Olivia Lipicini, Giselle Ray, Yasmin Tuke and Ava Parker, coached by Gabriella Conti. And on the southern side in lane 3 is the crew from Wesley College: Anais Ferron-Garrard, Jasmine Holt, Juliet Wasbrem, Holly Blackburn and Olivia Pontes, the crew from Wesley. So they're both away from the 1,000-metre start, looking for the last position on offer in this afternoon's quarterfinals of the Year 9 Division 5 Cox Quad Scull. Pretty even start by both crews as well, unlike a few of the previous races where one crew is clearly shown out in front. Pretty even progress down the course here too. May well be that the crew on the far side has a narrow advantage there. Genazzano, Wesley College I should say, in lane 3 from Genazzano, but we'll get a better look as they come past the halfway mark camera here. The crew from Wesley on the far side of the course, and unfortunately for Genazzano, they have that camera does bring bad luck there, and that's the second boat in about 3 races to catch a crab around about where that halfway camera is located. So it does end up suddenly that Wesley College are pretty substantially in front here, with Genazzano struggling to recover from that crab, and they've got a lead of a couple of lengths as they do head underneath the McIntyre pedestrian bridge, with Wesley College now comfortably leading the crew from Genazzano. So the crew from Wesley College now has a pretty comfortable race here over the final quarter. They are several lengths clear of Genazzano, who do at least look to have recovered the full crew, I think, the Genazzano combination. Or maybe not. No, looking, in fact, through the binoculars, there is once again an oar at a pretty acute angle in that Genazzano boat. So it is just 3 girls rowing the boat home again, and clearly you can see the effect the wind may be having on the course in the early stage, with a few crews coming unstuck in the recent events. But Wesley College have had no such problems over on lane 3, and they are comfortably clear of the crew from Genazzano. So Wesley College, Anais Farron-Garrard, Jasmine Holt, Juliet Wasbrem, Holly Blackburn and Olivia Pontes, the crew that is well clear in this fourth and final repechage of the Year 9 Division 5 Cox Quad Scull, and they will be the last crew through to the quarterfinals of this event to take place in about 2.5 hours time. And Wesley College remain in contention for the semis and finals to come in the Year 9 Division 5 Cox Quad Scull. They take the win here by best part of 150 metres or so. It will be over the 3/4 of a Genazzano crew that's making its way down the course. Unfortunately, the 2-seat has been sitting out since that issue just before halfway, and they will eventually make their way up to the finish line. The good news for Genazzano is they'll still qualify for the D final in second position, so they will get to race again tomorrow in race 388, the D final of the Year 9 Division 5 Cox Quad Scull. Here comes the crew from Genesano. Well done to them for recovering and continuing through the race. And they're across the line now in second place in race 258. Four repecharges now of the Year 9 Division 6 Cox Quad Scull, Carey Grammar, Strathcona and Wrighton Girls, the three crews in this opening repechage. And it is a tight race between our leading two crews. It would be Strathcona in the centre in front here. Charlotte Wood, Amelia Allen, Zoe Langlands, Julie Stefanatos and Alessandra Vea, coached by Angus Farrer. And the Strathcona combination clear by over a length from Carey and Wrighton Girls. Carey is Claire Stocky, Kira Brown, Tilly Cotsman, Ruby McCandlish and Hayley Tan. And then Wrighton in third place, Zoe Barthers, Charlotte Luxton, Ava Wong, Zara Fulshire and Raina Gwynn, the crew coached by Aurelia Lamont. But it is the Strathcona combination well clear here by a couple of lengths, and they will go through to take the win on lane 2. So Strathcona move through from the first repechage of the Year 9 Division 6 Cox Quad Scull, 2 lengths back to Carey in second, and Wrighton Girls will finish in third place. Here comes race 260, the second repechage of the Year 9 Division 6 Cox Quad Scull, Genesano, Melbourne Girls College and Geelong College, the three crews here, and Melbourne Girls College are well clear out in front with several lengths back to probably Genesano ahead of the Geelong College. Just a good race for second and third, but the winner will go through to the quarterfinal, and that will almost certainly be the crew from Melbourne Girls College. Femi McGregor, Monette Atkins, Frankie Foster, Stella Rawlinson and Ruby Presnell, the crew there from Melbourne Girls College, and they'll go through to the quarterfinals ahead of either Genesano or Geelong College.
So in the concluding stages of this race, we've got a very tight finish there between Geelong College and Loretto. So they're very close there, and I'm not going to be able to call that we think it was lane 3 that came across first, and but they were second in the race, and they've done great. But that is not an official result, so don't get too excited yet. But we're hoping it will be. Okay.
While we await that result, thank you, Lynn. We have an urgent call for all schools to ensure their banners on the pedestrian bridge are appropriately secured. As you can even see from here, those banners are blowing pretty viciously in the wind, so all schools, please take steps immediately to secure your banners on the pedestrian bridge, or they risk being either blown away or otherwise removed by the officials, because they can become a hazard to the pedestrians on the bridge. So all schools, please urgently take steps to check that your banners on the McIntyre pedestrian bridge are appropriately secured. Thank you. And confirmation that Lynn Charge can spot them from a long way away. It is second place has gone the way of the Geelong College. So Melbourne Girls College first through to the quarterfinals in race 260. Geelong College in second place will go to the D final, and then Genazzano finish third by a narrow margin there, and they will progress to the E final of the Year 9 Division 6 Cox Quad Scull. We are reaching the conclusion of repechage 3 now, race 261 between Corowa and Loretto Turak, and I'm not sure the photo finish will be needed in this particular race because Loretto Turak have a lead of some 3 lengths or so over Corowa. And the Loretto crew of Zali Letho, Marianne Panis, Scarlett Wayne, Mia Tostovan and Farrah Wardlaw the race leaders by about 3 lengths. From Corowa in second place, Junji Kang, Alexis Taliadoris, Grace Maisie, Ashton Joyner and Annie Licence, the crew from Corowa. But it will be Corowa through to the D final, and Loretto Turak in a few strokes time will record a win and book their spot in the quarterfinals of the Year 9 Division 6 Cox Quad Scull as they come across the line now and complete race 261. So it's Loretto first and Corowa in second place. Again, a reminder to all schools to check their banners on the pedestrian bridge are adequately secured. The wind clearly is increasing over the regatta venue, and you do need to take steps immediately to ensure those banners are secured so they don't get blown away or otherwise have to be removed by the regatta officials. So please pay attention to that straight away. And we'll continue with the commentary change we were trying to do 5 minutes away. Here's Lynn Charge.
Oh, Richard Dorstein, thank you very much for handing me this very warm microphone on this very warm and windy day. He's been talking up a storm for all of these crews, but this is repechage 4 of the Cox Quad Scull Year 9 Division 6. And it is Wesley and St Catherine's there going neck and neck, head to head, bow ball to bow ball, however you'd like to call it. But it is Wesley, Marianne Spincer, Nikki Bergheim-Davis, Eden Paradisi, Angie Tedros and Alice Carter just now about a length ahead of St Catherine's, Emmy Ponting, Alexandra Mirabella, Sophia Harland, Hazel Verjovic and Amy Lou, coached by Ali Hall. The conditions there with the wind, these girls doing a terrific job keeping straight on course. They're Coxes. Year 9, nobody's very experienced. So there's Year 9 Coxes with their crews doing a terrific job in these challenging conditions. Doing a lot of work there, but it is Wesley College nicely in front, about a length in front. St Catherine's is actually making a bit of a move on them, which is good to see. They're keeping their length long and strong, pushing back with the legs, keeping their knees down. But it is Wesley College who is holding their form there, getting together very nicely. Going to do a great job. So there've been 4 repechages. The first from each of these repechage is going into the quarterfinal, and it looks like it will be Wesley going through just ahead of St Catherine's, and Wesley will be joining Loretto Turak, Melbourne Girls College and Strathcona in the quarterfinals. The rest will be going into E finals and D finals. So well done to all those girls in Year 9 Division 6 of the Cox Quad Scull. Next race on the course is race 263. This is Division 7. Again, showing the depth of these Year 9s, and there's going down to Division 8 and Division 9. So a lot of depth of rowing in the Year 9 rowing program for all of these schools. The first in all of these repechages will be in the quarterfinal. The next will be in the E final and some in the D final. So we've got Loretto Turak, Geelong Grammar and Geelong College. and it looks to be Geelong Grammar in the centre lane, Lucy Spinks, Miller Dale, Gemma Reid, Bridget Bryce and Ella Milburn. Now, just a little bit ahead of Geelong College, Daisy Levinson, Coco Young, Casper Horn, Mia Chen and Maggie Hucker. Not out of the race at all is the Loretto Turak crew of Ruby Parsons, Scarlett McGrath, Grace O'Connor, Banner Zada and Emily Millie Ridings. So all three boats there still having a chance. It is Geelong Grammar now just a little bit in front. Loretto Turak and College are very neck and neck there. Of course, to get into the quarterfinal, you've got to be first across the line. So all of these coxes will be keeping a look at the other crews. The rowers, of course, will be looking straight ahead and focusing on their strokes. It's up to the cox to keep the crew focused, to keep them together. And that's what the cox of Geelong Grammar is doing very nicely there, keeping that crew very focused, keeping it level. It is difficult when the wind gust comes. If you've got your oars out of the water, it can tip the boat over. It's very challenging. These girls haven't been rowing for that long, and they're really doing a great job. But Geelong Grammar now really pulling ahead. Loretto Turak making a move now. Geelong College falling back a little bit. They've got a few little steering problems, but Geelong Grammar really coming forward. And Geelong Grammar about a length ahead of Loretto Turak. Those girls putting in every effort there to get into the quarterfinal. Well done to Geelong Grammar in the Year 9 Division 7. Loretto Turak will be second and College will be third. And repechage 2 of the Year 9 Division 7. Race 264 on your race program is Caulfield Grammar in the lead with Grace Agg, Luca Haberfield, Emmeline Terry, Ruby Tsiakis and Gabriella Farrow, coached by Alexandra Ferguson, doing a nice job clearly in the lead over Carey Grammar, Holly Wilcox, Alice Wilcox, Millie Kaufman, Zara Ills and Abigail Wolfe. Genazzano on the far side, on the south side, Scarlett Cargill, Fiona Tokalis, Maggie Schroeder and Angel Chen with Sydney DeMarzo steering. A very spread out field here, but it is Caulfield Grammar. Looks to be going through to the quarterfinal. Doing a great job in some challenging conditions, and Carey Grammar and the Year 9 Division 7 second repechage will be coming in second. Well done to Caulfield Grammar. Good job, girls. You'll be rowing again later on today, so remember to have something to drink and hydrate. Carey Grammar crossing the line now. Well done to Carey Grammar, and it will be Genazzano in third place. So these girls have got a challenging afternoon, and their coaches will be then telling them how best to rest and recover for their next race later on today. It'll be hydrating, getting the food, something that will keep them nourished but not make them stodgy, and getting their legs well rested for the next challenge that is ahead of them. So 2 repechage out of 4 are concluded now. Our third repechage with Wesley College and Strathcona is halfway down the course. I can only see one boat at the moment, and that is the Strathcona boat.
Yeah, they're so expensive, but they're so You know what this is?
Been looking at it though.
Yeah.
Okay, I think this guy. I can't believe it. Yeah. The original guy, the first guy. You know how that's supposed to be. I like the first guy better. I don't know why. You like, I don't know, he just talks more, so you know what's going on.
Oh yeah. I can't feel bad for him because it's like camera 1, camera 2, camera 3. Next camera 2.
I mean, the second guy, he's good, but like, this guy talks more. He's back.
Yeah. Okay.
Guy eating into his
That was so funny. He was like, "Oh, is that chicken?"
And looking at the course now, it is Strathcona, Stella Theborn, Beatrice Stoltz, Abigail Adamson, Pearl Drieberg and Eliza Brew. Well ahead. It seems as though Wesley had a bit of an incident further up the course, giving Strathcona a very easy path through to the quarterfinal. And they will probably be taking it just a little bit easy. They don't need to exert themselves too much to get across the finish line. First in race 265, Year 9, Division 7, repechage 3. Wesley now have recovered and are approaching now the finish line of race 265, the repechage 3. Valentina Gear, Chloe Wilson, Zoe Meyer, Martina Guda and Yolanda Way.
Way ahead.
Oh yeah, the one just then, did you see it?
That one there, that was such
It
an
was
owl.
fully off, it was fully off frame and I had to zoom
Well done, Wesley.
because at the end I got it in frame just to show like the distance.
And race 266 has had a start, and this is repechage 4 in Year 9 Division 7, Loreto Turak and Corowa. And in the Loreto Turak that you can see on the big screen now, we've got Alice Streeton, Maggie Stafford, Ava Mead, Giselle Mangano and Stella Ho, and looking like a very neat, well-practiced crew there with Loreto Turak. And now we get another view of them, and we can see just above their heads is the Kororua boat of Isabella Liu, Sariua Maragari, Ella Hansen, Sophie Liu and Olivia Findlay. So the Kororua crew there had a not such a good start as Loreto Turak. Loreto Turak have really taken off, going very well now, doing a great job there, and Kororua doing masterful rowing to try and catch up to them. So Loretto Turak coming into the concluding stages of race 266, repechage 4, and they will be joining Strathcona, Caulfield Grammar and Geelong Grammar in the quarterfinals to be held later on today. And as I said in the last race, Loretto Turak with a commanding lead don't have to be really working that hard to get themselves through there into the quarterfinal, and Corowa will be going into the D final. And well done to Corowa, to all of these crews.
Yeah, I'll let you go now. Oh, wait.
Yeah, I'll do one more.
Yeah.
If
They want to go,
they
yeah.
keeps hitting my head.
Yes, same.
So we can see Corowa now just about to cross the finish line. Another 10 strokes to go, and that crew will be going into one of the finals on Sunday. So well done to Corowa in concluding race 266. And race 267 down the course is St Catherine's, Loretto Turak and Melbourne Girls Grammar. And this is Division 8 of the Year 9s. First to the semi-final and the rest to the semi-final 3-4. And very close racing here. It looks like Melbourne Girls Grammar, Clementine Horgan, Isabel Gorman, Rihanna Baker, Ava Manuel and Nikita Lowry. Just with their nose in front of Loretto Turak, Isabella Knight, Isla Faye, Isabella Pelosi, Mia Last and Giselle Inaria. But very close racing here between Loretto and Melbourne. St Catherine's, Ria Valuri, Caitlin Hitchcock, Imogen Randall, Lily Meredith and Lily van der Hearn are out of the race to get into that first semi-final, but very close racing. Melbourne Girls Grammar now have just pulled ahead. They're about a boat length now ahead of Loretto Turak. Melbourne Girls Grammar still pulling away there in Year 9, Division 8. Pushing with their legs, pulling with their arms, doing a great job there. The cocks keeping them steady. Loretto Turak just falling a little bit further behind. Had a bit of an issue there. They're going to catch it up, and it might give St Catherine's the breakthrough. But those two anyway, with Melbourne Girls Grammar going through first. So Loretto Turak and St Catherine's will both be going into semi-final 3 and 4. Well done to those crews. And that was the first repechage of 4 for Year 9, Division 8.
Okay, thank you. So,
And on the big screen there, you can see the girls just pouring some water over their head to cool them down. And very hot work out there. And these girls are doing a great job. Repechage 2 is halfway down the course with Melbourne Girls College and Geelong Gippsland Grammar. Gippsland Grammar. Repechage 2 in the Melbourne Girls College, there is Jessica Lucky, Stella Sully, Sky Molden, Anna Isaac, Sienna Melosso, and coach is Chloe Mansfield. They've got a good lead now over Gippsland Grammar of Lily Carmody, Grace Frew, Avishna Singh, Jaden Gomez and Grace Millington.
Charlie's running back now.
And coming down now, Melbourne Girls College, just about to conclude. They've got 100 metres to go. They will be going through into the semi-final. Well, good rowing there with Melbourne Girls College pushing away, and the Gippsland Grammar crew with Lily, Grace, Avishna, Jaden and Grace will be in second place, going through into the other semi-final. And while we're there looking at Gippsland Grammar, about to finish their race, further down the course, Strathcona and Carey Grammar are in repechage 3. But all the support there for Gippsland Grammar. Good to hear them getting some support as they cross the line. Well done, girls. You do get to have another row later on. So down the course, Strathcona and Carey Grammar. And in the Strathcona boat, there is Sydney Giglia, Claire Day, Lucy Lamb, Jasmine Lidar and Cleo Tornay. And in Caulfield Grammar is Mia Cronin, Sophie Davey, Yana Malik, Taylor Austin and Georgia Zesus. And this is a much closer race, but I think it is Strathcona just in the lead by about a boat length over Carey Grammar. So Strathcona there and Carey Grammar, both in their yellow suits, coming down, not that far apart. It's about 2 boat lengths between Strathcona in the lead and Carey Grammar. It will be Strathcona into the semi-final and Carey Grammar into semi-final 2-3. Well done to Strathcona and Carey Grammar going there. So we're up to the 4th repechage. Carey Grammar just about to cross the line. And from where I'm sitting up higher here, I can see the wind gusts just moving the water across. A warning that you need to tie down your banners, which are on the walk bridge, the McIntyre Bridge. They need to be tied down, as do your boats, your tents, your banners, anything which can fly around. Not only could it hit and hurt someone, it could go into the water and impede your daughter's rowing, which is much more important. So everything, please. Lower your tents. I've seen a lot of folded down chairs, which is a great idea. They're not going to blow away. Make sure everything is weighted and secure. We're expecting the winds to increase during the day. So, fair warning, banners on the McIntyre Bridge, please go and tie them down. But in the fourth and final repechage of the Year 9 Division 8, we've got Ballarat Clarendon and Loreto Toorak. And Loreto Toorak, in their distinctive blue boat, Annabelle Doust, Isabel Lloyd, Giselle Redwin, Bridget Lavelle and Madeline Ford, now well in the lead over Ballarat Clarendon, Carlisha Asplin, Hannah Renouf, Riga Jan, Sophie Howe and Amy Clue, coxed by Kate Littlejohn. And well done to the Loreto Toorak too. They will be going into the semi-final with Strathcona, Melbourne Girls College and Melbourne Girls Grammar. Ballarat Clarendon, in their very distinctive red-orange suits, which are a great colour, very easy for umpires and commentators to pick which crew that is, doing a great job coming in the fourth repechage, coming down now. And on the screen now you can see the Wesley College crew closest, and further away is the MLC crew. So this is race 271, the Year 9 Division 9 repechage 1. We have 4 repechage in this event. Wesley College, MLCQ and Melbourne Girls College. And MLCQ commanding lead, Pippa Hawker, Saskia Teal, Harriet Roy, Zara Keogh and Michelle Zhang, with a commanding lead over the Melbourne Girls College crew of Maya Kumar, Sarah Mishra, Sienna Maluso, Ananya Baskin and Arabella Cavagni, and the Wesley crew of Angel Hung, Charlotte Sanfilippo, Celeste Musso, Ella Atkinson and Shanti Gee. MLCQ now back on course, coming in, and the first in these 4 repechage will again go to the semi-final. So MLCQ with Pippa, Saskia, Harriet, Zara and Michelle into the semi-final, and their cocks there giving them a really nice round of applause for the work that they've done. Very good to see. And the sportsmanship that goes on in rowing is just magnificent, and you see crews congratulating each other and being very proud no matter who wins. And here comes Melbourne Girls College and Wesley. Bit of a fight out here, but it will be Melbourne Girls College coming in second. They will go to the C final and Wesley College will go to the D final. So they will all get to row again tomorrow. So that was the first repechage of the Division 9, Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. And in the next race, we have 3 Wesley College crews. race 272, and I can confidently say in first place is Wesley, in second place is Wesley, and in third place is Wesley. Very confident about that, but I will give them names now, and I believe lane 1, Wesley 3, with Chloe Misakinas, Melandra Bernard, Emily Carmody, Sari Caldcott and Ori Cole is in leading Wesley College 4, Matilda Jackson, Elkie Wilson, Liv Kirk, Scout Arnold and Freya Dennison Emery. And in third place, Wesley College 2, Amy Slater, Lucy Hamilton, Penelope O'Keefe, Coco Harding and Remy Rook. But it is Wesley leading, Wesley coming second and Wesley coming third. Wesley in lane 1, Chloe, Melandra, Emily, Sari, Caldecott and Audrey in first place. And lane 3 with Amy, Lucy, Penelope, Coco and Remy have just made a bit of a move now on Wesley College 4, Matilda, Elkie, Liv, Scout, Freya. So, but it is in lane 1, Wesley College, third crew coming well, and you can see the wind now really going across. They're just about to hit that wind gust, and their cocks will be telling them to hold the oars in the water just that little bit longer so that the wind doesn't affect them too much. Wesley College 2 on the far side, making a bit of a push now, and Wesley College 4 in the centre, just dropping back a little bit, but it is 3 just in the lead, about 2 boat lengths ahead of 2 boat length and a half ahead of Wesley College 4. So it is lane 1 will be going through into the semi-final. Lane 3 will be going into C final, and lane 2 into the D final. So well done to Wesley College, and Wesley College just crossed the finish line, as did Wesley College. That was the second repechage. The third repechage I don't think has started yet. That has MLCQ, Loretto Turak and Wesley. I cannot stress enough to tie things down, to make things secure, and also to keep drinking and hydrating. Slip, slop, slap. I know it's a very old saying, but sunscreen, hats, water. And we have had a start in race. I think it should be 273, but let me just check that. So it is actually race 273 with MLCQ, Loretto Turak and Wesley College. So as I see it down the course, a fairly even start to this race with MLCQ, Eve Legg, Akriva Pereris, Alice Young, Amber Lishani and Zoe Giorgio. In the Loretto Turak boat, Georgie Grace Galanis, Rose Henrys, Sadie Jenkins, Mayetta Postrigny and Annabelle Keelog. And in the Wesley College boat, Erin Yates, Emma Cookley, Marley Ryan, Kia Atkins and Ivy Moore. Very even racing in this third repechage of the Year 9 Division 9. Loretto Turak just pulling ahead now, but Wesley College making a move on them. MLCQ certainly not out of the race in these 3 boats coming down. The first to the semi-final, second to the C final, and the third to the D final. And as they're coming now, it is the Loreto Toorak boat just in front now, Wesley College catching up to them. MLCQ with the work to be done. So it is Loreto Toorak coming through now. Wesley College making a bit of a move on them. It'll be interesting to see. Loreto Toorak just having a course correction, which might open the gate now for Wesley. Loreto Toorak back on course now. MLCQ a little way off the pace, but Wesley College making a move. Loreto Toorak, the Cox is there sitting up, urging them on. Wesley is moving up on them, but Loreto Toorak keeping their form. I think they're going to take the win with a quarter of a boat length over Wesley. And third will be MLCQ. So well done to Loreto Toorak for holding off that fast finishing Wesley College crew. And MLCQ will go into the D final. Well done, girls. That's great. And the fourth semi-final now is on the course, 274. Fourth repechage with Loreto Toorak and Melbourne Girls College. Loreto Toorak, Olivia Way, Liliana Manton, Chloe Hewitt-Pika, Giselle Becker and Ivy Grafrida, and the Melbourne Girls College crew, Etta Tyres, Talia Zangalis, Pip Castaldo, Elodie Slabbert and Georgia Katanis. And it looks to be the Melbourne Girls College crew now, about 3 lengths ahead of the Loreto crew. So this will be the 4th repechage out of 4 for this Year 9, Division 9, Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. And as the wind is increasing, it's making it a little more difficult for these fairly inexperienced crews to come down the course. So I hope these girls will appreciate what they're doing today and look forward to the start of next year's rowing season. There's a great depth of rowing. It'll be interesting to see in the Year 10s next year exactly how many of these girls have come back, said they've enjoyed the experience of Head of Schoolgirls and want to compete in it again. That would just be fantastic to see how many of these girls can come through. Melbourne Girls College just had a bit of a stutter there, opened the door a little bit for Loreto Toorak, but I think now Melbourne Girls College have got too big a lead now that Loreto Toorak are going to find it very hard to catch up. They're doing their best there. Looks like they've only got 3 rowers rowing, and it is Melbourne Girls College that will take out the win in the 4th repechage of 4 in the Year 9, Division 9, Coxed Quad Scull. So it will be Melbourne Girls College, Loreto Toorak, Wesley College and MLCQ that will be going through into the semi-final. And it's a shame there to see the bow seat in Loreto Toorak not being able to row and complete the race. But those other 3 girls doing a great job. Well done to all those crews in the Year 9, Division 9. I will now hand over to Richard, who will start commentating the Open 8s. And if you're not out getting a food or sheltering, come and watch these 8s racing is spectacular.
Thank you, Lynn. And yes, indeed, we are getting ready for one of the big events of this program. It's the Open 8 Division 1, which is lining up at the 1,500 metre start. The new and improved starting pontoons at 1,500 metres. Boat holders certainly earning their volunteers' money today, lying out there in the rather warm sun, but it does look fairly placid at this stage at the 1,500 metre start. And certainly is a great view for those boat holders as the 4/8 power away, especially at this level. The fastest boats of the entire regatta, of course, the female Open 8 Division 1. And we've got potentially an early preview of the final here as well with, you'd have to say, the two favourites in the middle lanes here. Lane 2 in the yellow boat there, the crew from St Catherine's, the double defending champions in this race. And alongside them in that usual dark blue boat, it is the crew from Loreto Turak, and this should be a great race down the middle lanes of this race. And if both can go through, they'll meet again in the final tomorrow.
But yeah, if you want to sit down, just like not the front bit. Yeah, no good.
And they are off now from the 1,500 metre start. So we are racing in the first semi-final of the regatta, and it's the semi-final of the Open 8 Division 1. And once again, right on time, the 109 race is on the water. So the full field of 4, Geelong Grammar racing in lane 1, St Catherine's there in lane 2, Loreto in 3, and Cornfield Grammar in 4. And as you'd expect, the ratings up high in the opening strokes as they all power away and try to gain an advantage at the beginning of this race. The first 2 will go through to the A final. And for 3rd and 4th, it will be the B final. So plenty to race for here in the semi-finals. They're often the biggest races of these multi-day regattas, the semis, the hardest to get through and secure a spot in the top 4. And that's exactly what these 8s are trying to do now as they progress down the 1,500 metre course in use for the open races to follow over the next hour or so. So St Catherine's lane 2, the double defending champions in this event. Also victors here the last 2 years, the reigning national champions as well after a very narrow win over Melbourne Girls Grammar School last year at Ngambie. And Loreto Turak, the crew alongside them in lane 3, by my calculations, have never won the Open 8 at the head of the Schoolgirls, but certain that the James Rook coach crew there is out to change that this time around. And those 2 crews there in the centre lanes, they were 1st and 2nd at the Victorian Championships at Ngambie a couple of weekends ago as well. So they've had plenty of close battles this year, these 2 crews, between St Catherine's and Loreto Turak. And as they go but through the first 500 metres of the race, it certainly has been a bright start to the St Catherine's combination. And you can see they've cleared out by about 3/4 of a length on the Loreto Turak crew already. So it is the 2 crews in the centre lanes who've got off to the best of starts. Then Geelong Grammar on lane 1, the 5th place crew from the state championships, and Caulfield Grammar over in lane 6, the crew coached by Hannah Every Hall. They were 6th at the Victorian titles, so it's a pretty strong field. In fact, 4 of the top 6 from the state championships finals now racing here on the Barwon River as well. But the St Catherine's crew certainly has been powerful through the start, and they look to maintain and extend their lead now in the middle sections of this race. The combination there in lane 2 of Freya Cantwell, Zara Peel, Scarlett Shelton, Zoe Hall, Lucy Green, Chloe Nevins, Sienna Darcy, Jemima Wilcox, Scarlett Pringle, and they are coached, as they have been for several years, by John Saunders and Bridget Carlisle, who also, of course, took last year's crew over to the famous Henley Royal Regatta in England in the middle of last year, where they took home the Schoolgirl 8 title, the first time ever won by an Australian crew. So St Catherine's and Loreto Turak, the 2 crews there in the centre of the course, around about a length or so. It appears that between those 2 at this stage, they're well past halfway and heading at pace towards the McIntyre Bridge. The Loreto crew, they're in 2nd place. Zoe Kritikides, Stephanie Barre, Charlotte Lloyd, Claire McGurr, Charlotte Grant, Alexandra Fairchild, Claudia McNee, Isabel Mellor, Eloise Bull, coached, of course, by the former coxswain of the Australian Women's 8 in James Rook. And they do still sit within about a length of our lead crew, probably closed down about 2/3 of a length or so now, as our top 2 crews have really cleared out on the remainder of the field. So it does indeed look, it'll be the 2 heat winners from yesterday's early racing in the qualifying spots at this stage, and now the tactics will be fascinating over the final 400 metres, because it's not so much about winning the race today, it's the race tomorrow that will count for these two crews when they look like they'll meet again on the waters of the Barwon and they fight out for the head of the Schoolgirls title. But the Loretto crew certainly looking to make up some ground here on St Catherine's late in this race. For third and fourth, it'll be Geelong Grammar on the northern side and Caulfield Grammar on the south bank. The Geelong crew: Kitty Kisvada, Phoebe Sheehan, Eve Grulievich, Aisha Yates, Claire Hamilton, Matilda Hunt, Quimby Yates, Sienna Hewan and Olivia Mann. And over on the far side, Caulfield Grammar: Emily Condren, Ava Pigeon, Ella Maskill, Stephanie Longley, Annabelle Barnett, Olive Pascoe, Grace Kennedy, Amelia Pinder and Ivy Jones. Cox, as I said before, by Hannah Every Hall. But Loretto Turak certainly are making up some ground late on our early leaders from St Catherine's, who look to have been in front from the very first stroke. Both crews up on about 36 or 37 strokes to the minute, and Loretto certainly are making up ground here. They're locked together stroke for stroke with 3 or 4 to go. They're both going to qualify for the final, but who will get the centre lane? St Catherine's. Loretto coming at them, a couple of strokes to go. Loretto Turak may have snuck their body in front, or maybe not. That is definitely a photo, and it will all come down to the surge on the very last stroke. St Catherine's or Loretto Turak hold all tickets on the first semi-final. That is extremely close. Third will go to Caulfield Grammar, and fourth will go to the crew from Geelong Grammar. But that was a race fitting of a semi-final as we await the verdict on the winning crew. Semi-final 2 is underway. We're awaiting the photo in race 275. Both crews will qualify for the final, is the important information, but that'll be a great race tomorrow with St Catherine's and Loretto, and 2 more crews to come through from this next semi as well. Wesley College Racing in lane 1, Melbourne Girls Grammar School in 2, Furbank Grammar in 3, and MLCQ, the 4 crews. Melbourne Girls Grammar and Furbank, the heat winners from yesterday. Now the photo's been developed, it's been looked at by the judge, and it will be St Catherine's who'll get the win on lane 2 in race 275. But as I said during the race, it's the result tomorrow that will be the critical one. So that should be a thrilling race, the third last one of tomorrow's program. St Catherine's and Loretto will be there, and 2 more crews from this second semi-final, which shows Melbourne Girls Grammar School out in a pretty comfortable lead, but a really good race behind them for second and third. Furbank Grammar lane 3 have been the big improvers this season, the winners of Australian Henley, and MLCQ out in lane 4, who finished in 4th at the state championships, just behind the crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School on lane 3. Melbourne Girls Grammar haven't won this event since 2012, so it's been 11 long years for them, but they're looking well placed here out in front of this race. Their crew of Hannah Glover, Emily McComb, Isabella Ross, Tara Richardson, Lola Dehaan, Lily Wallace, Matilda Heyman, Sophie Johnson and Sophia Wilson. And then for the second qualifying spot, probably MLC at this stage in lane 4, Georgie Thomas, Amy Crow, Bella Oliver, Annabelle Roddard-Bean, Holly Wild, Madeline Croker, Dominic Lovett and Meg Dumbrell. They are coxed by Ella Vernert, and that's certainly a clear second. It looks like Furbank just dropped off the pace in the last couple of 100 metres, and MLCQ are really making a move on Melbourne Girls Grammar School late in the race as well. Surely not another photo finish required here, because they're both going to go through fairly comfortably in the final analysis, but Melbourne Girls Grammar School look to just be preparing themselves for tomorrow's final. Now they're clear by 2/3 of a length, and they will go through and take the win. So Melbourne Girls Grammar School and MLCQ secure the last spot in the A final of the Division 1-8. MLC in second place, about 2 lengths clear of the Furbank Grammar crew. Third place in the end there for Furbank, and fourth will go to the crew from Wesley College Racing in lane 1. Of course, they've got a head of the river to race for next week as well at Lake Ngambie, but for now it'll be the B final of the Open Division 1-8.
For people on the south side, there is a photographer sitting on the grass. Would you please stand up and move behind the barrier? You will have noticed, all you people on the south side, the loads and loads of bikes that are coming down. That is why you've been asked to stay for your safety behind the barriers. Coaches which are on your bikes on the grass, would you please move off onto the road to keep that area clear? Coaching conference on the big road, not the small road. So man in the white t-shirt, blue man on a bike in a blue t-shirt, and someone in a white skirt or trousers, you're on the grass. Would you please move across and onto the larger road? Off you go. Come on. Chop, chop. Thank you, security guard, for getting onto that and getting those people to move. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lynn. That sounded like a bad novel at one point there, man in the white shorts. But in any case, we are racing in the double scull, and we'll pay attention to that race first and then just return to the eights briefly because the margins have just come through in that earlier race. But race 277, first of all, is the first semi-final of the Open School Double Scull Division 1. And again, it's a pretty good field in this race, but it is the two centre lanes who do lead this race. And the full field is Wright and Girls Lane 1, Cardinia Lane 2, Albert Park in Lane 3, who are the defending champions in this event, and Belmont High School from here in Geelong over in Lane 4. The Albert Park combination, Eva Levashova and Saskia Payne, coached by Virginia Lee. So Eva Levashova won this event last year in company at the time with Tish Speed. So that, I think, may have been Albert Park's first head of the schoolgirls title as well, if my memory is correct. But in any case, it was a memorable win for that crew from Albert Park, and they're out to make it 2 in a row. And Eva Levashova can become a double scull ahead of the schoolgirls champion here, and they're well placed in this opening semi-final. Certainly Monique Guest and Leah Murphy of Cardinia International College sit in a clear second place. They were 10th at the Victorian Championships a couple of weeks ago, so a substantial improvement from them now to be amongst the top few crews in this race, ahead of the crew on the far side, Charlize Stanley and Nina Oberle from Belmont High, and then in fourth place, Alexei Doofus and Abigail Phillips from the Wrighton Girls School. But certainly Albert Park College will be the first crew through to the final here of the Open Double Scull Division 1. There are a chance to qualify 2 crews as well in the next semi coming down, but Eva Levashova gets the chance to defend her title in company with Saskia Payne. They win the first semi of the Open Double Scull Division 1. Second goes to the Cardinia combination, Monique Guest and Leah Murphy. Third then will be Belmont High, Charlize Stanley and Nina Oberle, who will progress through to the B final tomorrow, and Wrighton Girls will finish in fourth place on lane 1 as the first semi-final reaches its conclusion. The second semi also underway, but can just confirm now, having seen the photo finish in that Open Division 1-8 first semi-final, it was definitely St Catherine's first across the line. Their margin of victory was just 0.02 of a second over Loretto Turak, so there is absolutely no doubt that race came down to which crew was able to get the last stroke in at the right time. And it was St Catherine's ever so narrowly coming out in front, but a great effort by Loretto to pull back almost the boat length lead that St Catherine's opened up in the early strokes of the race. So that should be great to see tomorrow. Our 4 finalists in the Open 8 Division 1, St Catherine's, Loretto Turak, Melbourne Girls Grammar School and MLCQ will be the 4 crews going through to race in what will be the third last race of the regatta tomorrow. The win for Melbourne Girls Grammar School, certainly a much more comfortable one in semi-final number 2. And semi-2 of the double scull is now the race on the course with Xavier High School from Corowa racing in lane 1. Lane 2 is Shelford Girls Grammar. Lane 3 is the next crew from Albert Park College. Every chance to get 2 crews through to the final here as we seen them past the halfway, or well past the halfway mark now, in fact, of this 1,500 metre race. And then Gibson Grammar in lane 4. Here's Anastasia Buhigi and Ruby Lindray over on the far side of the course, but probably it seems out of contention for a qualifying spot. It looks to be Albert Park in first place, Ella Kiliposki and Olivia Lewis, coached by Virginia Lee, 5th place at the recent state championships, a couple of places behind their crewmates who won the previous semi. Shelford Girls Grammar School in the centre lane, Rosie Davies and Bianca Brown, who were 6th in that same double scull race. Of course, the top 3 from that double scull race are actually in the single scull at this regatta, so that is why there's a bit of difference between those results. So Albert Park College, certainly 2 of the top 3 ranked crews, and you'd expect Shelford to be in the top 4 as well, but I'd watch out still for Evangeline Broad and Bella Haney of the Xavier High School from Corowa, because they do seem to be up in second place at this stage, just ahead of Rosie Davies and Bianca Brown of Shelford. That Xavier High School combination finished 3rd last year. They were the bronze medalists in this event, and they are looking possibly to go a place or 2 better this year, and they should be able to qualify from there, about a length clear of Shelford in the race for 2nd and 3rd, and really powering away the Corowa combination late in this race. But Albert Park College are comfortably clear, and they will win both semi-finals of the Open Double Scull Division 1. A great performance by Albert Park. It's Kilipkowski and Lewis there in first place. Second does go to Broad and Haney of Xavier High School in Corowa. So they're across in second and through to the A final. Just missing out is Rosie Davies and Bianca Brown from Shelford Girls Grammar. They will race in the B final tomorrow, and 4th place will go on the far side of the course to the Gippsland Grammar School combination, Boohoo and Lindray. So some pretty tight racing there in semi-final 2, but we have our top 4 worked out again for the female school Open Double Scull Division 1. We're on to now the 4 quarterfinals in the Open Single Scull Division 1. And again, this is a great field of informed scullers. In this race, we have Holly Kearton from Melbourne Girls College, Annabelle Bamford from Loretto Toorak, Lily Rose Hall-Kraus for the Seymour Peter 12 College, racing in lane 3, and Montana Hulland of Geelong Grammar in lane 4. So Lily Rose Hall-Kraus, the sculler from the Seymour Peter 12 College. She moved, I think, a year or so ago from Gippsland up to towards Ngambie, rowing for the Ngambie Rowing Club at the State Championships just a couple of weeks ago. Finished in 5th place there in the single sculling event. And Annabelle Bamford, who's rowing for Loretto Toorak here in lane 2, finished 11th in that same event. So these are the 2 top-ranked scullers, and it's certainly a pretty comfortable lead here to the sculler from Seymour, Lily Rose Hall-Kraus, who is indeed racing here in the colours of the Ngambie Rowing Club. And she's got a very comfortable lead back on Annabelle Bamford of Loretto Toorak. Our clear top 2. 3rd place looks to be with Montana Hulland of Geelong Grammar over on the southern side of the course. And then 4th place would be Holly Kearton from Melbourne Girls College at this stage. So it's a quarter final here in this Open Single Scull. They'll go through to semi-finals tomorrow, the top 2. So a little bit more recovery time for some of these athletes compared to the quad sculls doing 2 races a day. But of course, a lot of these scullers also rode a repechage this morning. But Lily Rose Hall-Kraus is untroubled here in quarter final number 1, and she goes through to take the win for the Seymour Peter 12 College, and she is clear by several boat lengths over Annabelle Bamford of Loretto Toorak, who will finish in 2nd spot, and she will also make her way through to tomorrow morning's semi-finals of the Open Single Scull Division 1. And then to the C and D finals will go our remaining 2 scullers. So it'll be Montana Hulland of Geelong Grammar to qualify for the C final. And then 4th place, and with it passage to the D final, goes to Holly Kearton there, the sculler from Melbourne Girls College. Just crossing the line now is Holly Kearton of Melbourne Girls College. So that does conclude quarterfinal 1, race 279. Quarterfinal 2 is well advanced as well. The can confirm to the semi-finals for this event will take place from 8:42 tomorrow morning on the final day of the regatta. So from 8:42 a.m, a series of semi-finals in this event to work out our various finalists to race later on in the day. Beginning, of course, again at 7:30 a.m. tomorrow is the current schedule. So another early start to fit as much racing as possible over the course of the day. But race 280 now is the second quarterfinal of the Open Single Scull Division 1. Caulfield Grammar's Amber Barter is racing in lane 1. In lane 2, Chloe Sharp of Lowther Hall, who was one of the heat winners from yesterday, but sits back in about 4th place at this stage. And our 2 likely qualifiers are on the far side of the course. Alice Joyce from Christian College Geelong, coached by Tony Lawless, and finished in 4th place in the state championships a couple of weeks ago. And from the Victory Lutheran College, another of the Corowa Rowing Club scullers, that's Adelaide Robb over in lane 4, coached by Wes Canny and Emily Tidd. Has had some success in lightweight events too at the various club regattas throughout this season. Contending here, of course, in the Open Single Scull Division 1 and looking likely to go through in a qualifying spot behind Alice Joyce of the Christian College Geelong, who maintains a lead of some 3 to 4 boat lengths it would be, but certainly the 2 scullers on the far side of the course are well placed ahead then of Amber Barter of Caulfield Grammar, who's coached by Hannah Every Hall and Jasmine Bell Lowe, and also Chloe Sharp of Lowther Hall in 4th position there on lane 2. So inside the final 100 metres goes our leader, and it is Alice Joyce on a home course here, the sculler from Christian College Geelong. Only a few strokes to go. Long, well controlled, and pretty powerful strokes still in the last couple of strokes of the race. A little bit of messy water there right towards the end, but Alice Joyce is across to take the win, and she's through to the semi-finals too of the Female School Open Single Scull Division 1, and she'll be joined in those semis by Adelaide Robb, the sculler from Victory Lutheran College, over in lane 4, coached by Wes Canny and Emily Tidd, with a strong group of scullers there at the Corowa Rowing Club. 3rd place will go the way of Caulfield Grammar's Amber Barter. She'll qualify for the C final. And 4th place will be the Lowther Hall sculler. That is Chloe Sharp, who will soon come across the line and complete the field of 4 in the second of 4 quarterfinals in the Open Single Scull Division 1. We are continuing rapidly with these next couple of races. In fact, both of the remaining quarterfinals are on the course, and one of the favourites for the event certainly on the water in this next race in the form of Zara Kafuri of Cedar College. The full field is lane 1, Chloe Cook from Loretto Ballarat. Lane 2 is Zara Kafuri of Cedar College. Lane 3, Clancy Tomlinson from Corowa High School. And lane 4, Sophia Miller from Toorak College. So both Kafuri and Miller trained together at the Yarra Yarra Rowing Club. They were 2nd and 3rd in the state titles. Zara Kafuri beaten in a very tight photo finish by Ella Garand of Gippsland Grammar, who's not racing the single at this event. She's rowing in the quad scull. So these are effectively the top 2 ranked scullers from the state titles contesting here the same quarterfinal, and both look well placed to move through this pair of Yarra Yarra scullers. But here, of course, as Cedar College and also Toorak College. And then back to Clancy Tomlinson of Corowa High, who would be in 3rd place, and Chloe Cook of Loretto Ballarat in 4th. But certainly it is Zara Kafuri of Cedar College, who had a successful state championships despite missing out in the schoolgirls event. She won the under-19 single scull, raced on the opening Friday afternoon of that regatta. And then, of course, a silver medal in the single scull as well. But she is very well placed here and will comfortably move through as one of the quarterfinal winners into the semis now of the Open Single Scull Division 1. She's clear by about 3 lengths, so it will be the 2 Yarra Yarra clubmates who'll go through here. Cedar College first for Zara Kafuri, and second goes to Sophia Miller of Toorak College over in lane 4 in that yellow boat as she comes across the finish line now as well. And a few lengths then back to the Corowa sculler. Corowa High School, Clancy Tomlinson will finish in 3rd place. She will race in the C final of that event, and then 4th in a few strokes time will go to Chloe Cook, the sculler in yellow on lane 1, rowing for Loretto Ballarat as she makes her way over the concluding strokes of the course. So one quarterfinal remains, and it's rapidly approaching, in fact, passing under the pedestrian bridge now, as well as our eights are also lining up for Division 2 at the 1,500 metre start. So plenty of action happening in all sections of the course here. But here is the Loretto Ballarat sculler, Chloe Cook, about to cross the line and confirm fourth spot in this event, and she will go through to the D final of the Open Division 1 single scull. But back down the water in race 282, there are 4 scullers remaining for 2 spots in the semi-finals. Lane 1, Beatrix Hearn of Sacred Heart. Lane 2, Amber Tulloch from Our Lady of the Sacred Heart School in Melbourne. Lane 3, Meg Shaw from Ballarat Grammar, who I think is probably out of contention at this stage. And lane 4, Alyssa Mirabelli from the Mercy College, and also rows at the Essendon Rowing Club, where she's coached by Barry Gardner. So there'll be 3 chances here across the course. But Beatrix Hearn, the local sculler from Sacred Heart here in Geelong, was 7th at the state titles, which effectively ranks her as the 4th sculler in this event, given the that not all are racing together in the same event. And on the far side then, Mercy College, Alyssa Mirabelli as well. They look to be the top 2. Ballarat Grammar's Meg Shaw and Amber Tulloch, who is coached by Drew Holman, so trains, I would assume, at the Carrum Rowing Club in the southeast of Melbourne, but should be sitting in 3rd place. So it looks like it'll be a race in 2, and on either side of the course it may well be the Mercy College sculler, Alyssa Mirabelli, in fact, with the race lead. It is indeed by a couple of lengths of clear water, in fact, it would be. So a strong finish there by the sculler from the western suburbs of Melbourne. Mercy College, Alyssa Mirabelli, will take the win here in the 4th and final quarterfinal of the Open Division 1 single scull, as she comes across the line now and confirms her position in the semi-finals. And she'll win it by around about 3 lengths, it would be. Back to lane 1, Beatrix Hearn of Sacred Heart will also move through to the semi-finals. And then it will be Amber Tulloch next across in 3rd position. And Meg Shaw will shortly finish in 4th for Ballarat Grammar. And those 2 will respectively go through to the C and D finals. So we go from the single sculls back to the 8s again. The Open Division 2-8 is on the course. Again, we're back at semi-finals here, so just the 2 races, the top 2 from each will go through to the A final. 3rd and 4th will race in the B final, and they're already on their way and approaching halfway through, in fact, this first semi of the Open Division 2-8, as the wind does certainly start to blow right across the river here. So once again, a reminder, please, to secure your tents, secure your boats, your flags, and the banners on the bridge, as mentioned earlier. It is certainly likely there'll be a bit of wind around for most of the afternoon, so please ensure that everything stays safe and is as secure as it possibly can be. Loretto Turaka out in front here, which is unsurprising in this Open 8 Division 2. They have certainly dominated proceedings so far this season, that crew from Loretto over in lane 3. They had a win in their heat yesterday, so went straight through to this semi-final, as did Melbourne Girls Grammar School, who sit alongside them then in 2nd position. And then back to the schools on the extremities of the course. Furbank Grammar lane 1, and also Genazzano in lane 4, the remaining 2 crews. But certainly our top 2 have cleared out, and Loretto have a lead of some probably 2 lengths or so, in fact, it would be, over Melbourne Girls Grammar School in 2nd place. And then very tight for 3rd and 4th, with possibly Genazzano just shading Furbank as they head through now under the bridge with about 450 metres still to race. But that looks to be the race for the B final, because Loretto and Melbourne Girls Grammar School have the top 2 spots in their keeping at this stage. The crew from Loretto Turak, Neve Thomas-Leach, Sophie Dole, Rowie Curry, Olivia Hope, Isabella Morello, Olivia Carroll, Bianca Court, Maisie Richards, Lucy Marsh, and they're coached by Sam Fennessy and Amelia Garley. And they've been chased by Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Sophie Davies, Emily Twitt, Emma Cafferty, Jessica McLennan, Emily Walters, Lulu Burney, Felicity Batten, Cara Duffy, and Audrey Surais in that boat for Melbourne Girls. And then across to probably Genazzano in third place, and then Furbank fourth. The two crews on either side of the course who will end up, you would think, in the B final here. But Loretto Turak certainly showing a clean pair of heels here. They're out by probably 2.5 lengths now on Melbourne Girls Grammar School. A substantial margin, certainly, in this level of eights racing, and they're extending it down towards the finish line here. It remains a very tight race for third and fourth with Genazzano and Furbank, the two crews involved there. But Loretto Turak just imperious out in front here in the Open 8 Division 2, and they'll go through and record a convincing win. Loretto first in race 283, about 2.5 lengths it would be back to Melbourne Girls Grammar School, who also qualify for the A final, and a similar margin, about 2 lengths back to Genazzano it will be, who will take out third place over on the far side of the course. So they'll go through to the B final in company with the crew from Furbank Grammar. About a length between those two as they cross the line. But a strong win there, certainly, to Loretto Turak in race 283, the first semi-final of the Open 8 Division 2. And Loretto go through with Melbourne Girls Grammar School. As that race ends, we are just about set for the second semi. 4/8s there sit in the starters' hands. Just a little bit of a lining still required, it seems, but they're just about ready to go. Carey Grammar closest to the camera, St Catherine's lane 2, Geelong Grammar in 3, and MLCQ in 4. And right on cue, there you go up on screen, the crews in their lanes as well. The peloton stands by, ready to follow the crews down the 1500 metre course, and they are on their way. The second semi-final, the Open School 8 Division 2. And you'd expect the two crews in the middle lanes to get the best, or look to get the best at the start. Certainly St Catherine's did in Division 1 a few races ago, but that lead was eaten up by Loretto in the closing strokes. It does look again to be St Catherine's, who've got a pretty speedy start there on lane 2. It's pushing their boat a little clear of Carey Grammar and also Geelong Grammar in the opening strokes of the race as they're on their way down 1,500 metres. This breeze largely coming across the course, so not really assisting the crews on their way down. Might be a slight element of a tailwind in it as well. It's swirling a little, it seems, at least from where we sit here on the finish line. But certainly somewhat challenging conditions. But these experienced Open 8s, imagine, should be able to deal with this without any serious concerns. And they're well on their way now through the first few hundred metres of the race. And we're at a third of the way through the race, and you can certainly see now St Catherine's have opened up a lead, and quite a substantial lead, in fact, as well. It did look that way right from the first few strokes. They got their boat moving a little bit quicker than the other three crews, and they have clear water suddenly on the rest of the pack after about 500 metres of this race. Possibly on the far side, MLCQ would be the crew in second place, leading it from Geelong Grammar, who were third. And also Carey Grammar there in the yellow colours, just coming into view, would sit in fourth position. So it's partially as expected. The St Catherine's crew in the centre lane, one of the heat winners from yesterday, along with Geelong Grammar. But Geelong Grammar back in third place, so some work to do for them, certainly, over what's basically the second half of the race now as they come up towards the 750 metre mark. And it'll be MLCQ lane 4, the crew currently sitting in a qualifying spot. So the St Catherine's combination in lane 2, Mietta Passon, Catherine Suter, Sienna Rigg, Rhea Werner, Georgia Sayre, Emily Snell-Bliss, Rosie Oxley, Olivia Howard, and Millie McIntosh. And then second place at this stage is with the crew from MLC, Sophie Lynn, Sarah Palavestra, Anna Jackson, Zara Kraus, Claire Wong, Laura Taubman, Sophia Kapoulis, Emily Davies, and Kate Roscombe in the boat there for MLC. And certainly Geelong Grammar far from out of this on lane 3. That's their crew of Charlotte Clark, Annabelle McDonald, Eliza Reid, Bella Hay, Arabella Rigney, Tress Dumani, Amy Barrow, Sarah Gubbins, and India Sinclair in the boat there for Geelong Grammar, who also have, of course, a head of the river race to compete in a week from today back at the Ngambie Lakes Regatta Centre. Geelong Grammar, along with a couple of the crews from this event, all of the co-educational APS schools competing as well next week in the Heads of the River Regatta. Certainly, as far as St Catherine's are concerned, this race marks largely the culmination of their season in the Open 8 Division 2, and they are well clear here of the field with MLCQ still second and Geelong Grammar in third. Can we please ask for all banners that are on display in the spectator area to be taken down until the wind subsides? All banners, all tall banners, feather banners, teardrop banners, call you what you will, but please make sure they are taken down straight away. We need all banners to be dismantled so they don't blow away and cause any damage while this wind remains strong. So we appreciate the assistance of all in the spectator area in dealing with those banners straight away, please. About to see the conclusion here of the Open 8 Division 2 second semi-final. Still is St Catherine's and MLCQ. Little change in the order here, in fact, for the second half of the race. Still a good battle between Geelong Grammar and Carey for third and fourth. But it doesn't look like they'll figure in the A final calculation. So it is the crew from St Catherine's. MLC have made up some ground over the second half of the race, and they'll close to within a length of them at the end here. Maybe a bit less than that. In fact, they're getting very close. Probably not quite close enough to snatch the win, but they'll be close enough to ask St Catherine some questions in the final. There's no doubt about that. St Catherine's first, about 2/3 of a length of margin back to MLCQ in second place in their second race of the day after coming through the repechage earlier on, and then back to Geelong Grammar third and Carey Grammar in fourth place. So St Catherine's and MLCQ through to the A final of the Open 8 Division 2, where they'll join Loretto Toorak and Melbourne Girls Grammar School, the winners of the previous semi as well. Further urgent call, please, for all banners to be dismantled in the spectator area. Thank you to Carey, I can see, for doing so already, but we need all those banners to be taken down so they don't pose a safety hazard if this wind persists or indeed increases. So can all schools please deal with those banners quickly on both sides of the course. We need those banners to be dismantled. Thank you to MLC as well, dealing with the ones right in front of the judges' tower. And at the same time as taking down the banners, I use this opportunity to check your tents are and remain secure. And again, please ensure your boats are securely tied down in the boat park. It does for now conclude our series of open semi-finals and indeed quarterfinals as well in the events with the larger fields where those extra races were required. So most of our A finalists now set in the open events. The exception, of course, of the single scullers who will race their semi-finals tomorrow morning. Final round of racing still for the open single scullers from 8:42 tomorrow. But we return now after a brief flurry of what must be said was very exciting racing from the 1500 metre start. We return to the 1000 metre start, and they are just underway there in the first of our 1000 metre races as we go racing in the quarterfinals of the Year 10 Division 2 Coxed Quad Scull. The first of 4 quarterfinals, as basic maths would dictate there should be. Hamilton and Alexandra are racing in lane 1 and may have come unstuck there in the very early strokes of this race, unfortunately. Field of 3. Loretto Ballarat there certainly visible in the yellow. Looked away from the screen for a few seconds, and I'm not sure if it was them or it may have been the St Catherine's crew, in fact, who've had to stop racing. We'll confirm that shortly, but certainly Loretto Ballarat continue on their way and look to be our race leaders here in this first quarterfinal. First and second will go through to the semis, so only third place will miss out. Third place will go straight to the C final, and first and second will be in the semi-finals still to go, which will eventually tomorrow morning determine our A and B finalists. So the Loretto crew continues to lead in there, and the always distinctive yellow and blue. Annabelle Piduch, Bronte Malloy, Charlotte Pecker, Mia McTeague, and Bethany Atherton, the cocks of the crew, and they are coached by Lucy O'Loughlin, and they do comfortably lead through the halfway marker of this race. So just under 500 metres now to go for our race leaders from Loretto Ballarat, and then it will be Hamilton and Alexandra, the crew that has continued on rowing down the inside lane of the course, down lane 1. Jemima Ross, Surian Kim, Sophie Merrin, Ava Mould, and Charlotte Butcher, coached by Paul Mould. And the crew with the issue early on was indeed the St Catherine's combination, but they are back rowing with the full crew now, so it does appear they've managed to stage a full recovery, but unfortunately for St Catherine's, they are well back in third place, and it seems certain to go through now to the C final of the Year 10 Division 2 Coxed Quad Scull. The semis of this event will take place tomorrow morning, 8:36 and 8:39 will be the Year 10 semi-finals, and from that we'll have our A and B finalists for later in the program. At this stage, it looks very likely that it'll be Loretto Ballarat and Hamilton and Alexandra College, the two qualifiers from this first of 4 quarterfinals in the Year 10 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. So Loretto Ballarat, it is clear by over a length now in the closing strokes of this race. As they head up towards the finish line now, about 2.5 lengths clear of the crew from Hamilton and Alexandra. They'll both go through to the semis of the Year 10 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. But Loretto Ballarat a comfortable win there in the end. And they are across to take that race out. Second, Hamilton and Alexandra. And then third place in between those two will be the crew from St Catherine's, who some issues in the early strokes of the race and had to chase a long way down the course with the two crews in front having long since taken off. So Loretto Ballarat and Hamilton and Alexandra first and second, and St Catherine's now about to come across and finish in third spot. That will qualify them for tomorrow's C final. Race 431 will be the C final of the Year 10 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. About halfway through the second quarter-final now of the Year 10 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull, as well, at a tight battle at the head of the field between the crews from Melbourne Girls Grammar School and also Loretto Turak. And just a bit of a gap then back to Ballarat Grammar on the inside lane, who would certainly be in third place. The crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School alongside Loretto Turak are clear top two here in this second quarterfinal. The lane two combination is in Loretto have just caught a crab two on the far side and looked for a second to go dangerously close to tipping over. I was about to say they were mounting a charge to try and move past Melbourne Girls Grammar School, but now the challenge for them is just to hold on to second spot and get through to the semi-finals. But Melbourne Girls Grammar School certainly in front, and clearly so now. Rose Keys-Tilley, Lucy Munro, Annabelle Guthrie, Rose Anderson and Phoebe Paul, the crew 2 minutes clear of Loretto, who've recovered pretty well. Now Stephanie Leon, Madeline Barre, Mara Quee, Sophie Hine and Willow Thompson, the crew there from Loretto, and Ballarat Grammar likely to finish in third place. So top two through to the semis, and Melbourne Girls Grammar School hold together well all the way to the finish line, and it'll be just over 2 lengths as they go across now to take the win in race 286. The second quarterfinal, Loretto in second place, they'll be through to the semis as well. And then third place and through to the C final goes Ballarat Grammar School, the crew on lane 1, Sophie Collins, Harriet Hodge, Fleur Follett, Arabella Knight and Hilary Sullivan. Thank you to all the crews on the northern bank. You have taken down their banners. We do need the crews on the southern bank to do the same thing. Looks as if Shelford, Brighton and Melbourne Grammar, at the very least, still have banners up. Can those schools please deal with them promptly? We need all banners to be taken down immediately so as not to pose a danger to anyone in the regatta venue. So those crews on the southern bank, please do the same thing. And halfway through the third quarterfinal now of the Year 10 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull, Fintona, Furbank Grammar and MLCQ are the 3 crews in this race, and it's looks to be similar order to the previous race. 2 crews in the middle and the far side leading out from the inside lane. So Furbank Grammar and MLC from Q are likely to be our 2 qualifiers. Certainly see a bit of water splashing off the blades here in the middle stages of the race, which does give the indication that the conditions is a little challenging out there on the water, but still some fairly experienced crews here, Year 10 Division 2, and no doubt have trained on rougher water in the past as well, so a really good test of their rowing skills as well for these leading couple of crews especially. So Furbank Grammar Lane 2, Jessie Jarvis, Josephine Fay, Alicia Hanley, Ella Bailey and Hannah Lee. And MLCQ just about to hit the shadow of the bridge there. Portia Gowrie, Georgina McLeod, Carolyn Buckley, Josie Martin and Alessandra Lowe. Certainly our top 2. The order yet to be completely worked out. It might be MLC with their boat just ahead of the crew from Furbank Grammar, but not much between those 2 in fact. And then we go back to Fintona, the crew on the inside lane in third place. But it is MLCQ just pushing themselves a little bit away from Furbank now in the closing strokes of this race. They'll both go through to the semis. But MLCQ, by virtue of their win here, will secure the middle lane as well, and they'll do so by a bit over a length, in fact, as they pull away strongly in the closing strokes of this race. Furbank might have slightly put the queue in the rack there with a few strokes to go, but they'll both go through to the semis. MLCQ first, Furbank Grammar second, and Fintona will finish in third place, about 2.5 lengths further back. So they'll race in the C final of the Year 10 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull, and MLC and Furbank are through to tomorrow's semi-finals. Again, those semis coming up from 8:36 or 8:36 and 8:39 tomorrow, as we have a series of semi-finals to begin the morning from 7:30, and then our finals begin at 9 a.m. Here's the fourth quarter-final of the Year 10 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. Albert Park College lane 1, Strathcona lane 2, and Genazzano lane 3. With the crew in the centre there, Strathcona look to have their boat narrowly ahead of Genazzano maybe from Albert Park in second and third, either side of the course, those two crews. And that's where the action looks to be for the second qualifying spot. But I'd favour Genazzano from here to go through and maybe even challenge Strathcona late in this race, in this fourth and final quarter-final. Strathcona in front here, Charlotte Stoltz, Lily Reich, Amanda Un, Alexia Keenan and Olivia Elliott. The other, and then chased by the crew still from Genazzano, Adele Nukara, Sophie Carter, Georgie Kerr, Poppy Lawrence and Cecilia Maury. The Cox of that crew who've just about got themselves on terms with Strathcona now, and they're certainly a couple of lengths clear of Albert Park College as they pass those impressive looking enclosures on the southern bank of the course. We're getting a great view here of these two crews as Genazzano keeps sneaking up on the Strathcona crew with only a couple of strokes to go. Genazzano have just about made up the gap. Strathcona got one last desperate push to try and hold on to the lead here. Genazzano on the far side won't quite get there. It's Strathcona by a canvas in the fourth quarter final of the Year 10 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. But Strathcona and Genazzano, try saying those names quickly in a close finish a few times. They'll go through first and second into the semis of the Year 10 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. And then third place will be the crew from Albert Park College who come across the line now to conclude race 288. And with that, the four quarterfinals of the Year 10 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull have been completed. So on to the quarterfinals now of the Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. The two Lorettos in this race, side by side. Loretto Toorak lane 2, Loretto Ballarat lane 3, and Genazzano over in lane 1 of the three crews in this race. Some work to do for Loretto Toorak, I would think, in the centre of the course. But Loretto Ballarat look to be our race leaders on the far side. Amelia Phillips, Ruby Cameron, Jessica Main, Lily Boynton, and Gemma Bridges, the crew there for Loretto. Second place is coming increasingly tight, but I'd still think Genazzano at this point have their boat narrowly in front of Loretto Toorak. So lane 1 crew from Genazzano, Rebecca Crow, Madeline Stewart, Grace Kwok, Emma Whelan and Akira Little, coached by Jemima Dwyer. And then Loretto Toorak certainly still a chance with a couple of 100 metres to ride. They'll need to motor home from there, but they are showing signs of picking up the pace and going out after our leading two crews. That's the Loretto crew, Sarah Tanner, Stephanie Chan, Alessia Morello, Izzy Stone and Millie McLean in the cock seat of that boat as they do move up within, I would think, about a half length or maybe less than that now behind Genazzano on the northern lane of the course. So you can pencil in Loretto Ballarat to take the win here, but it's on for second and third. Loretto just getting messy for a couple of strokes, but Genazzano obliged by doing the same. These two are still locked together, and maybe Loretto Toorak are about to get their boat in front with about 40 or 50 metres to go. This is an interesting test of rough water rowing, but Loretto Ballarat will go across and take the win. They're through to the semis, and it will indeed be Loretto Toorak if they can hold together for two more strokes, and they will get across in the end by about half a length between the two. Loretto Toorak do snatch second after a pretty strong finish in some challenging water, and Genazzano end up in third place. So the top two through to the semis, the Lorettos, Ballarat and Toorak, have those two spots secured in tomorrow morning's semi-finals, and Genazzano will finish in third place. They'll race in the C final, race 427 on tomorrow morning's program. Second quarterfinal is well and truly on the way as well, and it does show two crews this time clearly out in front, so unlikely to be as much tension over second spot here, although it could be close for first and second. Furbank Grammar Lane 3, Melbourne Girls Grammar Lane 2, the clear top two, and then Ballarat Clarendon in lane 1, but little to separate these two crews. It might be a slight edge to Furbank Grammar, but bear in mind the angle of the bridge when looking at the two crews there, but it does appear to be Furbank by a small margin here. Celine Sorensen, Lola Graham, Sophia Lyons, Stephanie York and Caitlin Barwood, coached by Melanie Hickey. And beside them, Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Ellie Hasidas, Megan Barrow, Isabel Gelder, Chloe Williams and Ava Samarasinger, the Melbourne Girls Grammar combination. But Furbank do look to be a little neater and a little more powerful here in the closing strokes of the race. He says as they cut almost a couple of crabs and make it interesting, but Furbank, their lead was enough and they'll go across with a 1 length lead. So Furbank in front, they go through to the semi-finals. Melbourne Girls Grammar will finish in second place and it will be Ballarat Clarendon in third in race 290. The second semi-final, second quarter-final that is, of the Year 10 Division 3 female school Coxed Quad Scull, with Ballarat Clarendon still approaching the finish line here. Bridget Wise, Rafferty Dennis, Sinead Postlethwaite, Hannah McRoberts and Bella Nolan, a crew coached by Lauren Murphy. And just a few strokes to go for Ballarat Clarendon College. So 2 quarterfinals remain of the Year 10 Division 3 events, and then a series of Year 9 semi-finals to come after that. So still plenty of racing left on this afternoon's program. I'll take a break for a while and leave you in the... In fact, I'll do these next 2 races, as Jane correctly points out, because there are only 2 Year 10 races to go. And then we'll leave you with Jane Horn for the first time today after a very busy morning of Geelong sport keeping her occupied as well. Further reminder from the president of the jury, delivered himself, that we need to ensure all boats are tied down. We have had an injury reported in the boating area due to a loose boat coming off the racks and hitting a person. So please ensure that your boats are tied down at all times. In these conditions, it is not safe to leave a boat even for a minute or 2, because the wind can move those big boats around fairly quickly, and those flying objects are very, very dangerous. So please, once again, check and ensure your boats are tied down. So quarterfinal 3 of the Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. I think Jane wants to watch this race rather than describe it, because one of her many old schools is racing in this. Hamilton and Alexandra over in lane 3, and they're probably sitting in a qualifying spot here, but MLCQ are our race leaders. We've got a little bit messy in the closing strokes, and Hamilton and Alexandra over in lane 3 looking for a top 2 spot and every chance to do it here. The lead crew from MLCQ, Jess Watson, Amaya Crawshay, Chloe Bowen, Georgie Dumbrell and Josie Carson. And then Hamilton and Alexandra clearly second now. Harriet Nichols, Henrietta Russell, Georgina Russell, Olivia Reese and Minnie Walker, the cocks of that crew. And they are making up some ground on our race leaders from MLCQ. Both look set to go through here, but racing for the middle lane, of course, in the semi-finals to come. The lead to MLC might just be a bit too much here, but certainly Hamilton and Alexandra pushing right down towards the finish line and getting great race experience here in the closing strokes of this event. There'll be about a length and a third between them as they go across. MLCQ in first place, and it will be Hamilton and Alexandra in second. So our top 2 go through comfortably clear of Melbourne Girls College, who will finish in third place in race 291. So it's MLC and Hamilton and Alexandra who are our qualifiers for the semis of the Year 10 Division 3 Coxed Quad Scull. And they will race their semis at 8:30 and 8:33 tomorrow morning. Now, a big morning of semi-finals still to follow tomorrow, but a big afternoon still of the many, many quarterfinals in the Year 9 events, which are coming up shortly. But we have one more Year 10 race to go, and that is the 4th quarterfinal of the Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. Sacred Heart in lane 1, Ballarat Grammar in lane 2, and St Catherine's in lane 3. And they do look to be our leading crew, that St Catherine's combination out on the far side of the course here. Amelia Chen, Emma Hibbins, Sophie Knight, Melanie Young and Isabella Kent-Jones, the crew there from St Catherine's. Just again, another request about those banners on the southern bank. I think most of them have been dealt with, but there are still a couple of banners up. I think it might be possibly Melbourne Girls Grammar School, but in any case, can those remaining banners on the southern bank please be dismantled straight away? And again, a reminder to tie down your boats at all times this afternoon and throughout the rest of this regatta. Please tie down your boats at all time. We have had one injury reported already in the boat park, and very keen to ensure that that is the only one for this regatta. But the St Catherine's crew continues to lead here from a good race for second, Ballarat Grammar and Sacred Heart. Probably Ballarat Grammar still there in second at this stage. Zoe Flamsteed, Natalie Kumnick, Maggie Taylor, Daisy Sheehan and Sienna Dell, the crew there for Ballarat Grammar. Ahead of Sacred Heart, Lily Corp, Charlotte Shooten, Ines Douglas, Molly Graham and Eve Daly, the Geelong crew from Sacred Heart, but they are back in third place at this stage, so likely to go through to the C final. It's a comfortable lead and a comfortable win coming up to the crew from St Catherine's over in lane 3, looking to be the second last crew through to the semi-finals of the Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. That will go the way of St Catherine's with a comfortable win here by about 3.5 lengths from Ballarat Grammar, who will join them in those semi-finals and race again tomorrow morning before they get to the A and B finals still to come. And Sacred Heart will go straight through to the C final. The crew there on lane 1 as they come up and across the finish line now. It is Sacred Heart in third place, but St Catherine's and Ballarat Grammar, the two qualifiers through to the semi-finals from the fourth and final quarterfinal of the Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. So that ends our Year 10 races, and that's me done for now. And I'll hand you over for the first time today to Jane Horn.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and hope you're surviving in this very difficult conditions for schoolgirl rowing. And as we move into the Year 9 Division 1 Cox Quad Scull, we have 3 crews across the Barwon in this event. Melbourne Girls Grammar School in lane 1, Wesley in lane 2 and Strathcona in lane 3. And these crews in their first year of rowing here at the head of the schoolgirls are managing these conditions with great maturity and common sense too, as they're rowing really nicely coming down this course. Not easy, parents who have not rowed, to manage 2 oars in these sort of weather, and of course every time the oars lift out of the water it buffets the boat a bit, so the coxswains have a really challenging job as well. But as we approach the last couple of 100 metres in this race, it is the crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar who are pulling away from Strathcona in Station 3. Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Pippa Bisley, Imogen Perrott, Gabrielle Sofra, Grace Perrott and Camilla Rowe, the Cox, doing a wonderful job here as they plot their course through the boys. And they will take out this first heat, first and second going through to the semi-final. And in lane 3, it is the crew from Strathcona in second, narrowly defeating Wesley College. So in these quarter-final races, we have 4 quarter-finals in the Year 9 Division 1 event. The results of that race: in first place, Melbourne Girls Grammar School; second place, Strathcona; and in third place, Wesley College. Quarter-final 2, 3 schools across the Barwon here: lane 1, Caulfield Grammar; lane 2, St Catherine's; and lane 3, Geelong College. I don't think I need to be reminding anyone to keep hydrated, but you will be developing headaches about now if you don't get plenty of water into you. And you're physically very busy, so please make sure you are drinking lots of fluids, lots of water, grabbing shade when you can. We need these girls to be ready for tomorrow, not overtired and unhydrated, so please make sure you're looking after your charges and children. Both these crews go through to the semi-finals. So this is the crew from St Catherine's: Amity Morris, Poppy Cashmore, Isabel Peter, Kari Prendergast, Sky McIntosh, the Cox, and Alexander Clark is the coach. And St Catherine's are comfortably a length in front of the crew from Geelong College: Claudia Hutchins, Lucy Hanbury, Millie Agar, Millie Payton, Lexi Kemp, the Cox, and coached by Christine McGlade. And a further 2 or 3 lengths ahead of the Caulfield Grammar crew: Chloe Moffat, Nina Pound, Matilda Chesnow, Charlotte Neal, with Emily Eldridge, the Cox, and Kirsten Meyer, the coach. So the crew from St Catherine's comfortably taking out the second quarterfinal, with Geelong College in second place and Caulfield Grammar crossing the line now. Few strokes to go in third place. Cannot stress enough how important it is to tie your boats down. Livia Mann, you'll make sure your boat's tied down, won't you? Thank you. Make sure that your boat is secure. We don't want them flying up. Apart from the added incentive of the repair and the cost, it is dangerous for people walking around if there are boats flying through the air. Please make sure things are tied down. So this is the quarterfinal 3 currently in progress. So first and second through to the semi-finals tomorrow morning, and then the balance through to race 410, which is the C final, which will be held at about 11:15 tomorrow. So 3 crews across the water here. Genazzano in lane 1. Loretto Ballarat currently in first place, a length ahead of Genazzano, with a further length back to Gippsland Grammar. All crews handling these incredibly windy conditions very, very well. The crew from Loretto Ballarat: Avery Clark, Neve Griffiths, Olive Lanyon, Mia Woodburn, Tyra Slater, the Cox. Holding off a determined Genazzano: Ruth Clancy, Tess Ellard, Meg McIntosh, Emma McIntosh and Kate Farino. Both those 2 crews will go through, although the Gippsland Grammar crew are not making it too easy for Genazzano as we approach the final few strokes. But it is Loretto Ballarat through first, Genazzano in second, and Gippsland Grammar in third. The fourth and final quarterfinal underway now, with again the first 2 crews going through to the semi-finals tomorrow morning, with the final race at about 11:15, just before the afternoon session tomorrow. A busy day of rowing tomorrow. Weather conditions may be a little kinder, but you never know what's going to come if this change comes through this evening. So the girls are handling these conditions very, very well. We are in Division 1 and 2 here, so a little bit of experience with these Year 9s, but they are in their first year of rowing, and many parents are here for the first time and hopefully enjoying the atmosphere, although feeling probably a little bit uncomfortable. But that's rowing. We row in all sorts of conditions. The wind has not got high enough for us to warrant cancelling anything at this or suspending anything, so keeping an eye on the white caps. The peak of the wind is supposed to be subsiding from sort of now on, and the white caps have disappeared from the Barwon, except in small gusts, so everything's looking okay for now. But I do urge everyone to tie everything down and make sure things are not going to blow away. Quarterfinal number 4. There are 3 crews in this event. Furbank Grammar in lane 1, Ballarat Grammar in lane 2, and Wrighton Girls in lane 3. The 2 crews in stations 2 and 3 neck and neck here as they approach the James Harrison Bridge. It looks like the crew from Wrighton Girls might be slightly in front of the Ballarat Grammar combination. The Wrighton Girls, Bridget Lucis, Isabella Griffith, Cassidy Lord, Elizabeth Hereford, and coxed by Zoe Higgins, coached by the infamous Yon Popper and very famous Yon Popper and Philippa Preston. So they will be very excited to see their crew about half a length in front of the Ballarat Grammar combination of Cleo Tyndall, Briley Walker, Lara Golan, Olivia Beachy, coxed by Alexis Timms. So the clan from Ballarat Grammar will need to urge this crew on. Of course, the first 2 do go through to the semi, and they've got Furbank Grammar in lane 1, Abigail Bly, Celestine Zhang, Sophie Nichols, Piper Hallam, and Isabel Tranter, the cocks. But a nice spread across the Barwon here with Wrighton a length clear of Ballarat Grammar, who are a length ahead of Furbank as they come to the last 50 metres or so. As we approach the finish line, Ballarat Grammar crew urging their coxswain urging the crew on, but the Wrighton Girls have finished in first place and they will go on to the semi-final and meet each other again with Furbank Grammar in the C final. So 3, 2, 1 down the page. Wrighton Girls in first place, Ballarat Grammar second, and Furbank in third place, which concludes the Year 9 Division 1, with those crews going through, first and second going through to the semi-finals at 8:18 tomorrow morning, and the C final will be held at 11:45. 10:51. We now move into the Coxed Quad Scull Year 9 Division 2 with, again, a whole lot of crews in this event, signalling the great amount of enthusiasm there is for rowing in all these schools, Year 9 being the largest number of entries. So we've got quarterfinals here. We have 4 of them before we move into Division 3. So in this event, first and second in all 4 quarterfinals will proceed to the semi-finals 1 and 2, commencing at 8:06 tomorrow morning, with the balance going through to the C and D finals at 10:24 tomorrow morning. 4 crews across the river in this one. Lane 1 is Loretto Ballarat, Lane 2 MLCQ, Lane 3, Albert Park College, who are half a length in front of MLC as we approach the James Harrison Bridge, with Geelong College on the far side in Station 4. Albert Park College combination of Isabel Perkins, Eliza Voss, Coco Jones, Michaela Stamvolich, Indigo Brown, and coached by Eric Schrader, are a length in front of MLCQ as they come under the bridge through the shadows. A little bit deceptive there. MLCQ have lifted their rating a little bit, put a little pressure on Albert Park College, but they're maintaining their form, which is not easy in these windy conditions. MLC, Amelie DeBanks, Emily Catano, Emily Tian, Madeline Turnham and Lucy Chin, the Cox, urging MLC on, putting some pressure on this Albert College combination as they come through to the final 50 metres here. Albert Park College are holding their lead. Both crews will go through to the semi-final tomorrow morning, and it's Albert Park College first, MLC second, followed by Loretto Ballarat in third place, with Geelong College in fourth. Loretto Ballarat, Anna Jones, Eve Watson, Lily Bennett, Matilda Kavanagh, Lucy Stringer and Amy Foley going through to the C final, with the Geelong College combination of Tessa McCann, Sophie Sprunt, Genevieve Dennis, Tarly Cummins and Nellie Watts the Cox going through to the D final, which will occur at approximately, I can look that up for you, definitely at 10:27 tomorrow morning. So tomorrow the finals will commence at 9 o'clock in the morning with D finals in the Year 9 Division 9s, proceeding right through the Year 9 finals in the morning into the Year 10s, and then the open finals in the afternoon. So a huge day of racing tomorrow, commencing at 7:30 in the morning just as the sun pops up, and finishing at 3:30 tomorrow afternoon. Program running to time despite the challenging conditions. So a wonderful day of rowing today in these challenging conditions for these crews, and particularly for the coxswains. Shout out to all coxswains, the most important person in the boat, because you don't go very straight without one. So you must look after your coxswains. This is quarterfinal number 2 in the Year 9 Division 2. Carey Grammar in lane 1. Furbank Grammar in lane 2. Having a great battle there with Melbourne Girls Grammar School, who are in lane 3. And a further several lengths further back, St Catherine's, who look like they might be having some difficulties with their equipment in some way. But these two crews here both going through to the semi-final if they can finish first and second without incident as they come under the James Harrison Bridge. It is the crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar, half a length in front of Furbank Grammar. Hannah Cashnitz, Stephanie Speller, Georgia Harris, Addie Dean and Ellie Polglaze cheering on this Melbourne Girls Grammar School and asking them to lift their rating as they come to the final 100 metres, ahead of the Furbank Grammar combination of Sophie Penfold, Ella Spring, Olivia McLean, Tilly Shenfield, Emily Arenson, and coached by Eliza Planachik. So these two crews will go through to the semi-final tomorrow morning at 8:06. So Melbourne Girls Grammar School will finish a length in front as they come powering down the line here. A great finish with these girls, finishing off strongly from Furbank Grammar in second place. In third place will be Carey Grammar, Jasmine Lawrence, Gemma Gowans, Indy Kenny, Ava Thomas and Goldie McDermott. The Cox, so the Carey Grammar number 2 crew finishing in third place. They will progress to the C final. And then the St Catherine's combination over in lane 4 have had some sort of equipment issue, so they are still rowing across the line, and they will qualify for the D final tomorrow, which will occur at 10:27 tomorrow morning. So you're still through to the final, girls. Just finish off that row in fourth place. Violetta Campani, Sophie Hawker, Eve Plummer, Alex Oman and Mia Upton, the Cox. Looks like the oar's been snapped as they've come down, which is not unexpected. These things happen in rowing. They happen in huge races. They happen in little races. So not an unexpected, certainly nobody's fault. Heads up, girls. That's better. Quarterfinal 3 of the Year 9 Division 2. 4 crews in this as well, with the first 2, of course, still going through to the semi, then the third to the C final and fourth to the D final. We have Wesley College in lane 1, Loretto Toorak in lane 2, and Wrighton Girls in lane 3, who are already a length and a half in front here as they pass the halfway mark, with Ballarat Grammar over on station 4. Pretty close between Ballarat Grammar and Loretto, with Wesley College a further length back in 4th place. So the Wrighton Girls combination of Anna Trong, Saya McIntyre, Valentia Derbogoshian, Letitia Derbogoshian, Lulu Spinks. Coaches are Louisa Che and Grace Jansen. I'll have to get clarification on, I hope I'm not offending anyone with my very poor pronunciation of those game names I've just read, but Wrighton are clearly 2 lengths in front now of the Loretto Toorak combination. Jemima Perry, Isla Quick, Zara Barkovic, Mimi Tucker and Greta Hardwick, the Cox. But Wrighton are going to take out this quarterfinal 3 in first place to qualify through to the semi-final tomorrow. Loretto Toorak in 2nd place. Ballarat Grammar, Lily Geddes, Kate Johnson, A.B. Marriott, Georgia Hill with Holly Bridie, the Cox, cruising over the line there in 3rd place, with Wesley College in 4th. Scarlett Evans, Neve Horsley, Sienna Matthews, Zara Hirsch and Loyola Balbonton, the Cox. So they'll go through to the D final at 10:27, with the C final at 10:24 for Ballarat Grammar. One more event in this Year 9 Quad Scull Division 2, quarterfinal number 4. 4 crews, Gippsland Grammar in lane 1, Strathcona in lane 2, Caulfield Grammar in lane 3, and Ballarat Clarendon College in lane 4. So these 4 crews are coming down in a perfect stagger as we look across the Barwon at the moment, with lane 4 in front. Ballarat Clarendon, Zara Ambrose, Sinead Houlihan, Ashley Moffat, Sophie Cardoso and Sienna Ward, the Cox. 2 lengths in front of Caulfield Grammar, Lola Karavasov, Lily Abbott, Annabelle Gigliotti and Rosie White, with Louisa Jekyll, the Cox. 2 lengths in front again of Strathcona, Jasmine Marr, Eleanor Inson, Olivia Harris, Paige Guthridge, Charlotte Gibbons, the Cox, and coached by Elizabeth Fraser. And then a further 3 lengths behind to Gippsland Grammar in lane 1, Bonnie Johnson, Violet Fisher, Evie Humphries, Ailey Lamb and Mia Del Busso. Again, the first 2 going through to the semi-finals tomorrow morning, with the 3rd place through to the C final and 4th to the D. But it's Ballarat and Clarendon clearly in front here of the Caulfield Grammar combination. A great victory there to the Ballarat Clarendon combination. Caulfield Grammar in 2nd place. 2 lengths in front of them, of Strathcona, who are 3 or 4 lengths ahead of Gippsland Grammar in 4th place. Wellroad Girls all going through to C and D finals tomorrow. That concludes the Year 9 Division 2 event. And the semi-finals at 8:06 tomorrow morning, with the C and D finals at 10:24 and 10:27. So Wellroad to Gippsland Grammar. We now move into the Year 9 Division 3 quarterfinals. 4 of them, of course, in a quarterfinal, 4 in each event. With the first 2 crews qualifying for the semi-finals at 7:54 a.m. tomorrow. Finishing third in this event will qualify you for the C final at 10:18 tomorrow morning, and then the D final at 10:15 tomorrow morning. So a wonderful progression here for these Year 9 girls who are enjoying their first regatta, or not their first regatta, but their first head of Schoolgirls Regatta. Hopefully they'll participate for many years to come, and of course if they can do 3 or more regattas they will receive a Morongo medal named after the school that was very involved in the foundation of the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta, which commenced in 1985, of which I was in attendance, my little Sacre-Cœur girls in those days. So we travelled to Ballarat in 1985 to row, and now 2,500 girls come to Geelong to row over 3 days. We had a Saturday afternoon rowing regatta in 1985 at Ballarat in conditions not dissimilar to this. So the year quad scull Year 9 Division 3, we have 4 crews across the river here. Ballarat Grammar in lane 1, Genazzano in lane 2, Loretto in lane 3, and it's the crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar over in Station 4, Alexandra Duncan, Ruby Cheatham, Olivia Jane, Caitlin Anthony and Lily Roberts, who will take out this first quarter final in the Year 9 Division 3 in first place, holding off Loretto. Both will go through to the semi-finals, as I mentioned, at 7:54 a.m. Loretto just losing their form as they cross the line, so they'll need to hang in there and keep their form. Coming across in third place is the crew from Ballarat Grammar, Charlotte Ravisa, Charlotte Armitage, Bess Morrison, Georgina Draffin, and coxed by Jessica Hawker, with Genazzano in fourth place going through to the D final at 10:15 tomorrow morning. Madeline Newman, Olive Oxland, Annie Dwan, Tilly Lawrence and Verity Horrigan the cox, with Alice Frawley coaching them. So 3-4-2-1 down the page in the Year 9 Division 3 first quarter final, with Loretto Turak and Melbourne Girls Grammar progressing to the semi-finals tomorrow morning, and Ballarat Grammar to the C final and Genazzano to the D final. Conditions appearing to be a lot more settled as we move through these Year 9 quad scull races. We are up to quarterfinal number 2, Division 3 here for the Year 9s. Melbourne Girls College in lane 1, St Catherine's in lane 2, Wrighton in lane 3 and Carey Grammar over in Station 4. Very lucky we're holding this event here. There's been a number of cancellations at Nagambie, so the shelter from the riverbank and the trees is allowing this regatta to proceed. We seem to have some issues with the St Catherine's crew, who have one person stopping rowing. So again, very important to not necessarily go flat out here if you don't have to. We don't want to break equipment, but in these tricky conditions, the Year 9 girls need to keep their balance and try to maintain their form even though there is gusts of wind. Each time the oars come out of the water, they are at risk of a little bit of buffeting, so much more stable when all 4 oars are in the water. But as they lift the oars out of the water, they are at risk then of misfiring if the river is a bit choppy, so they need to be very cautious in their selection of putting the oars in. but it is Carey Grammer here over on Station 4. Ellie Charman, Lara Mercarillo, Millie White, Caitlin McIntyre and Maeve McLellan coming across first to qualify first in this quarterfinal, with Wrighton, Mia Hoyle, Freddie Phillips, Pippa Addison, Zara Grogan, Olivia Thompson and coached by Tess O'Callaghan will finish in second place to both go through to the semi-finals tomorrow morning. St Catherine's, although rowing, still may qualify in third, although Melbourne Girls College have lifted their rating a little bit. St Catherine's unable to row, but trying to still maintain their form, which is very difficult, as the girls from Melbourne Girls College potentially may have rowed over and into the C final. Melbourne Girls College, Lydia Forster, Cerise McPhee, Orla Edwards, Tessa Williams and Ava Artavilla, with St Catherine's having some difficulty there with their oars, Alice Dobbin, Camille Brown-John, Emily Thomas, Scarlett Evans and Sophia Sinclair. So that was quarterfinal number 2. We now have quarterfinal number 3. Ballarat Clarendon in lane 1, Furbank Grammar in lane 2, Loretto Ballarat in 3 and Footscray High School in lane 4. And Loretto Ballarat are currently half a length in front of the crew from Furbank, with Ballarat Clarendon holding a good strong position with Furbank and keeping up with them. Massive fish jumping out of this river. Loretto Ballarat over in Station 3, Jemima Noble, Lila Malloy, Abby Kinsley, Maddie Geljon and Madison Cheeseman, the cocks. Neck and neck there with Furbank Grammar in the middle, Olivia Gillett, Sarah Reid, Daisy Harridge, Iris Lee and Miller Edwards, the cock. So they're having a great battle here as they come through under the Harrison Bridge. 2 yellow crews here with Loretto in lane 3 and Furbank Grammar in lane 2. And Furbank have lifted their rating as they've come under the bridge, which is a very common request from coaches. Once you hit that bridge, girls, lift the rating. And now they've got to hold their form in these blustery and windy conditions. You can see the boat blowing around a bit. And this is where the coxswains come into their own, because they have to call the strokes as well as steer the boat. And it is the crew from Loretto who are slightly in front of Furbank here, half a length in front as they pull away to cross the line first. Loretto Ballarat crossing the line first from Furbank Grammar in second place, with Ballarat Clarendon in third. And Footscray High School a further 3 or 4 lengths back in fourth place. So 1 and 2, Loretto Ballarat and Furbank Grammar going through to the semi-finals tomorrow morning. Ballarat Clarendon into the C final. Event 399 at 10:12, and the D final will be Footscray High School. Charlotte Mack, Layla Carotis, Molly Strawn, Estelle Weiss and Sylvie Ward, the cocks. So the 4th quarterfinal is underway and heading towards the McIntyre Bridge. Sacred Heart in lane 1, MLC in 2, Strathcona in 3 and Fintona in lane 4. Race 304, the Quad Scull Year 9 Division 3. This is the 4th quarterfinal, with the 1st and 2nd going through to the semis in the morning at 7:54 a.m. So that will be an early start. So 3 crews here across the river. Strathcona in lane 3. MLC currently in front, a length, maybe nearly a length in front of the Strathcona combination, with Fintona in 3rd place and Sacred Heart a further few lengths back. But the MLC combination coming down here, sitting very nicely Heads forward, rowing very, very well here, these girls. Try not to look around because, of course, the moment in quad scull you turn your head, you turn your oar, and that's where difficulties occur. So please make sure you all keep your head straight, sitting up well, chins up, looking very nice as they cross the line. Well done to MLC. Great excitement for them as they cross first. Second place will be Strathcona. Both progressing through to the semi-final. They'll meet each other again potentially tomorrow in the final. The Finton, a combination of Claire Lau, Sophie Zhang, Aurelia Tropia, Tina Capnius and Emily Yu, the Cox. In third place will progress to the C final. And Sacred Heart, Sophie Klupak, Scarlett Mapleson, Lola Thomas, Ava Boris and Ivy Renouf, the Cox, in fourth place. So the winners, MLCQ, Sienna Fitzgerald, Imogen Grant, Alice Van Onselen, Alice Newton and Charlotte Lowe, the Cox, will take on Strathcona, second place, and they will both progress to the semi-finals at 7:54 tomorrow morning. That concludes the Year 9 Division 3. We will now progress to the Division 4 Year 9 Quad Sculls. We have 3 crews in each of these events, with the first and second going through to the semi and the rest through to the C final. So 3 crews here. Ballarat Grammar in lane 1, currently in second position behind Melbourne Girls College, who are on lane station 3, with Genazzano in the second lane. So Melbourne Girls College, Ruby McMamoni, Madison Bushney, Matilda Wright and Zara Lanigan, with Sophie Bryant, the Cox, will come through here to take out this first quarterfinal in the Year 9 Division 4 Quad Scull. They'll go through to the semi-final at 7:48 a.m. Home to bed for those girls. And the Ballarat Grammar combination of Soph Reed, Millicent Usher, Mia Matthews, Alice Booth and Kenzie Deacon, the Cox, urging her crew across the finish line. They'll cross in 7th place and will make the semi-finals at 7:48 tomorrow. The third place finisher in each of these Year 9 Division 4 quarterfinals will then go into the C final at 9:54 a.m. tomorrow morning. So Genazzano combination of Lyra Craddock, Sienna McKinnon, Imogen Kemmis, Alice Courtney and coxed by Verona Semagian, coming across the line in third place and progressing to the C final. 4 quarterfinals in this event, 3 crews in each race. So the second quarterfinal of the Year 9 Division 4, Strathcona are in lane 1. Loretto Ballarat 2 or 3 lengths in front of Strathcona as they come between the 2 bridges, with Furbank Grammar a further 3 lengths back in third place. Conditions settling down now as the afternoon session really kicks in here. We've got a series of Year 9 races and then some Year 10 races to conclude Saturday's session. Loretto Ballarat, Tanner Castles, Sophie Robertson, Evie Roney, Talia Landry and Adelaide Oswin, the Cox, 2 lengths in front of the crew from Strathcona, Maddie Pascoe, Abigail Morris, Isabel Christian, Ella Fotheringham and Olivia Nick Fargem is the Cox. So Loretto, Ballarat, 2 lengths in front here again. Both two crews, these two top crews will go through to the semi-finals. So ease it down, girls. You're both qualifying now. Save some energy for tomorrow, although try telling that to your average year 9. Doesn't work very well. Loretto, Ballarat crossing in first place with Strathcona. 3 lengths behind them in second place, both going through to the semi-final, with Furbank again having some difficulties over on the North Station with a broken oar or some sort of equipment failure, but still rowing. So they'll go through to the C final tomorrow morning at 9:54. So those enthusiastic parents will be up and about early. Well rowed, girls. Always important to finish it off as best you can, and that's what it's all about here today. That'll all be sorted tomorrow, and you might win the C final. So recover well, drink lots, go to bed early, and everything will look much better tomorrow. Well, they should be in bed by 9 o'clock. The third quarterfinal here in the Year 9 Division 4. Carey Grammar in lane 1, Loretto Toorak in lane 2, and Melbourne Girls Grammar School, who are 3 or 4 lengths in front here as they come towards the James Harrison Bridge. The Melbourne Girls Grammar School combination of Lily Ebbels, Romy Smith, Lucia Alexander, Isabel Thomas and Yen Lai having a very happy row as they come under the James Harrison Bridge, rowing nice and calmly, looking at their technique, focusing on sitting up straight, shoulders forward, chins up, looking very nice as they come across the line, not under any pressure, but just looking for good form as they cross the line. No need to rush anything, nice long strokes. And behind them, in second and third, there's a bit of a battle going on here as Carey Grammar School number 4 crew, Chloe Coleman, Brodie Barker, Hazel Dunshee, Ophelia Sullivan and Trisha Mahapatra come up to, as Melbourne Girls Grammar School cross the line in first place with Carey Grammar number 4, a length in front of Loretto, who are lifting their rating and rushing a little bit. Don't get into too much trouble. Make sure you finish off well. So Carey Grammar rowing in the Harry Clark, crossing the line in second place, go through to the semi-final with Loretto, careful, coming through in third place to go through to the C final tomorrow morning at 9:54. We have one more quarterfinal here in the Year 9 Division 4 before we move into the Division 5. So this is the fourth quarterfinal of the Year 9 Division 4 event. Ballarat and Clarendon College in lane 1, St Catherine's in 2 and MLC in 3. And the MLC crew are 2 lengths in front of St Cath's, with Ballarat and Clarendon a further 3 or 4 lengths behind in lane 1. So well spread out in this race of the Year 9 Division 4. Great system at the head of the schoolgirls, with everyone getting an opportunity to row a couple of times to make sure that we get wonderful finals tomorrow and everyone ends up in about the right place, which is good. MLC, Talia Walker, Ella Enodur, Arable Banheidi, Zoe Jackal, Isabella Gregory, the Cox. 3 lengths in front of St Catherine's, Isabella Suter, Giselle Upton, Emma Peel, Ava Murray, Isabella Wang, and coached by Georgia Deacon. In second place here, the MLC combination looking very polished as they come down here. Division 4, Year 9 rowing, very experienced crews. Lots of depth at MLC, and they will cross the line in first place, comfortably in front of St Catherine's, who have 50 or so metres to go before they cross the finish line, and they'll both progress to the semi-finals tomorrow morning, with the Ballarat-Clarendon combination a little bit further back, but still rowing very nicely, if not a little. As the girls mature, they'll learn to row a little bit longer, keep their oars in the water for longer instead of rushing everything through, which is a fairly typical symbol of a beginner rower. They want to do everything quickly, but actually sometimes slowly and strong is a great way to row, and they've really finishing very strongly here in the Ballarat-Clarendon combination to progress through to the C final tomorrow morning. We now move into the Year 9 Division 5. 3 crews in this event. Loreto Toorak in lane 1, Melbourne Girls College in lane 2, and Geelong Grammar in lane 3. And the Melbourne Girls College combination are I was going to say half a length, but I'm actually thinking that maybe Loreto could be in front here as they come through the bridge. Very close here on the angle. But the 2 crews from Loreto and Melbourne Girls College very close here as they come through under the James Harrison Bridge. Geelong Grammar a further length back. Olivia Johnson, Rosie Griffin, Maggie Barber, Lexi Taylor and Chloe Nash, the cocks. Come on, Nashy, fire them up. But the Loreto Toorak in lane 1, Matilda Clooney's Ross, Tilly Hume, let's go Till, Tiffany Dodwell, Bella Hines and Millie Noonan from Loreto. But Melbourne Girls College have them covered at the moment. Stevie Malpelli, Clementine Hewen, Jessica Jennings, Mimi Kersner-Rutten and Maddie England the cock. So Melbourne Girls College, half a canvas in front, will hold off if they can keep their form. And Melbourne Girls College will take out this heat with Loreto in second place. Keep rowing, Grammar. That's it. Cross the line. Well done, girls. Finish in third place, and they will be going to bed early, because I'm in charge of them tonight. So Melbourne Girls College and Loreto Toorak going through to the semi-final. Geelong Grammar School going through to the C final, race 389 tomorrow morning, which will be at 9:48, I think, 9:48. Quarterfinal number 2 for the Year 9 Division 5. Ryton in lane 1, Melbourne Girls Grammar School in 2 and Caulfield Grammar in lane 3. And Melbourne Girls Grammar School are a length in front of the Caulfield Grammar combination in this second quarterfinal, with first and second going through to the semis tomorrow morning and the third through to the C final, which is race 389 tomorrow morning at 9:42. The semi-finals are at the very rowing-friendly time of 7:42. So the Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Sarah Blenner-Hassett, Alexandra Chan, Eileen Diamanti, Charlie Evans with Poppy Knox and the Cox. Coming through here in front of Caulfield Grammar, Kathleen Din, Zoe Leffler, Isabel Wilkie, Annabelle Manley and Zara Appel. Rowing very nicely here to cross the finish line in first place, Melbourne Girls Grammar School, with Caulfield Grammar in second. And Ryton will come in third place, so first and second through to the semis at 7:42. Early start for them. And 9:42 for the C final for Ryton. So the Year 9 Division 5 third quarter-final, Strathcona in lane 1, MLC in 2 and St Catherine's in 3. And MLC are currently half a length in front of St Catherine's in station 3, with Strathcona a further length behind in third place. 1 and 2 going through to the semis tomorrow morning early, and then 3 third through to the C final. We have Year 9 Division 6 and 7 to go, with right up to Division 8 this morning, and then we this afternoon. Then we commence with the Year 10s to finalise the finalists for tomorrow on an amazing day of racing for tomorrow. No doubt the temperature might be a little more rower friendly and spectator friendly. So 3 crews in this event. MLC are a length in front of the Strathcona combination of Leah Luo, Isla Fittle, Lara Sticker, Juliet Stanby and Shalini Balashankar as the cocks. And MLC, Scarlett Ramsdale, Bella Jovanovic, Ella Kitts, Bonnie McIntyre and Freya Kusnanda are the cocks. We're into the coxed quad sculls here, with a stern coxed MLC here. Freya sitting up nice and tall, urging her crew here, following their form very, very nicely, looking across to see where they are, urging them on for the last 10 or 15 strokes, which she has done very, very well. Girls looking straight ahead, ladies. Don't turn your head. The finish line will come. You'll hear the buzzer. And MLC finish in first place, with Strathcona in second, both going through to the semi-finals. And St Catherine's will have also had some difficulties with an oar there, so they're regrouping and still rowing, which they can still do. That's it, girls. Keep going. Oh, they've still got the oar in the water. That's why it's going. So St Catherine's having some issues with their equipment there, but that's okay. They're crossing the line and they'll go through to the C final tomorrow, girls. So that's something to be excited about overnight. Go to bed early, get that C final, get that all sorted. Straight into quarterfinal 4 here, so the final event for this Year 9 Division 5 in the quarterfinals. Furbank Grammar, 2 lengths in front. Chloe Rollison, Zara Fife, Catherine Bloomfield, Willow Hunt with Dana Lee, the cocks, rowing very nicely here, keeping their form, making sure they're not getting buffeted by this gusty winds that are blowing across the Barwon here, with Wesley College in second place, but Furbank are going to cross the line in first place for this quarterfinal number 4, and they will go through to the semi-final tomorrow morning at 7:40. Ballarat Grammar will cross in second place. Elise Mason, Stella Kwan, Ella Davin, Lucy Dankert, go loose. Kate Crilly, the cocks, in second place, and Wesley turning the boat into a with some equipment failure there, crossing in third place, but will go through to the C final tomorrow morning. So 3-1-2 down the page in race 312. Now we enter into the Division 6 Year 9 with 4 quarterfinals in this event. So we're now into the Division 6 Year 9. Once again, the first two crews through to the semi-finals in the morning at the family-friendly time of 7:36 a.m, followed by the third crew through to the C final at 9:36 a.m. So there's quad sculls finals getting underway very early in the morning as we progress through a full Sunday of rowing finals with semi-finals in the morning to finalise some of the places in the afternoon finals, and then actual finals commencing at 9 a.m. in the morning. So a full day of rowing. So we now have the Year 9 Division 6 quad scull, 4 quarterfinals. This first one, Strathcona in lane 1, Loreto Toorak in lane 2, and Melbourne Girls Grammar School over on station 3. Currently a length in front of the Loreto combination in the middle of the river, with very close also Strathcona. So there's not a lot of difference between, you can see the wind buffeting these oars as you look down the river and the splash coming off them. And this is where the girls are perhaps trying to row a little bit too hard in these blustery conditions, being a little bit inexperienced. So slowing down and just making sure their oars hit evenly in the water will save them from getting out of whack like the Strathcona crew did just then. So managing the gusts of wind that are coming through where there may be a little bit less protection as well is also part of learning the experience of rowing on the Barwon in these conditions. Strathcona in lane 1, Loreto in lane 2, but well out in front is the combination from Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Tali Alamardi, Christina Basutul, Lucinda Theodore, Zaina Obid with Alexina Putty the Cox, and they're rowing very nicely here as the white caps appear back on the Barwon. Very blustery here, girls, so just take it easy. The first two through to the semi-finals. No need to risk your equipment. Important to qualify and qualify safely. The Melbourne Girls Grammar go through in first place with Strathcona in second, and Loreto will finish in third as they manage these blustery conditions. Loreto copped a couple of blows there and they've handled themselves very well as they come across the finish line. Well rowed, girls. It's not easy in these conditions, so a lot of the time when you're training, your coaches might say, we won't row today, it's too windy. And now here you are at the head of the schoolgirls in very windy conditions. So well done. That's why your coaches make you row in windy conditions and in the rain. You never know what's going to happen at the head of the schoolgirls. Tomorrow we may have some rain. So 2-3-1 down the page there in event 3-1-3, the first quarterfinal of the Year 9 Division 6. Melbourne Girls Grammar and Strathcona through to the semi-finals at 7:36 a.m. tomorrow morning, with Loreto Toorak, Gabrielle Hooker, Abby McIntyre, Giselle Iniarella, Mattia Brown and Annabelle Vu going through to the C final at 9:36 a.m. Event 314 is the Year 9 Division 6 quad scull. 2 crews from Loreto in lanes 1 and 2, and Furbank Grammar in lane 3. Length in front here, and as you look down the Barwon, you can see we're starting to see some white caps again. So very blustery conditions down at the halfway mark between the in the middle sort of 500 metres. So if the girls can get through that bit, once they get in here under the banks of and a little bit of shelter from the marquees, that's a little bit smoother, but the water out there is a little bit rough. So they need to take it easy in the middle part of this 1,000-metre course. strong starts in the sheltered part at the start, then it gets a little bit blustery in the middle, and then as they come under the James Harrison Bridge, it does tend to settle down a bit with a bit of shelter on the banks on both sides of the river. So this is Furbank Grammar in lane 3. Priscilla Bainon, Miller Ritchie, Georgia Rao, Ruby Leibowitz and Amy Summers the Cox. Furbank Grammar rowing very nicely here, sitting up nice and straight and tall. And the first two crews will go through to the semi-finals at 7:42 a.m. So this is the Loretto crew. In the middle here is Millie Island, Georgia Leach, Lulu Noonan, India Johnson and Anna Moore as Furbank cross first. Loretto Turak crew will cross in second place to go through to the semi-final with the Loretto crew of Zali Letho, Mariana Panis, Scarlett Wayne, Mia Tostovan and Farah Wardlaw the Cox coming through in third place, and they will go through to the C final tomorrow morning at 9:36. So we're in the second half of these quarterfinals. This is number 3 for Year 9 Division 6 Quad Scull. Melbourne Girls College are in lane 1, Caulfield Grammar in 2 and MLC in 3. So the MLCQ combination are two lengths in front here. And looking at some of the names in this MLC crew, I know that Clem O'Brien will be rowing very well with cheering from the parent body on the other side. I'm not sure where they are, but disappointment after last night's Cats loss, but Clem will be rallying again today. Tilly Ellis in the crew, Isabel Yao, Sienna Kalfas and Edie Donovan. Sitting at the footy with Auntie Sal last night, Boykie. So Clem needs to row really well here, and she is, and leading this crew into the semi-final as MLC take a very comfortable lead here in this third quarter final. Back in second place, Caulfield Grammar and Melbourne Girls College are having a really good battle for who will get through to the semi-final and who will be rowing in the C final. So MLCQ well out in front. Clem O'Brien in the bow seat, Tilly Ellis, Isabel Yao, Sienna Kalkas and coxed by Edie Donovan. Rowing very nicely as they come through to take out this, probably being a little bit speaking in advance, but it looks like they're going to win comfortably here over these two crews who are battling it out for second place as they come through to the last 70, 80 metres. Whoa, as they try to lift the rating off and the blade work can get a little bit messy, but MLCQ will cross comfortably in first place. Tight here for second, Caulfield Grammar getting a bit untidy with their blade work as they lift their rating, but they are putting a bit of pressure here onto the Melbourne Girls College crew. And Melbourne Girls College bow has lost her oar there. She'll have to stop rowing. Caulfield Grammar crossing in second place with Melbourne Girls College in third, who will go through to the C final at 9:36 tomorrow morning. So quarterfinal number 4 here in the Year 9 Division 6 quad sculls. Wesley College in lane 1, Ballarat Clarendon in 2, and Loreto Ballarat in lane 3. And it's the Loreto crew a length in front of Ballarat and Clarendon, their local rivals from Lake Wendouree, with Wesley College in lane 1, really close to Ballarat and Clarendon as they come under the McIntyre Bridge and come between the two bridges. And this is where we've had a bit of buffeting from this wind here, so the girls need to really consolidate their strokes and make sure they're rowing really cleanly as they come through this blustery section here at the last 400 metres of this event. Loreto Ballarat combination of Eliza Dodd, Georgia Mahoney, Kira McDonald, Olivia James, Daisy Donovan, Clancy the Cox. 2 lengths in front of Wesley College in lane 1, Marion Spencer, Nikki Bagam Davis, Eden Paradisi, Angie Tadros and Alice Carter the Cox. Half a length in front of Ballarat Clarendon, Ada Ronan, Aisha Shahjahan, Kira Salmi, Ada Bassett's War and Scarlett Pinder the Cox, urging her crew on with a few fist pumps. Lots of gusty winds coming through here, girls, so hold your form if you can. Don't panic, don't put under pressure. Keep the rating the same and you'll be fine. But it is Loreto Ballarat going through in first place. We'll cross the line first now. Wesley College rowing very nicely to manage that wind gust that just came through very well in second place, going through to the semi-final, with the distinctive colours of Ballarat Clarendon taking out third place in the Division 6 Year 9 quarterfinal 4. The Ballarat Clarendon combination going to the C final at 9:36, where the others to the semi-final at 7:36 a.m. I'll now hand over to Lynn for a few races and then Richard, and I'll speak again tomorrow. Hopefully it will be a much more pleasant day for rowing.
Thanks very much, Jane. Before we go on to the next race, just a warning, there may be some rain this evening. Now, if you're one of the schools that has put crepe paper decorations around your tents, the crepe paper decorations, if they get wet, will leach onto your tents. Last year, one school had to pay $1,500 because the tent was stained and it can't be removed. So I'll leave it up to you. If you're confident it won't rain, then leave your crepe paper decorations up. If you think it will rain, take your crepe paper decorations down. You can always put them up again tomorrow. But it is your discretion what you do with that information. The tents stain, the school will be fined. Last year, $1,500 to one school. So best of luck. Race 317, female school quad scull Year 9 Division 7. There are 4 quarterfinals in this event, and in the race coming down now, we've got Geelong Grammar, Melbourne Girls College and Gippsland Grammar. And on the screen now you can see the Melbourne Girls College crew rowing very nicely there. These are Year 9 girls, Division 7, doing a great job for Melbourne Girls College there on the screen. That's Giselle Josa, Arabella Cavani, Gemma Perry, Victoria Hogan and Imogen Harley. Then the other crews in the race, Gippsland Grammar, Eloise Tavaski, Lola Daly, Lily Bramhill, Alana Crawford and Anna Mesarik, and also Geelong Grammar, Lucy Spinks, Miller Dale, Gemma Reid, Bridget Bryce and Ella Milburn. Now I can just see those crews coming in. There's been a bit of a problem further up past the McIntyre Bridge, but it is Melbourne Girls College very nicely there, and a picture there of the Geelong Grammar crew coming through. So with these quarterfinals, the first 2 will go through to the semi-final and the rest will go through to the C-final. So we've got the first 2 coming through, and at the moment it looks like it will be Melbourne Girls College on the middle station and Gippsland Grammar on the far station. Well done to Melbourne Girls College, coming across with a very convincing win over Gippsland Grammar and Geelong Grammar. And as we've seen in some of these other races, one girl might catch a crab and not be able to row, so that is 3-seat in the Gippsland Grammar crew. Just sitting there, the other girls doing a great job, and Geelong Grammar on the near side here, maybe catching up a little bit, and now we've got a bit more of a problem with the Gippsland Grammar crew. They're doing a good job getting through. Now we've got 2 girls that aren't rowing, 2 girls that are trying to, and it could be Geelong Grammar may come through and get into the semi-final. This is going to be quite exciting. It just depends who is going to get to the finish line first. Will it be Gippsland Grammar with 2 rowers or Geelong Grammar with all 4 rowers? And it is now Gippsland Grammar going into the semi-final. Geelong Grammar did a great job there, couldn't quite catch up. Well done to all of those crews. First 2, so that's Melbourne Girls College and Gippsland Grammar into the semi-final and Geelong Grammar into the C-final. The next race to come down will be race 319. 318, we've had to have a restart on that. So those crews, Strathcona, Melbourne Girls Grammar and Ballarat Clarendon, will be turning around, going back. The next race will be 319 with Caulfield Grammar, St Catherine's and Furbank Grammar. And it's lovely to see those girls from Caulfield Grammar waving at the camera. They're focusing on their rowing and just saying hello to Mum and Dad. Good to see that they're there. I don't think they can see that, but maybe they saw the camera, thought they'd give it just a little bit of a wave. We've got St Catherine's lining up there along with Furbank. And 318, as you can see on the screen, 318 will be restarting soon. We'll just we'll notify you as when that's going to happen. But the next race will be 319, which will be quarterfinal 3. And thank you to our live streaming. We can see them all lining up at the start there. This is Year 9 Division 7, the quad sculls. And with that tail breeze, the starters are having a very hard time getting a line for all these girls. You can see they're not rowing at the moment, but you can see they're certainly moving down the course. So very hard for the starters. They are doing a magnificent job. Thank you to all our boat race official volunteers that are out there in this hot, windy day. While you're sitting under the shade having cold drinks, they're starting the races for all your girls. So thank you to our volunteers. Don't forget to say thank you to anybody that you see that is a volunteer. We've had a start in 319, which is Caulfield Grammar, St Catherine's and Furbank Grammar. So the Furbank Grammar crew, Isabel Mitchell, Hope Watson-Hook, Hannah Pordage and Jamie Spanos, with Aya Lou Coxing, is in lane 3, closest to their supporters' tent. St Catherine's with Katarina Gray, Kristen Dodd, Amber Bolton, Bella Perry and Isabel Kao is in the centre lane, and Caulfield Grammar, closest to the judges' box, Grace Agg, Luca Haberfield, Emmeline Terry, Ruby Tsikakis, Gabriella Farah, and the coach there is Alexandra Ferguson. So we have had a start in that race. Good to see our umpires really getting on top of all of these conditions. And a very good view there of all our girls coming down, Caulfield Grammar and Furbank. Very hard from the angle of the camera to tell exactly where they are on the course, but it is Furbank Grammar just now in front of Caulfield Grammar. St Catherine's a little way back. Furbank on the far side doing a good job there, and Caulfield Grammar coming down very nicely. St Catherine's has actually put on a bit of speed and moving forward. And this is the quarterfinal 3 of the first, there are 4 quarterfinals, the first 2 into the semi and the rest into final C. There are 4 quarterfinals. The next race after this will be race 320, the 4th quarterfinal. Then we will have race 318. So looking down now, Caulfield Grammar, well ahead now. So the girls are getting excited now. The crews, the support crews are really ringing on Furbank. Again, we've got a rower there that has had to stop, and that's given Caulfield Grammar the opportunity. Maybe they're going to come through. Furbank Grammar doing a great job there, trying to get, she's got that crab under control. She's going to join in now. Very close finish there. Furbank Grammar first across the line, closely followed by Caulfield Grammar, and St Catherine's will be third. And it's great to hear the other rowers, the crews, supporting all of our rowers down there. Really good work. So we've had a start now in race 320, which is the 4th quarterfinal, Loreto Toorak, and MLCQ. So looking on the wide screens that we've got now, we've got race 320, which is the 4th quarterfinal. We still haven't had a start in the 2nd quarterfinal. As soon as we've got those crews organised, we will send that race down. But just for the moment, next crew, Loreto Toorak, and MLCQ. And in lane 1, Alice Streeton, Maggie Stetford, Ava Mead, Giselle Mangano, and Stella Ho. And in lane 2, Loreto Toorak is Lucy Atkinson, Eleanor Brusek, Hannah Nankervis, Anya Barrett-Janes, and Annabelle Westmore. And in lane 3, MLCQ, in front of the other 2 Loreto crews, is Lucy Stubbings, Eleanor Love, Charlotte Wallace, Olivia Apostolou, and Alexandra Savakis. It is MLCQ now out in front. Loreto Toorak in lane 1, just ahead now of Loreto Toorak in lane 2. Very good shot there of one of the Loreto crews. Hasn't got a bow number on, but doing a great job there. In these conditions, sometimes the bow number can fall off. But as we look down the course on the screen now, you can see MLCQ ahead with lane 1 Loreto Toorak ahead of lane 2 Loreto Toorak. So there we go. And in the concluding stages of 320, we have the MLC crew coming through. Well done to the MLC crew coming through there. And it will be Loretto Turak in lane 1, which will be joining them in the semi-final. Again, only 3 rowers rowing, which might give the Loretto crew in lane 2 the opportunity to come through. So in these conditions, blustery conditions, it could be that Loretto Turak in lane 2 is going to come through unless those girls just keep rowing. Well done, good recovery there from 3 seat to get through, and it is lane 1 which is going to go through, and lane 2 which will be into the C final. Now I'm hoping that this is race 321, which is coming down. Race 318 will come down in time. So this is the Year 9 Division 8. We're starting the semi-finals for these 4 girls. 4 crews: Melbourne Girls Grammar, Loretto Turak, Wesley College and Strathcona. Leading is Wesley College with Millie Welbury, Chloe Cascani, Bonnie Schmidt, Laura Bayliss and Isabella Hand. In second position, Strathcona on lane 4, Sydney Giglia, Claire Daya, Lucy Lamb, Jasmine Lidar and Cleo Tawney. And it is the first 2 through to the A final, so this is very contentious here. The rest will go through to the B final, and at the moment that looks like it will be Loretto Turak in lane 2, Chloe McLean, Millie McShannock, Ella Gerdish, Abigail Kemp and Violet Sandwich. And in the lane 1, Melbourne Girls Grammar, Clementine Horgan, Isabel Gorman, Rihanna Baker, Ava Manuel and Nikita Lowry. But looking across now, Wesley College very much has this race under control with Strathcona on the far side. Wesley College and Strathcona, it looks like they will be going through into the A final. It will certainly be Wesley going into the A final. Well done, Wesley girls, and Strathcona will be joining them in the A final. Loretto Turak will be going into the B final along with Melbourne Girls Grammar School. So that was our first semi-final in the Year 9 Division 8. The next race to come down, I think, will be the next semi-final, which will be Melbourne Girls College, Loretto Turak, MLC and Loretto Turak. I'm waiting until we can get a visual on those crews, just to confirm that it will be race 322 and not race 318. So coming into view now is race 322. Melbourne Girls College in lane 1 has caught a crab and they're fairly well back. Loretto Turak in lane 2 doing well, but it is the leaders MLCQ and Loretto Turak. First two into the A final. MLCQ is Monique Palavastra, Emily Wine, Phoebe Rogan, Rosie Shannon McDonald and Meg Licheni. Well done to that MLC crew, and joining them in the A final will be Loretto Turak, Annabelle Doust, Isabel Lloyd, Giselle Redwin, Bridget Lavelle and Madeline Ford. Those two crews will be going into the A final. Loretto Turak in lane 2 with Jay Akiva, Charlotte Barushi, Eliza Wenzel, Gigi McCorkle and Josie Grave will be in the B final, along with the Melbourne Girls College crew of Jessica Lucky, Stella Scully, Sky Molden, Anna Isaac and Sienna Molesky, coached by Chloe Mansfield. Well done to Melbourne Girls College. We now have race 318 coming down the course. This is the second quarterfinal of Division 7. Strathcona, Melbourne Girls Grammar and Ballarat Clarendon. So these girls had a start and had to have a restart for a reason. I don't know what it was, but the girls now, and it looks like Melbourne Girls Grammar in the centre with Annie Briggs, Freya Pangborn, Ines Papp, Stella Capala and Noah Lane Smith is in the lead. Ballarat Clarendon beside them on the far side, Hema Baines, Kashkia Bansell, Lulu Penabasis, Sophia Tadros and Ava Lepkit are beside them. It is the first two into the semi and the third into the C final. Strathcona in lane 1, Stella Theborn, Beatrice Stoltz, Abigail Adamson, Pearl Dryberg and Eliza Blue. It looks to be very close there between lanes 1 and 3. Melbourne Girls Grammar School have a lead of about a length and a half over the other two crews. The other two crews fighting it out to see who will go into the semi and who will go into the C final. So in race 318, it is Melbourne Girls Grammar ahead, and Strathcona on the side here have now overtaken Ballarat Clarendon. So they've done a great job there, and it could be Strathcona and Melbourne Girls Grammar into the semi-final with the third place getter into the final. So Melbourne Girls Grammar School doing it very nicely there, and this is the second quarter final, but it completes this event. They were coming through first, and it is then Strathcona will be going into the semi-final with Ballarat Clarendon in third place going into the C final. So the first two of each of those going into the semi-final will be Melbourne Girls College, Gippsland Grammar, Strathcona, Melbourne Girls Grammar, Caulfield Grammar, Furbank Grammar, Loretto Turak and MLCQ. And I believe we are now on track, though I'm looking down the course. My program says there would be 3 boats. I can at the moment only see 2 coming down. So I'm just going to check to see if there has been a scratching. I don't appear to have a scratching for this race. There should be St Catherine's, Carey Grammar and Gippsland Grammar. So 3, 2, 3 with St Catherine's coming through very nicely there in lane 1. Raya Valuri, Caitlin Hitchcock, Imogen Randall, Lisa, Lily Meredith and Lily van der Ven. They will go into the C final. That is Carey Grammar going through, and on the far side, Gippsland Grammar into the D final. Lily Carmody, Grace Frew, Avishna Singh, Jaden Gomez and Grace Millington. And just coming into view now is race 3 to 4, Ballarat Clarendon and Loreto Toorak. Loreto Toorak in the lead with Isabel Knight, Isla Faye, Isabel Peluso, Mia Last and Giselle Inarella. And further back, Ballarat Clarendon, Kalisha Asplin, Hannah Renouf, Raji Jan, Sophie Howe and Amy Clue, coached by Kate Littlejohn. And the first will go through into the C final, and that will be Loreto Toorak into the C final, and Ballarat Clarendon will go into the D final. Very nice win. It's good to see the girls there celebrating their win. Lovely to see. And as we look now at the Ballarat Clarendon crew coming through Year 9, Division 8, Coxed Quad Scull into the D final. Well done to the Ballarat Clarendon crew there. Next race 3 to 5 is the first semi-final of the Year 9 Division 9. So the first two will go into the A final and the remainder into the B final. So this is race 3 to 5. We've got Loreto Toorak, MLCQ and Melbourne Girls College. At the moment, I can only see 3 of those crews, and they're fairly well spaced across the river. But I believe it is Loreto Toorak in lane 2, Eva Whiting, Ruby Colbatch, Jasmine Wheeler, Araminta Clements, and Rose Rigwell, just now being rowed down by MLCQ, Tiffany Spencer, Chloe Walters, Xenia Christodoulos, Estelle Morton and Audrey de Cruz. They are now in the lead. The Melbourne Girls College crew of Etta Tyres, Talia Zangalis, Pip Castaldo, Elodie Slabbert and Georgia Cartanis are in third position. And in fourth, the Loreto Toorak crew in lane 1. Charlie Grace Galanis, Rose Henrys, Sadie Jenkins, Mayetta Postregna and Annabelle Kellogg. But MLCQ doing a very good job there, being closely followed by Loreto Toorak in lane 2 and Melbourne Girls College in lane 4. So it is the first two to go into the A final. So it's very important here that these crews in lanes 2 and lane 4 do a really good showing. And MLCQ just going off the pace a little bit, and the other two catching up. They've now put on a speed under the bridge. A lot of coaches will tell the girls to go hard at the bridge. So MLCQ have done exactly that. They are now increasing their lead. Loreto Toorak on the near side are now just edging out Melbourne Girls College on the far side. Lane 1 looks to be out of the placings here, but it is MLCQ doing a great job there. And it's going to be very hard to pick between Loreto Toorak and Melbourne Girls College for the second place. But Melbourne Girls College is just edged out now by Loreto Toorak, which is just catching up to MLCQ. MLCQ going through first, and it is Loreto Toorak in lane 2 going through second. It is Melbourne Girls College into third, and it will be Loreto in lane 1 in fourth. Very good racing there, and it is into the first semi-final. Into the A final will be MLC and Loreto Toorak. Race 3 to 6, Wesley College, Loreto Toorak, Melbourne Girls College and MLCQ. In the second semi-final, again the first two into the final, the rest into the B final. And while we wait for those crews to come closer to the commentator, be aware that the last two races today, which were the Year 9 single sculls, that was the Year 9 Division 1 single sculls, those two races will be held as the first two races tomorrow morning. So Genazzano, Ballarat Grammar, Haileybury, Corowa, St Catherine, the Scott School, Clonard, Footscray High School. Check your schedules. You will be the first races away tomorrow morning. That's the Year 9 single sculls. But as we look now down the course, MLCQ in lane 4 with Pippa Hawker, Saskia Teal, Harriet Roy, Zara Keogh and Michelle Zhang being chased down by Loreto Toorak, Sarah Allen, Zoe Doyle, Isabel Fonzie, Rihanna Bokta and Greta Hardwick. And it is the first two into the A final. So those two have put out a bit of a lead now over the Melbourne Girls College crew of Phoebe Constaniou, Alexandra Hogan, Ruby Gower, Miriam Thomas and Lenny Edwards. And the Wesley College crew in lane 1, Chloe Missikanis, Milandra Barnard, Amelia Carmody, Sarah Caldecott and Audrey Cole will be going into the B final. First two into the A final, and the first crew across the line in this race is MLCQ with a very nice win there. And then the second boat going into the A final will be Loreto Toorak. They will be joining MLCQ and Loreto Toorak in the final of the Coxed Quad Scull Year 9 Division 9. Melbourne Girls College coming through now. They are doing a great job, as is Wesley College 3. They will be in the B final. So Melbourne Girls College into the B final, joining Wesley in the B final, along with another Melbourne Girls College crew and a Loreto Toorak crew. And that rounds out the two semi-finals of the Year 9 Division 9. So races 327 and 328. The female school single scull Year 10 Division 1. First two in each of the next two races will be going into the A final and the other two into the B final. So in this race coming down, we've got Cardinia International, Arianda van der Pol, coached by Ian Bridgeland. Gippsland Grammar is Scarlett Tavaski. Cardinia International College in Lane 3, Ella Trefney is coached by Sydney Arnold and Anita Whitehouse. And Galen College in Lane 4 is Joe Somerville. Gippsland Grammar there, Scarlett Tavaski seems to just be in the lead over the Galen College rower of Joe Somerville. And Ella Trefney not far behind, and Ariel van der Pol, coached by Ian Bridgeland, who will be closely watching this, a very good member of Corio Bay Rowing Club, will be watching how his sculler Ariel will be going. But it is the Gippsland Grammar Scarlett Tavaski who is just out in front of Galen College Joe Somerville. Making a bit of a move now is the Cardinia International College Ella Trefrey. She's making a bit of a move. Very difficult for these single sculls in these blustery conditions. They have got a headwind, which can make in some ways a little more difficult to row. The boat speed is picking up with the wind. And Cardinia International now making a real inroads into the lead that Galen College had. She may well catch her before we get to the end of the race. Cardinia International a fair way back, but Gippsland Grammar doing a great job there. The interest is in who will be second into the final, Cardinia International or Galen College. Now it looks like Cardinia International, looks like Ella Trefney has just overtaken Joe Somerville, but the interest is with Gippsland Grammar, Scarlett Travesky, and it is, I think, going to be the Cardinia International who has just rode down the Galen College. So well done there. Very good racing there by Ella Trefrey to get into the A final. Joe Somerville will be in the B final along with Ariel van der Pol. Excellent racing there by these Year 10 single scullers. Oh, Captain Matchbox in his magical whoopee band or whatever it is. Race 328, female school single scull Year 10 Division 1. And again, we've got the single scullers. Geelong Lutheran College is Lolita Watson. Frances DeSales, Imogen Tomlinson, coached by the magnificent Wes Canny. Corowa AGS, Alice Lieberman, coached by Hilary Zhu. And Gippsland Grammar, Lucy Hodge. And at the moment, it looks to be the Corowa rower Alice Lieberman, who is in front. So Imogen from St Francis up on the Murray is in second place. Third place is Gippsland Grammar, Lucy Hodge, and Lolita Watson, Geelong Lutheran, a little way off the pace. But looking at the Corowa, Alice Lieberman, coached by Hilary Zhu, doing a very good job in these difficult conditions. The wind blowing those single sculls around a lot. St Francis de la Salle, Imogen Tomlinson, coached by Wesley Canny and Emily Tidd from Corowa Rowing Club, rowing in the colours of Corowa Rowing Club, doing a great job there. But and it's funny, this is Corowa School with a K, not Corowa the town with a C, which is going to come through. Corowa with a K, Alice Lieberman, and it's going to be very close for the second place here. We've had a bit of a move there from Gippsland Grammar. Is it going to be Gippsland Grammar, Lucy or Imogen? Lucy or Imogen? Imogen or Lucy? Oh, I think we're going to call for the photo. I think it might be Imogen, but we're just going to find out. We will go for the photo on that. And last across the line is Lolita from Geelong Lutheran, who will go into the B final. So Corowa with a K, Alice Lieberman, will definitely be in the A final, and a very close finish there between St Francis and Gippsland Grammar, Lucy and Imogen. So we've had confirmation there that it was Corowa Alice Lieberman who came first, and Wesley Canny and Emily Tidd can congratulate themselves because St Francis de la Salle, Imogen Tomlinson came in second. So well done to those crews, and coming very close on their heels, Loretto Ballarat, Kate Conlon, Lavinia Cushing, Tilly Stringer, Meg Lynch, Grace Bales, coached by Barry Halsell, is in the prime position to get into the A final, along with Loretto Turak, Sophie Hill, Evelyn Boyle, Audrey James, Luciana DeSala, and Sarah Chapman, coached by Connor McCoval. First two into the A final, the rest into the B final, and that is Loretto Ballarat. Great job there. Loretto Turak into the A final with them, and on the far side, Ballarat Clarendon, Isabel McRoberts, Lucy Goodson, Georgina Miller, Charlotte Peel and Rose Burke will be in the B final, and joining them in the B final will be Melbourne Girls College, Gabrielle Simcox, Kate Amitris, Amber Papadopoulos, Lily Bartram and Acre Wright. So some very exciting racing there, and hot on the heels of those other races. So going in back into the A final for the Year 10 Division 1 single scull will be Gippsland Grammar Scarlett Tavaski, Cardinia College Ella Treffry, St Francis de la Salle's Imogen Tomlinson and Corowa Alice Lieberman. And the second semi-final for the Coxed Quad Scull Year 10 Division 1, Furbank Grammar, Zoe Page, Sienna Thomas, Amelia Grace, Poppy Dalton Morris and Anastasia Gansos, coached by Sophie Bendel, is in lane 1. Genazzano in lane 2 is Eva Young, Remy Valaria De Carlo, Eliza McNamara, Sienna Loguchi and Willow O'Callaghan. But leading the pack, Melbourne Girls Grammar, Maddie Clifford, Adelaide Banks, Samantha O'Keefe, Emily Anthony and Lily Mahensi. So they're clearly in the lead. And then Melbourne MLCQ, Lucy Speed, Alicia Calgogny, Olivia White, Evelyn Ford and Maya Fordis in lane 4. First 2 through to the semi-final, and the Melbourne Girls Grammar doing a great job there. Some well-credentialed rowers there in that boat in the Year 10 Division 1. And coming through, Furbank Grammar having a bit of a fight there with MLCQ to see who will be joining them. Furbank and MLCQ. Genazzano looked to be out, but we've had some amazing results at the very end. But Melbourne Girls Grammar will certainly be going through. And now we've got to look to see who will be joining them. Will it be Furbank or MLCQ? Furbank, another very close finish here for these two, but it looks like it will be the Furbank crew which will join them in the A final. MLCQ into the B final, joined by Genazzano. So into the A final, we have Loreto Ballarat, Loreto Toorak, Furbank Grammar, and Melbourne Girls Grammar. And the B final will be Melbourne Girls College, Ballarat Clarendon, Genazzano and MLCQ. Don't forget that the single sculls, Year 9 single sculls, will not be held today. They will be held first races on the schedule tomorrow morning. And I will now leave you with Richard Dorstein, who will complete the day's work.
Thank you, Lynn, for your work throughout the course of today and yesterday, and coming back, of course, tomorrow too for the final day of the head of the Schoolgirls as we race towards the final here. Only half an hour or so remaining in this slightly truncated second day, but it does appear we will get through almost all of the racing that was scheduled for today without a lunch break, it must be noted, but we'll finish about 4:30, so an hour or so ahead of the original schedule. And just repeating, as Lynn has said, that the final 2 races have been removed from the program for today. The Year 9 Single Scull Division 1 2 semi-finals. They will be the opening races of the day, and check the schedule for that as it comes out a little later. But this, for now, is the first semi-final in the Year 10 Division 4 Cox Quad Scull. And St Catherine's in lane 1 look to be well back in this race. Melbourne Girls Grammar School lane 2. MLCQ are in 3, and Strathcona racing in lane 4, the 4 crews here. But it is the 2 crews in the middle lanes here who were the higher ranked crews who look to be in the qualifying spots, and certainly led by Melbourne Girls Grammar School there. The crew of Ella Xiying Jiang, Sophia Purton, Indigo Jealous, Harriet Ellard and Emma Davies there for Melbourne Girls Grammar School. And MLCQ in second place. Amelia Reinberger, Samantha White, Sierra McKechnie, Miranda Lee and Lucy Vukadinovich, the leading 2 combinations there. So looking to go through to the A final race, 476. The crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School will be first through, about a length and a half clear of MLCQ in second position. Third down the far side will be the crew from Strathcona, and fourth will go the way of lane 1. That's the St Catherine's combination. So third and fourth will go through to the B final race, 424 tomorrow, and first and second to the A final race, 476. There will be, I believe, a slight rejigging of the race times tomorrow with the addition of those 2 Year 9 single scull heats at the beginning of the day to be confirmed, but I understand the day will still begin at 7:30 a.m. So it's more likely that each subsequent race will be 6 minutes later than is currently scheduled, but that schedule for tomorrow will be confirmed and publicised as soon as it can be after the conclusion of racing today. Race 332 continues, the second semi, the Year 10 Division 4 Cox Quad Scull. Furbank Grammar in lane 1 doing a good job here from the outside lane. They certainly have their boat ahead of Loreto Ballarat lane 2. Genazzano in 3 would also be in a qualifying spot, and then across to the far side, Wrighton Girls in lane 4 would be in 4th place. So probably 3 chances here still two go through. Furbank on the inside lane. Chloe Stokes, Rebecca Machidas, Charlie Portage, Holly Carney and Georgia Patterson, coached by Sienna Scott. And really racing it with Genazzano there. The top two, Olivia Gosson, Sophie Redmond, Jessica Bianco, Dominic Matthews and Sienna Wheeler, coached by Sophie May. They remain the top two. Maybe still Furbank ever so narrowly in front. Loretto Ballarat in between those two sits in third place. Genazzano winding up and going for the win here in the closing strokes. Furbank Grammar are just holding on with a couple of strokes to go. Furbank and Genazzano both will go through, but Furbank will get the win. About a third of a length of margin there between those two. Furbank Grammar first on lane 1. Genazzano finish in second place. They both qualify for the A final of the Year 10 Division 4 Cox Quad Scull. Third place goes to Loretto Ballarat and fourth will be Wrighton Girls. So the top two there through to the A final of the Year 10 Division 4 Cox Quad Scull. That race is currently scheduled for looks to be 2:12 tomorrow, but maybe a few minutes after that once the final schedule for tomorrow is released, because the two Year 9 single scull races been removed from the end of today's program to the start of tomorrow. So we will finish a couple of races early here in the end, with race 340 being our final race for today, scheduled for 4:24. So impeccable time for those who wish to watch the All-Star Mile from Moonee Valley coming up later this afternoon. It was scheduled for 4:20 that race, but we're getting news of a delay from Moonee Valley, so should be able to watch the racing once the rowing has concluded here on the Barwon River in the next 15 or 20 minutes, as we move through the final few races of this big second day of racing at the head of the Schoolgirls for 2023. Race 333 is on the course. So in fact, 8 races remain here this afternoon. They are all Year 10 Quad Scull semi-finals, Division 5, 6 and 7. It's actually 4 semis required in Division 6 due to the number of crews in that race. We'll get to that one shortly, but in the meantime, this first semi in Division 5 is a good tight race in 3. The leaders on the far side of the course look to be MLCQ and Loretto Ballarat. MLC's crew is Bridget Almond, Sophia Rodriguez Espinosa, Abby Case, Victoria Wilson and Hanishi Sorthy. And Loretto Ballarat alongside them on lane 4, Chelsea Templar, Abigail Cartledge, Eden Templar, Maddie Keane and Amber Korosic in the Loretto boat. Again, very tight between these top two. They're both going to qualify. It's still narrowly MLC from Loretto Ballarat. Still a couple of strokes to go. Loretto gaining here, but MLC holding on. And about 2/3 of the canvas, the difference between them there as they go across the line. MLCQ narrowly hold on for the win ahead of Loretto Ballarat, but the two crews will meet again in tomorrow's A final race 475. Third place goes to St Catherine's and fourth goes to Melbourne Girls College in race 333. That's the first semi-final, and the second semi continuing here with that Melbourne Girls College combination. Lane 2 about to cross the line, but there's another boat down the course here which is not on the program, and this may be the missing St Catherine's crew from a few races ago. Now, this is in fact the P1 crew from St Catherine's now. We'll sort out the order of the minor placings shortly, but importantly, as far as qualifications concerned for the A final, it was certainly MLCQ lane 3 ahead of Loretto Ballarat in lane 2. So the mystery we think has been solved. The second St Catherine's crew with also the P1 bound number. In fact, we're an F1 crew that did miss their previous race. So it looks as if St Catherine's crew has finished third there in race 333. Melbourne Girls College in fourth place, and the fifth crew across the course was a crew left over from a previous race who was still given a row over the course, but I presume will progress in last place from their originally scheduled race. We continue with race 334, which is the second semi-final of the Year 10 Division 5 Cox Quad Scull. Furbank Grammar in lane 1, Loretto Toorak out in front in lane 2, Genazzano in 3, and Melbourne Girls Grammar School in lane 4. And the two crews in front, lanes 2 and 4 it would be in the ascendant here. Loretto Toorak lead the race with Anya Curtis, Rachel O'Hara, Rosie Darcy, Sophie Elstoft and Charlotte Hall. Their leading combination by a length or so from the crew on the far side. That would be Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Hayley Dunwoody, Cecilia Michael, Celeste Milimaki, Camilla Wong Hansen and Miranda Page there for Melbourne Girls Grammar School. And then it would be back to Furbank in third. Genazzano in fourth place, but our top two pretty comfortably clear, looking set to move through to tomorrow's A final of the Year 10 Division 5 Cox Quad Scull, but clear by a length is the crew from Loretto Toorak who come across and take out the race. So Loretto first, second place goes to Melbourne Girls Grammar School, third will be the crew on the inside lane from Furbank, and fourth then Genazzano racing over in lane 3, just over a length between those two crews. So Furbank and Genazzano through to the B final, race 422 on tomorrow's program. And Loretto and Melbourne Girls Grammar School join MLCQ and Loretto Ballarat, the top two from the two semi-finals there, into the A final of the Year 10 Division 5 Cox Quad Scull race. 475 is that race number. We move to the semi-finals now of the Year 10 Division 6 event. And there are two sets of semi-finals here, the first two of which will determine our A and B finalists, and the remaining semi-finals will determine our C and D finalists. So as far as the race for the medals goes, it's the 8 crews in these next two races that remain in contention, and it's about to go from 8 down to 4 with the top 2 in each of these semis to progress to the A final. St Catherine's in lane 1, MLCQ in lane 2. Our race leaders in lane 3 are the crew from Lauriston Girls, and then Loretto Toorak out on the far side of the course. Possibly second place, in fact, at the moment on lane 4. Just a few messy strokes from MLCQ in the centre lane. Look to have knocked them back to third position. And certainly Lauriston is cleanly out in front here. Amelia McLeish, Lucy Goff, Alice Dunlop, Billy Thompson and Sophie Trelaw. Then Loretto in second place, Eleanor Sextus, Peyton Wu, Thea Ball, Zimian Duffy and Claire Hogan. The two crews there in lanes 3 and 4, so on the far side of the Barwon here this afternoon. And they've got a length or so between them, but are well clear of the rest of the field now. MLCQ and St Catherine's, the remaining two crews who look set for the B final, but to the A final will go the elite crew from Lauriston Girls, about a length and a quarter ahead of Loretto Toorak, who will finish in second place. So they are the two qualifiers to the A final of the Year 10 Division 6 Cox Quad Scull. 2 lengths further back we go to MLCQ, who will finish in third place. They will race in the B final, and they'll be joined there by the crew from St Catherine's, who are racing in lane 1 as they come across the finish line now as well. So all 4 crews across the line in race 335. The first AB semi of the Year 10 Division 6 Cox Quad Scull. The second race well advanced as well. It is again a field of 4. Furbank Grammar there in the inside lane. Genazzano in lane 2. Melbourne Girls Grammar School look to be out in front on lane 3. And lane 4 then on the far side of the course is the crew from Carey Grammar. But certainly is Melbourne Girls Grammar School the pretty comfortable race leaders here at this stage, heading towards and about, in fact, to go under the McIntyre pedestrian bridge. The lane 2 crew there from Genazzano is their closest competition, so the two centre lanes have the top 2 spots at this point. Still a small crowd left there on the pedestrian bridge. Certainly would have been good views today, but rather warm and exposed up there on the bridge too, I would expect. But a few hardy individuals are holding out until the last few races of the day as we move through this second semi-final of the Year 10 Division 6 event. An issue for Furbank. It seems the 3-seat has had to stop rowing in the lane 1 crew there. So what was looking like a close battle for 3rd and 4th between Furbank and Carey on opposite sides of the course is very much advantage Carey at this point, with a full set of 4 rowing in their boat and just 3 now in the Furbank combination. So out in front, we still have that crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School: Marlon McCulloch, Isabel Popplestone, Charlize Brown, Charlotte Berryman, and Erin Lee. And they've got a very substantial lead here now in the closing strokes of this race as they come under the Harrison Bridge. Just under 200 metres now to race, and a substantial margin, close to 100 or so metres it would be, in fact, back to the second place crew, which continues to be Genazzano, Zali Burgess, Molly Pitson, Mariah Carouse, Mila Sinyakov, and Anna Clemitis, the cogs of that crew from Genazzano. Still Carey a clear third, and Furbank working very hard over this second 500 metres with just the 3 girls able to row the boat. But no such problems for Melbourne Girls Grammar School on lane 3. They'll take the win in the second semi of the Year 10 Division 6 Cox Quad Scull. Melbourne Girls Grammar School through to the A final, and they'll be joined there shortly by the crew from Genazzano, but certainly a substantial margin between those two. But they'll reprise their competition tomorrow in the A final, along with Lauriston and Loretto Turak from the previous semi-final. So Genazzano across now in second place. Third will certainly be the Carey crew over on lane 4. Gracie Simpson, Zoe Demensis, Maya Tate, Hayley McKee, and Summer Needham, coached by Innes Mackay. And then fourth place will be Furbank. Now, Furbank will have to watch out here for the next race following them down, because the other 2 crews in this next race are approaching with a bit of speed. But Furbank Grammar, with just 3 rowing, may in fact be instructed here to row off the course, although their lane 1 in fact is not in use in this next race. So the other crews may be able to get clearly past them. But Furbank Grammar, certainly a tough ask with 1 oar. They're still up at a very awkward angle, slowing the boat down and making it difficult for the remaining 3 girls to row the boat back. The 2 crews behind Furbank are race 337, which is the CD semi-final, the first CD semi of the Year 10 Division 6 quad. So this is for positions in the C and D final. Strathcona and Melbourne Girls College, the 2 crews. So the winner will go to the C final, second place will go to the D final, and it certainly looks as if it will be Melbourne Girls College who take the win here. Lucinda Crabtree, Giselle Bageja, Amelia Burke, and Minty Corrigan, coxed by Tabby Blinko, and they're about to go past this stricken Furbank crew with still about 100 or so minutes to go for the Furbank crew. You can see some supporters rushing down to cheer the Furbank crew home as well. And they've got the best seat in the house for the next race, as it does go past the Melbourne Girls College and Strathcona in semi-final 3. And the win in that race will go the way of Melbourne Girls College. So it will be Melbourne Girls by about 2.5 lengths ahead of Strathcona in second place. The Strathcona crew: Ava Armstrong, Lauren Osborne, Bree Tan, Zoe Chen, and Ivy Vashiga. And now the Furbank crew will continue their journey. The last few strokes, great work from Furbank. You've had to row the best part of 3/4 of the race with just the 3 girls rowing the boat as they come across the line now on lane 1. Tali Berendorf, Elise Tiva, Pepper Vaughan, Sophia Negri, and Lexi Williams there in the Furbank crew. They finish officially in 4th, and they will get the chance to row in a B final tomorrow in the Year 10 Division 6 Coxed Quad Scull. So it was Melbourne Girls Grammar School and Genazzano qualifying from that race. Carey Grammar and Furbank Grammar in 3rd and 4th go to the B final. And then the race completed in between was race 337. It was won by Melbourne Girls College ahead of Strathcona. So Melbourne Girls College to the C final, Strathcona to the D final. Our remaining C finalist about to be determined here between Toorak College and 2 crews from Geelong Grammar. And it looks likely to be a Geelong Grammar Cornella here. But the lead crew on lane 2 is Fiona Gillies, Daisy Hodgson, Lucy McAllister, Sophia Clark, and Ella Corrier for Geelong Grammar. who would have maybe a length or so on the second Geelong Grammar crew. Emily Hope, Emily Whitehead, Lucy De Steiger, Charlotte Lamson, and Pia Cowan. We'll see if there's to be an all Geelong Grammar sprint finish here. They've got the top 2 spots locked up, but which crew will go to the C final, which to the D final? Certainly the lane 3 crew wants to make a difference here in the late stroke, but lane 2 has gone for the lift here in the shadows of the post, and they're up by half a length, but a crab in the bow seat makes things interesting. These two will hit the line very close together. In fact, maybe not. Lane 3 will go straight past them and will get the win. Lane 3 it is by half a canvas over lane 2. So Geelong Grammar first and second, as we knew it would be, but it's 3, 2 and 1, the numbers in race 338. Geelong Grammar lane 3 were there with the surge when it mattered and have just got up to take the win there. And Toorak College will finish third. Tilly Waters, Belle Schwartz, Emma Saunders, Audrey Wise and Vivian Liu, the cocks of that boat. It looks like our last 2 races are approaching fast, so the day just about done here at on the second day of the head of the Schoolgirls for 2023. We're just repeating that from those last 2 races going through to the C final are our 2 winners, so Melbourne Girls College and Geelong Grammar lane 3. And to the D final we have the second and third place getters Strathcona from the first semi, and Geelong Grammar lane 2 and Toorak College from the second semi just completed. Here comes the first semi-final of the Year 10 Division 7 Coxed Quad Scull. Back to the traditional progression, it will be the top 2 through to the A final, and third and fourth through to the B final, and it's looking like the middle lanes here. It's both crews, in fact, from Lauriston Girls. So we had a Geelong Grammar Quinella in the previous race, and we might be about to see Lauriston do the same here. Their lane 3 crew has the lead: Helena Officer, Romy Frey, Claudia Graham, Stella Catamol, and Joye Lynn, the crew there on lane 3. And lane 2 from Lauriston, Zoe Badilis, Cameron Sparrow, Sophie Dunlop, Brianna Ginn, and Yuki Markwell. And it does look as if they'll be the 2 crews going through. Loretto over in lane 4, about a length or 2 further back in third place, and then the crew from Genazzano, who'll be 4th. So Lauriston Girls will do a 1-2 here in the penultimate race of the second day of this regatta. Race 339, Lauriston at lane 3, beat home Lauriston lane 2 by a length and a quarter. Loretto Toorak lane 4 will finish in third place. They'll go through to the B final along with Genazzano. So they'll race in race 416, the earlier part of tomorrow's program, and the top two crews there, both from Lauriston Girls, will race in the A final, which is race 473. And reminder to check that revised schedule for tomorrow, which will be available on the regatta website hopefully soon after the conclusion of racing, with 2 extra races to be added at the start of tomorrow, being races 341 and 342, the 2 semi-finals of the Year 9 Division 1 single scull. But our last race is past half distance, and it's being led fairly comfortably by Melbourne Girls Grammar School in lane 2. So another couple of schools with strong representation here in the Year 10 Division 7 event. In fact, 2 crews here from MLCQ in lanes 1 and 3, and 2 crews from Melbourne Girls Grammar School lanes 2 and 4. We might finish today with 3 straight Quinellas potentially. Geelong Grammar first and second in race 338. Lauriston first and second in race 339. We've currently got Melbourne Girls Grammar School lane 2 leading this race, and a very good chance for Melbourne Girls Grammar over in lane 4, although MLCQ in lane 3 may have something to say about that. But our race leader passes under the James Harrison Bridge for the last time in today's racing. It is the crew on lane 2 from Melbourne Girls Grammar School: Zara Bridger, Lydia Giles, Holly Hawkins, Zara Nash and Zara Stockdale. The lead crew tight between the other 2 on the far side. Melbourne Girls Grammar there again: Scarlett Silverwood, Winnie Stores, Scarlett Wilson, Miller Sims and Olivia Paproth. And MLCQ challenging them: Kayleen Tan, Grace Gonzalez, Jess Nankervis, Zara Kleiss and Holly Criddle, the crew there, fighting for second place. But the winner in the last race of the day will go to lane 2. It is Melbourne Girls Grammar School who take out race 340, and it will once again be a Quinella here. Melbourne Girls Grammar School will finish first and second in the last race of the day. So a strong finish from them, almost a length clear of MLCQ in the end. So Melbourne Girls Grammar School in lane 4 finish in second place. The 2 Melbourne Grammar crews through to the final. Third place goes to MLCQ on lane 3, and 4th place to MLCQ on lane 1. So the 2 crews from MLC will both race in the B final tomorrow, along with Loretto Toorak and Genazzano. That's race 416. And the A final will be a Lauriston versus Melbourne Girls Grammar School affair. 2 crews from Lauriston winning the first semi-final, and 2 crews from Melbourne Girls Grammar School qualifying through the second semi-final. That does conclude the second day of racing here at the head of the Schoolgirls for 2023, and what a big day it has been, and we've got through unscathed here at 4:30 in the afternoon. It's an advisory message from our president of the jury regarding any crews who may wish to train on the water this afternoon, that you do so at your own risk, and that the officials would advise against the need to train. Of course, you've all observed the conditions over the course of the day here. And the strong recommendation from our officials is that crews do not choose to train for the remainder of today. Of course, our lifesavers are coming back now across the finish line after a long day on the water, so their work is done once these crews, the last couple of crews, return to the boating area. So any training is undertaken from this point on is at the risk of those crews and schools that choose to do so. But the strong advice from our officials is about as diplomatically as I can put it, is that you should not endeavour to train this afternoon. However, you should endeavour to return your bow numbers to the bow number tent where you collected them from. Those are hopefully only the last few crews who are still out there on the water to return their bow numbers. Of course, they'll be reused several times over the course of another substantial day of racing tomorrow. And we do resume racing at 7:30 a.m. Keep an eye on the regatta website for the updated schedule of events. The last 2 races from today, the semi-finals of the Year 9 Division 1 Female School Single Scull, will be added to the beginning of tomorrow's program. But at this stage, the information is we will still begin at 7:30 a.m. So it's likely every other race over the course of the day will be pushed back by 6 minutes. So please keep an eye out on the regatta website for that information as soon as that race schedule is published. But a huge day of racing, of course, coming up tomorrow. We reverse the order of events for the finals day. Of course, we do have some semi-finals to begin with, and then some D, C, B, E, F, and even G finals, I think, in some of the events as we move through Year 9 and then Year 10, and finally the A finals at the end of the day, concluding with our open events. Always a huge highlight of this regatta, going through to about 3:30 or so tomorrow afternoon. And a much better forecast is the good news for tomorrow. Not nearly as hot, hopefully not nearly as windy, so a lot more comfortable conditions for all concerned. So thank you all for your attendance today. Thank you to Lynn Charge and to Jane Horn for their great work in commentary as well. We've survived the long day too. Please remember to tie your boats down and secure anything that is about to be left here overnight. Hopefully the wind will not hang around, but it never hurts to take precautions. So please make sure your boats are all secured, and we'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. when racing resumes on day 3 of the Head of the Schoolgirls Regatta for 2023.